sorry it took me so long to get started. I am having a bit of a day, a good day, but just so much is happening that I'm like, oh my god. Hi, hello Scooter and Fel and Cheese. Hi, let me, we'll keep that BGM going. Hope it's not too loud. I hope I'm not too loud. Hi Shinobi and Leon and Astro Viking and Milk. Hello, Grun. And Orr and SJ and Pet Rock and Phil. Hello, Mr. Ryan. Thank you so much for the 39 months. Let's go. Thank you. And thank you, Large Enemy Spider, for the first time tier 1. Thank you. Hello, Weapon Will and Kibo and Pony and in Mimikyu. Hello, Biggie Toast and Vector. Hello, Digital. We out here sploding. How was your day, guys? I think it's happening at work for me. I think things are like finally fucking slowing down after like people being like crazy for like the post-holiday rush. Oh, let's turn that up. There we go. Sorry. Appreciate the streamer. Thank you. We can remove the timer on that. I think you guys, well, maybe not. You guys went crazy yesterday. You finally have competent teamwork. No. I don't. It's just that, not to hate on them. But I definitely don't have competent coworkers. It's just that people are asking less of me because people are like, what happens at work is that, it's been a great day. I'm so happy to hear, Phil, is that people get like really, I guess like post-holiday, I don't know if you guys experience this, but after the holidays, a lot of like upper people take all of the holidays off. Like they'll take week after week and just be off for like an extended period of time. And then they get back and they're like, oh, you know what? I'm so refreshed. I'm gonna torture everyone who is hunkering down from me over the holidays and go really hard. Numa looking good, thank you. Here, wait. Which hair do I use today? But I feel like the post-holiday rush just went too long. That's the issue I was having, is that it just didn't fucking stop. The buns? We'll do a poll. I want to know which one you want. You guys really do prefer the buns. Which hair? Buns? Straight. We'll do 2 minutes. But yeah, I was like, I need to leave my house. Tainted! Thank you, Wisdom! Tainted Wisdom for the Prime. Primers in chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys so much. I'm over-supported. I'm like, thank you. Watching the sacrifice rod. Oh my god. Guys, Warframe is like out here not letting me sleep. I have been sleeping like 6 hours a night because I get off of work and then I do like the absolute basics that I need to do to survive. I like do whatever I need to do, like cook food, eat, message my friends, like maintain my relationships. And then I just play Warframe. Ooh. Make sure you're hydrated. The IRL cookie stream is still in the planning? Oh yeah. No, that's gonna happen. The only thing you gotta keep in mind is that the pop-up shop, like that could be happening near November because it takes 6 months to plan.
We appreciate the hanging balls more.
Don't call them that! They're buns! Here, let's see. Oh? It's like neck and neck between buns and straight hair. Although I will say, as of right now, 53% like the buns. I think it's a little bit more balanced with the buns somehow. So, like question you asked before bed. Yes, sorry. Someone make this I didn't see that. Yeah, I was wondering, like, is Warframe, like, is it the same as 40K where it's like in the future? Or is it its own thing? Guys, by the way, I have my, just so you know what we're doing today, we're going to be watching some videos. I have a ton of videos that you guys recommended, picked out. Some of them are Warframe videos, but none of them are like cinematics. And I have my camera all set up. What's that? We're going to be doing something really fun. So give me a second though, because I want to yap. I've had, basically after work, I was like, I need to leave my property. I haven't left my house in so long. So I went out and I went thrift shopping and guys, I will go to great lengths to go to a distant thrift store. super yap away. I already yapped so much yesterday. We're not gonna like over yap. It might be like, I don't know, like 30 minutes of yapping and then like watching videos. Because I just want to chill today. But I went to, you go for a jog. I can't really jog, unfortunately. Not to go on a tangent, but I used to be like super crazy, like golden retriever type. Like I would exercise all the time and it was like my favorite thing. I was like a hamster on a wheel. But then I got rheumatoid arthritis and it made it a lot harder to exercise, and I'm like so broken up. But like nowadays, like I go for like basic walks and I'm like, that's all I can do because my arthritis flares up so bad with exercise. And like I'm not used to that because I used to just be like ridiculously fit. I was like crazy fit. So it's I forgot to have you. No, it's okay. But it's just a big change. It happened like in the past year. My life's always like zooming. Like something new happens, like life changing every couple of months, and I'm just like, cool.
Swimming is really good for arthritis.
Yeah.
But finding a pool is the issue.
Arthritis. There's a pool near me actually. There's a pool in the middle of the woods. It's like gorgeous. The only issue is that even the closest things to me are still 20 minutes away. But I was talking about the thrift store. I'm going to digress and like remember something and then I digress 1,000 times because I had caffeine at like 4:30. Terrible idea, but I am very energetic right now. So don't mind me if I'm like a little all over the place. First time seeing the new model. Hello, Bobby. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you like the model. You look amazing. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. But yeah, I went to a thrift store today and I travel great distances to go to a thrift store in like a better area. When I say great distances, it's like 45 minutes away. There's thrift stores within like 30-minute range. Hyper Sunny sounds like a delight. Thank you. But instead, I was like, what if I just drive 45 minutes to go like to the place where people throw nice stuff out? And I found these sandals and the price tag was still on them. And they are, what's their brand? They're so fucking nice. Let me take the sandals off. They're on in my house because they're brand new. Malibu. The price tag on these sandals, this is the type of bougie I'm talking about. The price tag on these sandals, new, and they were brand new in box, was $210. I was like, what? And they were perfectly my size, and I tried them on. And the sandals I own are like really scrungly, and my neighbor dumpster dived them for me because I didn't have any sandals. It's genius. Yeah, drive into like, if you have a nicer area, drive into it. One day when I move, I'm gonna tell you guys what fucking nice area I drove into because it's a gold mine. But like, I've gotten crazy stuff. The other day at this thrift store, there was a Kirby vacuum cleaner for $80. And if you do not know, a Kirby vacuum cleaner is like a Dyson on steroids.
The best places to thrift are thrift stores on the border between bougie areas and poor areas.
Yeah.
All
the stuff from the rich, but at the prices the poor can afford. That's true. But a Kirby vacuum is... Sophia, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Invading chat lovingly. Thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh, I appreciate that. I hope your stream went well. What are you guys up to? My name is Sunny. I am a space bandit, but in this outfit, I am a witch queen. It's nice to meet you all. I hope you get to chill with us. If you need a snacky or a nappy, make sure you take care of yourself. And yeah, we're talking about thrift shopping. I got an amazing find today. I found brand new $210 sandals that fit me perfectly at this thrift store. They were new in box with the tag on, and they are like my favorite thing. And I got them for $10. And we're talking about how that thrift store had a Kirby vacuum cleaner. I didn't pick it up. I fucking should have. I should have done it. It was I think it was $70 actually. I didn't know what I was looking at. I was like, oh, Kirby, I've heard that they're expensive.
Crueling Meetup 2027 at this random thrift store. Let's go.
Let's do it. Oh my god, I would. That would be so fun. Guys, you have no idea. This is my favorite place. But Kirby vacuum cleaners like start at $2,000. Like it's like a buy it for life. So I should have resold it, honestly. But another thing I got was a Dyson Cool and Hot, which is a $400 AC and heater standing combo. I let it go. I was like, I don't need that. I have a Dyson, but it's like not a... This Dyson, oh my god, guys. I got a Dyson vacuum cleaner back in like 2023. I was like, I want a Dyson stick vacuum. I don't have like that much space in my place. So I found a place on Facebook Marketplace. I went and I drove. I bought this Dyson. It was like 150 bucks used. They were smokers. The thing smelled so fucking bad.
Can we eat the Raiders?
No, don't eat them. You can lick them though, if they say it's okay. So yeah, I basically was like, oh, cool. But I didn't notice it was that way until I got home. Lick the Raiders! I hope you guys are okay with it. They just really like you guys. Just to nibble. This is their way of saying they like you. Take it as a compliment. Licking! That Momo is so cute. But yeah, I basically like, I never feel like I have to shop because I almost like never want to move. This place is amazing. It's a sign of affection. The Raiders are like covered in slobber. Matara has amazing emotes. Like, even though I would say if you don't watch Matara that much,
Heavily
the emotes are so
vacuum.
good you might as well. Heavily shitted vacuum. No, there was no shit in it. It's just smoked vacuum. It was so disgusting. I was like cleaning it. I like basically was like, fuck no, I can't do this. And I was like, I don't care if if I break it. When I realized it was just thick with like smoke, I just started running water through it. I got the hose outside and I was like, if it breaks, it breaks. Like it's like broken. It's not usable because it was like putting cigarette smell into my carpet, which was uber disgusting. Oh, and after I went thrift shopping, I went to there's like this, I'm just gonna say it. Do you guys know what Wawa is? Because if you don't, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's East Coast only. I fucking love Wawa. I go to this place all the fucking time. It's like a chain. It's like a gas station, but the convenience store part doesn't fucking suck. Like, you know how you go to a gas station and you like go in because you're really, really thirsty and like you need a Gatorade, but you're like afraid you're gonna die? Convenience store gas station, yeah. The Wawa gas stations, like, people from the East Coast will talk about like Wawa's the same way that people from the South will talk about Buc-ee's. It's like, no, it's not nearly as good as Buc-ee's. Don't get me wrong. It's really, really small, but like you can get lattes there, and I got a caramel matcha latte, which I never do because I have matcha at my house, and I have a milk steamer, and I was basically like, fuck it. Like, I'm out. I was starting to crash because I haven't been able to fall asleep. I basically have screwed myself, right? Because I've just doomed myself.
I'm from the East Coast and have never heard of Wawa.
You've never heard of Wawa? It doesn't go that far, like deep south. Wait, no, it does because they're in Florida. I've seen them. How have you? They might not be in every single state. They're in some places on the East Coast. They're pretty wide-reaching nowadays. What's the other one that's pretty good that isn't as popular? That's kind of like Diner 1950s. You haven't heard of it? It's going to take over like the US. Sheets, that's the one. That's also good. I hate how in the US it's like we have to take a car everywhere. There's no trains. There's train tracks, but they're abandoned. When you do take a train, the passenger, like, I've taken trains up like to Maine before, like to the tip of the fucking middle of nowhere. And when you take the train, it'll say 8 hours to get 20 hours to get 4 hours. And it actually will take double that because the passenger trains rent.
I live in Boston. Maybe that's why.
Oh, is it not in Boston? That's crazy because I used to live in New Hampshire and I would go into Boston all the time and I never noticed the lack of Wawas. I guess I didn't notice their presence. But in the United States, this is a fun fact for people who are not in the United States. Like, the passenger trains are renting the tracks and they do not get priority. Sometimes they have cargo too. So what that means is that if there is cargo train, like a cargo train, your passenger train is going to pull over and stop until all of the cargo trains pass you. So I've taken the train a couple of times only to be like a 10-hour train. I can't even remember. I think it was supposed to be like 10 hours. It ended up taking like 19 hours. It's like dysfunctional. You can't take you can't take the train anywhere.
Their slogan is, "Don't forget to sheets yourself before you drive."
Their slogan should be, bathrooms so not deadly, unlike other gas stations, that you won't have to sheets yourself when you get into your car. Like, so meanwhile, the trains suck so bad on all American like trains. And then you have to drive somewhere, right? But the gas stations look like you're going to die. Like, you pull over, you're like, I would get a drink. However, if I enter this gas station, someone's going to kill me or I'm going to disappear. Sheetz is really good. Sheetz and Wawa, and I went to LA. They've got like, I noticed that all of the gas stations in LA are pretty good. The worst gas stations I've ever seen in my life are in Texas. People must just vanish in Texas because every gas station was like...
I found a bag of crushed up surflings in the winery.
No!
Can I have it?
Oh, you can't... What do you mean have it? Like to get rid of? To get rid of, right? Buc-ee's. Yeah, Buc-ee's is... To drink. Mr. White, no! You can have one sip. One sip! No, you can't drink it. You have to dispose of it. I cast vanish the vat. I don't know what happened to them. They fell into the brewing vat, I guess. But yeah, so I am caffeinated because this was a huge story. We went on a huge tangent about public transit, only for me to finally get to the fact that I am over caffeinated because I got a matcha latte. Which I never do because I have the ability to make a matcha latte at home. Not the gallons! We've lost gallons of Krulings! They can't die though. You look gorgeous, thank you! I'm glad you like it so much. You guys have been like super, super nice. And I'm like surprised. I like it too. But I was almost like, is it too much? Am I like overdoing it? But like, I wanted this theme, and I didn't like. Honestly,
Momo's found the Kruling wine Matara 10DRUNK.
No! No. Oh, Momo has found the Kruling wine. They got. Oh no. They weren't supposed to be made into wine. They just fell in. Oh jeez. Oh. They could have gotten out really if they didn't like it. So. I'm victim blaming. They could have gotten out. They wanted to be made into wine. They wanted to be fermented. The cocoa train track is a few seats. Oh my god, laying the horn because the drivers. Oh my god, I used to live near train tracks, and it was like the nicest little town. But when in the U.S., like I guess like if your train tracks go through a town, you have to like the train drivers are like. For like, I kid you not, like 10 to 15 seconds. Catch a surflings ferment maxing. Get out of my wine. Oh, you guys are gonna ruin the flavor. I don't want to know what you taste like. Just because you're infinite doesn't mean that I have to be drinking you in my wine. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. It adds flavor. What would a cruling taste like? What do you guys taste like? I think it would taste like raspberries. Feet. Wow, I hate that. Gushers? I love
Be careful
gushers.
in the cruling wine. Some of the crulings lost some of their gallons in the winery.
No! No! Like a chicken. Oh god. I thought you would be fruity because you're like so colorful. Hint of self-hatred. No, the crulings don't have a single negative thought in their head. When in cruling form, that head is empty. That head is full of thoughts of eating wax and tastes like cotton candy. My favorite ice cream flavor. I remember one time when I got, I went to like, what is it called? Like a creamery? When you go get like an ice cream place. And like my favorite flavors are birthday cake and cotton candy because I like sickeningly sweet stuff. So I went and I got like cotton candy ice cream and I wanted to tweet that I got cotton candy ice cream, but I was embarrassed because I'm like, that's something a
We are
child would
fruity
get.
not because we are colorful. It's cause there isn't a straight bone in our body.
Proof. The proof is in the pudding, I guess, or the cruling. But I proceeded to put a filter on the ice cream that made it look a little bit more orange than like the pink it was, and then I tweeted and I was like, having orange ice cream. And then I was like, I told all my friends, I was like, guys, should I just have said that I had cotton candy? I was like, and they were like, no one cares. I was like, you know what? This tweet, I should have been honest. I'm just like, sometimes I'm like, it's like tweeting my Sonic OC. Like, I'll show you guys. But like, I won't tweet my Sonic OC because I'm like, well, Twitter's scary. I'm dehydrated. Nowadays, that was probably like 2 years ago.
Spheres and bouncy. There are likely no bones in our body at all.
You can be anything you want. You can be a bone. Twitter's still awful. I am like, I don't think Twitter's like awful. I just think the algorithm like brings out the worst in people. So, oh yeah, I guess like Twitter, the website's pretty bad, but I don't think I think Twitter users can be pretty funny. I'm on Twitter and I don't think I'm terrible, but like, I don't know, man. Oh yeah, my tongue can still come out. Oh, I forgot about that. But guys, do you want to do a little unboxing? Before I over yap, I wanted to unbox my new YouTube play button, and then I'll show you something else. You guys ready? Here, let me kind of set myself up over here. Let me do this. This is gonna be crazy for a second. Okay. As I bring all my stuff over. Oh my goodness, is it gonna look like that the whole time? So I'm not gonna be able to really see like you guys very well, but let me start the camera over here.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you would you could you do you wi you wants you could do so you do you could you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
I can't say that I have. Let me move my cell phone over here so that you guys can like see me a little bit better. Oh my gosh, oh my god, it's so like unprofessional. If my mouth is all broken, you know why. I basically was like setting this up at the last second. I need a better setup. Oh, you know what I might do instead? You know what? I have an idea. The plushie, yeah. Oh, that's my cell phone. No, you can't see it. I'm gonna switch my mic over here to advanced audio properties, We're gonna switch this to my Yeti, which is gonna like make my life easier. Although it's gonna sound like a webcam. So sorry about like the quality, but all right, let's, can you guys see? Is it okay? Is it okay? The way I'm doing this is like, my computer is completely over here, so I can't like tell if I'm even like facing the right way. It looks good? Okay. Let me move this over so I can like read the chat. It's a little scuffed setting up, but that's okay. It's because this room is like small. Come on. Come in. Oh, why is OBS do not break on me? There we go. Okay. So, I have removed all of the identifying stuff because yeah, fuck that. This is my new YouTube play button. And we're gonna compare with the old type. So, let's do it. I have two hands, yeah! I just permanently have this like setup over here now. I need to like, it just makes it easy to do hand cams. So, we have the box.
Are some light flashing or is that the camera?
What do you mean? I'm like so pink right now because I'm like a little bit warm. So, let me move this mic a little bit closer. Well, that'll do. Up on the wall. Ah, the wall's pretty bright. So it comes with protective stuff. A business card? It's just like the people who make it for YouTube is the Society Awards people. So that's cool that they included that. Okay guys, this is crazy though. Yay! Do you remember your first subscriber, your 100th, or your 1000th? Chances are you do. Your fans may have found you while searching YouTube. No matter how they came to your channel, your audience stayed and their numbers increased because of you. Oh, that's so sweet. Proud to honor this impressive milestone. Thank you guys! We know that you have many more stories to share with your community. We know that your fans can't wait for you to amaze them even more with your commitment. And this is funny because who is this? Who is this? So let's take it out of here. Ooh. Oh, I don't know if that's the code. Oh no, it's not. You can order new ones. But here it is! Ooh, it's got like a mirror. Ooh, dangerous. Ooh. But you can see it. And oops, all Sunny didn't fit. They didn't let you do exclamation mark. They didn't let you do comma. So it's just all Sunny. Thank you guys! Sunny is a camera! I am! Although I will say, like, if I do ever show my face, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm a human being. But, alright, let's put this over here. Guys, let's compare with the old one. Let me put this over here. I'm human! I'm human! Let me actually move all that. So we've got the play button there. Oh, is it kind of like flat? It is totally flashing. Here, let me, that's weird. Okay. And this is...
Sunny is a GIRL. Guy in real life. Confirmed.
I am. Let's, this is the original one that I got. This one's also super reflective. But we have... This one's signed by Susan, which is crazy because she's super ooper dead. But rest in peace. And this is what the old one looks like. Ooh, it's super reflective. And if I'm going to be honest here, the quality difference is like insane. like, this feels like kind of plasticky. And this one is real glass. So I will say that the old one is better built. The OG is way better. The OG feels a little bit better. I'm actually kind of surprised that it feels so much better. But I'm happy to have the next one. Yippee! It came in like a box that like you actually can keep it in. Are you gonna hang them?
Congrats again, Sunny.
Nope.
You deserve all the success you have found, and here is to much more in the future.
Thank you!
Now for the taste test, Splodalick.
I don't want to taste it! Alright. Yeah, let's do this. There we go. That's so much easier. Let me change my mic. Property. Alright, is that better? I don't know how bad that other mic might have been. But yeah. Which one tastes... They both taste bad. They're not food. They're not meant for eating. Although you probably could if you tried hard enough. But that was so fun. Thank you guys. It's so nice to be able to do little unboxings and kind of have this hand cam area all set up. So thank you, because you guys are like the reason that I get to have that. So thank you guys. All right, camera off. Ooh. Ooh. Do you guys want to get into watching some videos now and maybe chilling? The black and the white sheet of paper made me anxious. Why? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's so funny. Susan graduates from being the CEO of YouTube. Sure, okay. Let me go over, make sure my own stream is up. I'm so happy, guys. Thank you so much. You guys have like genuinely made a lot of my dreams come true, and it's like I'm just so spoiled. So thank you. All right, so we have a few videos. Let me go over here. I'm just gonna like slowly set my scene up. It is what it is. I'll go down here. You know what I'm gonna, maybe, you know what's an idea? Wait, let me move the cooling down so you're not floating. But it might be fun for me to use some of my toggles to get my crown off or something. Unless you guys are gonna like cry. But let's see. Oh, some of you probably haven't seen this.
Remember Krulings, get her a third one when the Warhammer channel drops.
Yeah! I'm so excited. Guys, I don't want to go, I want to go kind of all in. Oh, put it back! Put it back! Okay, okay, okay. It does look so naked without it. It looks so, oh my god, it looks like I'm like, it really looks and feels like I'm completely nude. Like, without that, so. What did you do to her? Don't cry! Maybe, without. Okay guys. I look so bald without the crown. I look pretty bald without it. I will be very honest. Oh, I didn't know that was the same thing for coloring the crewmate. Maybe without the necklace? Nah, let's just keep it all on. I don't want to start taking things off. I just got it. All right. You don't look bald without it? I don't. And what is... I'm trying to remember.
The crown stops us from giving you head pats.
You want without the crown? I want it with the crown. I want it with. I like it better. It feels more complete. The Menti sensei really designed me with like all of her heart. So I almost feel like not having her there is like using all of her parts of the, I guess, like the design. It almost feels like bad. Okay, guys, let me do this. That might be too big. I don't know. A lot of people who do reacts like make themselves huge. I don't know if that's like obnoxious though. Guys, I high-key kind of need to piss. It's all this matcha going right through me. Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. I'm just going to really quickly blast the music and I'll be right back, okay? Give me like 2 seconds. All right, I'm here. She looks so disappointed. No, not at all. All right, so I have some videos today. I pre-selected. All of these are like oh shit, it's still so loud, sorry. Basically, oh shit. Wait, no. Wait, what happened? Hey, what the hecky? So I have some videos pre-selected. She's gone. No, not gone. Not gone yet. You can't shake me that easy. I think I hit a key, like some kind of, what do you call it? Keybind on my mouse or something. So I have some videos. This one's about Oblivion, which I've been enjoying. So relax. I didn't even leave. I'm right here. And then we have, so this creator I've been enjoying.
You look like a galactic Snow White. No, I'm gone.
Thank you for the bits. Galactic Snow White, you say. We have Warframe is a wake-up call by the same guy. I watched one other of his videos. He seems like an appropriate person. He's got like some really good takes. I have this video, what games are like for someone who doesn't play games. I've had this recommended to me 1,000 times and I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet. Then we have Sonic 2006 versus Sonic, which is like the remake PO6. We have this one. I just don't know if we're going to be watching this one because I'm like, is this going to be appropriate? I do not know. Then we have this one because I keep going back to this, but we never end up starting it. Is this gonna be like, is this crazy? Then we have some other like little Warframe things. This kind of older, so but I wanted to start with the documentary about Oblivion because we were playing it quite a bit, and yeah. So, are you guys ready? This is Oblivion is a Warning by Legendary Drops. Let me pin this. I haven't done, by the way, there was a time when I was doing a ton of reacts. I haven't done reacts in a hot second. So, what do we do when we like a video? We subscribe and we like. So let's watch and see if we like this video enough to subscribe. I'm way too big on the screen, so I'm going to like stop that. And you guys are too big too. Okay. There we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
If there was any shot
too loud
that Xbox would want to shadow drop an Oblivion remaster to this level of quality. It just didn't.
I am having an issue here with not being able to see my mouse when this is full screened. That's so fun. There we go. Restart.
I didn't think it was.
The Warframe no clip doc is very good in its early development. Do you guys want to start with the Warframe one? This one? I'm a reasonable queen. If you guys would like. I can do that. Up to you guys. Start with either. Up to you. Let's start with Oblivion. All right. Let's do it. And in the beginning, we do like a ton of audio checks.
I didn't think it was real. I didn't think that there was any shot that Xbox would want to shadow drop an Oblivion remaster to this level of quality. It just didn't make any sense.
It's not a remaster.
And on top of that, we've seen this kind of thing happen. I don't even know how many times. The screenshots, the leaks,
a remake.
the rumors, the
They remade
comparison
the game.
videos, and all of it led to absolutely nothing. And even more so, just the idea of it being a shadow drop doesn't make any sense because Xbox's track record is not that good.
That's true. All I ever hear about Xbox is how like they keep dropping the ball on like basically IPs that they can't fuck up. Master Chief, our boy Halo.
The majority of their games have not done well. Avowed was a thing. Starfield is not going to be remembered very fondly.
What happened with the Starfield thing? Because I keep hearing this. I didn't even know that was Oblivion.
So you would expect that they'd want to give this game the red carpet treatment, but they didn't. To their credit, they didn't need to. The Oblivion remake has taken over the entire internet at this point. I call it a remake because that's exactly what it looks like, to be honest with you, though I am haunted by people's character creations.
In case you guys do not know, our Oblivion character is an Argonian named Gas. Starfield was fun. I heard a lot of complaints about the game being empty and it felt too corporate. Like, this is a AAA game that must be fun. We are going to have fun.
Good Lord, people. I know that sometimes I can be overly critical of a lot of games and the industry as a whole, but I have no problem celebrating things that are worth celebrating. And there is a lot worth celebrating here.
So I think that it's not good if you don't know how to make a new game. Obviously, like the remaster is crazy. The remake, it's not even a remaster. It's a remake. It was like bottom up. The only thing that was saved was were logical structures. They basically had to remake the game. In Unreal, so
I don't think that we've seen an all-around home run from a AAA publisher like this in a long time. This has swung positive sentiment in their direction. It's created a lot of goodwill, and it has embarrassed their competition.
Oh, also, they didn't even make it. The base code is mostly the same. I think it's just the logic structures. I think they had to remake everything in Unreal besides like the actual logic of conversation and if this and then that for like the story. I didn't think they had to I didn't think it was just like a reskin. I think it's a lot.
They did it all for $50.
Or they maybe made it seem like that in the presentation where they dropped it, because that's definitely what they were making it seem. Remaster.
Can I say something about competitive pricing?
$50.
Today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about my return to one of my favorite games of all time, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. We're going to talk about its internet takeover and why I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this in the future.
I want more shadow drops like this. Guys, did you play Oblivion when like it was newer? Like, are you guys, I'm not going to say old enough?
Xbox just haymakered Nintendo in broad daylight and nobody's talking about it. You guys know it's really nice when they start fighting for our money.
Ooh, you grew up with it? Yes. I grew up with Skyrim, so I never played this game.
This all started the way these things normally do. A few breadcrumbs on Reddit, Jeff Grubb dropping some hints, leakers whispering about an Oblivion remake. Most people didn't buy it, myself included, because Bethesda doesn't do remakes. They repackage their games. Remasters, ports, re-releases, sure, but a full-blown remake, that sounds like a
Okay, he's saying it's a remake.
Fantasy. But then it happened. Bethesda confirmed it and set a date for a live
The
stream
original
the following
Oblivion
day.
was
And
what started my gaming journey.
Really?
Right after that, they had announced that the game was available for download. The remaster was being handled by Virtuous. If you guys have heard the name, it's because they've been everywhere at this point. These are the same folks that are working on the upcoming Metal Gear Solid remake. They've worked on the
What?
Assassin's Creed Ezio Collection, Batman Arkham Collection, the BioShock Collection, Dark Souls Remastered, Nier Automata End of Yorha Edition, and more.
What, do these guys just make gold? You give these guys an idea and they just shit out like some gold nuggets?
This is far from their first rodeo, and in fact, they might be the best possible team to be able to handle a game like Oblivion, because this isn't just another classic. This is Oblivion, a cultural cornerstone, an RPG that shaped an entire generation's taste. For many of us, this was the blueprint. This was the genre.
This is the role-playing game.
They needed this. They needed it badly.
So Bethesda and Microsoft, I am a little unclear because he's talking about Microsoft and Bethesda in like the same vein. Is Bethesda owned by Microsoft? Because if that's true, I didn't know that.
Starfield was supposed to be their second coming, a brand new IP, huge scale, that signature Bethesda magic, but in space. It launched big, but it fizzled fast. Word of mouth tanked, streamers dropped it in days, engagement plummeted, and then after that, they went into full-on damage control. Narrative lead Emil Pagliarulo was firing off tweets mocking players for not understanding the realities of game development.
Funny how disconnected some players are from the realities of game development, yet they speak with complete authority. I mean, I can guess what it takes to make a Hostess Twinkie, but I don't work in the factory, so what the hell do I really know? Your game is poopy. Stop
Devs
complaining.
then took to Steam with copy-pasted replies to combat negative reviews saying things like, some of Starfield's planets are meant to be empty by design, but that's not boring. When the astronauts went to the moon, there was nothing there. Certainly they weren't bored.
You know, Papers, Please is a good example of a game about doing paperwork that's fucking fun.
Guys, what the hell were you even doing? This is a complete mess. Starfield didn't flop because it was broken.
Boring and make it fun.
Tier 100. My first interaction with Oblivion and the Elder Scrolls series in general was a sex mod uploaded to YouTube. Early days internet was wild.
That is crazy. Uploaded to YouTube. I remember the Skyrim modding community was kind of crazy.
If it didn't breathe, it didn't matter more than anything else. And that opened the door to the question whether or not Bethesda still has what it takes to even make games that people love. And I think that's what makes this remaster such a moment. It's not just a nostalgia bomb, it's a reputation reset. A chance for Bethesda to remind people what made them believe in them in the first place.
It's going to take like a new game and proof that they can make something new, I think.
Even if they didn't make this game themselves, they greenlit it, they oversaw it, they let it exist without mangling it, and it worked. I want to be clear about something. This isn't the kind of game that we need to see reach 500,000 concurrent players on Steam. It is not here to compete with today's modern releases. It is here to regain goodwill and rebuild Bethesda's brand. I find it hilarious when I go and I read the ever-wise ex-Blizzard president turned sports betting CEO that's now marketing gambling to kids through Twitch, Mike Ybarra, said
what?
That I'm skeptical about 20-year-old remasters.
Who is this guy? What do you mean, marketing? What do you mean? Marketing gambling to kids? What is that? The former Blizzard CEO. I'm skeptical about 20-year-old remasters. What was once fantastic, now remastered, will never hold up against modern masterpieces like Elden Ring. The bar has simply moved from safe open-world RPGs to what Elden Ring brought us all. I've never played Elden Ring. In fact, I bought Elden Ring. I played it for 1 hour and I returned it. I know Elden Ring's an amazing game. I just was like, I'm not really ready to learn Souls-likes. That being said, I don't know. There's maybe some truth in that. But they added quality of life fixes, like the ability to sprint. That was in an Oblivion. That's in the remake.
What was once fantastic, now remastered, will never hold up to modern masterpieces like Elden Ring. The bar has simply moved from a safe open-world RPG to what Elden Ring brought us all. I would love to be proven wrong, but I'm not. Only he was proven wrong within hours. The game exploded on Steam with over 182,000 concurrent players.
I think this game kind of could have sucked a little bit, and it would have been fine just because everyone wanted this. This is something that people have been hungry for an Elder Scrolls game, and it's not a new one, but so many people have played Skyrim but never got to play Oblivion. I think that this was just good timing. I think it was perfect marketing. It was cheap enough for everyone to just kind of buy immediately.
Probably sold millions of copies straight out of the gate. My feed has been wall-to-wall Oblivion lately. Screenshots, bugs, memes, goofy faces, pure joy. I've never seen so many grown men misty-eyed over a game drop. Games like the Oblivion remaster are not here to define the modern era. They are here to remind us and developers of the past and let us revisit it with a new coat of paint. They are made cheap, sub $100 million. They don't need to sell 10 million copies to be viable. Nobody needs Oblivion to stand toe-to-toe with Elden Ring. We need Elder Scrolls 6 to do that. Why do you think that they released the game for $50, Mikey? Now, I've been...
Guys, do you think that this remake is like a big paid for ad for Elder Scrolls 6. I love that idea. The character creation is, oh, I know. I didn't go as hard. I didn't realize.
Oblivion released in 2006. It's 19 years old.
Oh, is it?
There's a lot of people who haven't played it.
That's so funny. I actually thought it released earlier than that. I didn't Skyrim come out in 2009? Or was it 2012? Well, this is what Elder Scrolls 6 will be like. If this is what Elder Scrolls 6 will be like, 2011. Damn. Okay. What is the justification for this huge gap of time? I guess it was the star shit game. But damn, that's a shame, because I mean, this is a beloved series. Well, I'd love that they don't, like, you know, do what you need to do, but like, but this is a big company. Can't you have a team work on both things at once to keep this, like, this IP alive? When they start going to their ancient IPs that they've left behind, I'm like, well, this might be like a bad situation for Bethesda. Like, how bad is it? I guess it's pretty bad. They made so much money. They could just re-release
playing
Skyrim.
it myself, and oh man, I'm just gonna say it. This has to be one of the hardest start screens in gaming history.
It looks so
Once that
fucking
theme
good.
kicked in, I just sat there staring for like 15 minutes, total blackout. Is this actually happening? It's wild to think that it's been almost 20 years.
From announcement
2
to
decades.
download.
I usually credit Grandia 2 on Dreamcast for being the game that made me fall in love with RPGs, but
Ooh,
Oblivion is
I've
the
never
one
heard
that coded it into my DNA. People will tell you how revolutionary it was, how open it felt, how immersive it was, but that undersells it. For a lot of us, this isn't just our favorite game. This is the game. This is the one that defined an era. I still,
Wow.
to this day, struggle to explain what
Skyrim
it felt
was like
like
that
to
to
play
me.
the game. It was a real adventure, streamlined from Morrowind for
Glad
sure. It
to
was
be
much
here
more
another month,
accessible,
and
but
please,
that didn't
Bethesda,
really
I want you to not fuck up, but I know Todd will tell me sweet little lies.
Tyrannics, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months.
matter. Before Elden Ring was the game that was praised for just letting you go, Oblivion was already doing it. I put thousands of hours into the game without even trying. You guys have to understand, this is before YouTube guides, pre-Twitch. You didn't even know what was coming. You couldn't plan. That mystery, that sense of unpredictability, it was electric.
I don't know if you can credit Oblivion with creating open world systems. There's got to be games before this.
remember getting caught and tossed in jail, ended up invited into the Thieves Guild. Then I went and I bossed
Usually,
a job where
however,
I killed a guy.
a lot of dev companies are screwing over their developers. For example, EA and The.
Recently in their mass layoff. So usually during Reacts, I try to keep the TTS off. But thank you, Akon. I forgot to turn it off. Shinobi, are you here? I know I've been streaming hundreds of hours recently. What if you're here? Help.
By accident, I got kicked out, and suddenly I'm now being recruited into the Dark Brotherhood. I would spend hours just wandering the land, finding ruins, delving into dungeons, interacting with everything I could to build up my proficiencies. I forgot that the main quest even existed until I stumbled over a hill and saw an Oblivion gate in the distance. This was the first time I had ever played a game that was reacting to me, not leading me.
Yeah,
you didn't
that's true.
play Oblivion, you lived it. And somehow, some way, we get to do that all over again. I don't think people recognize how special of an occasion this is. Virtuous delivered exactly what this game needed. It is still janky, it's still weird, it's still buggy, but it's sharper,
It is a
cleaner,
little
and more
buggy.
modern where it counts. They kept the creation engine as the system that is running the game's logic, but they layered Unreal Engine 5 over the top of it to graphically bring it into the modern era.
This is what he's saying right now about the logic being the thing that they kept is basically a lot of this has been what they said during the drop. So I'm not sure what that looks like, but they're calling it a remake, right?
They let it be what it was, but just with a bit more polish. I mean,
Yeah.
they still even kept the goofy misreads from the voice actors in the original.
I heard that thieves broke into the Arcane University, the Imperial Legion compound, and the temple all on the same night. Wait a minute, let me do that one again.
Combat feels
What?
tighter, the UI is cleaner, you can actually assign your stats manually instead of just getting locked into a starting class.
They kept
Small,
it in?
smart, meaningful changes.
that's
That is
so
all
funny.
this game needed. And man, booting this game up after so many years, it feels surreal. Sure, the colors could pop more, performance is a little bit iffy, it's Unreal Engine 5, so it's kind of a mess on PC.
I noticed it actually ran quite nice on my PC, and I have a 3080. It couldn't do like max graphics while streaming, but
And console. That's becoming a bit of a trend lately. Not a good one. Definitely makes me worried about the future of games with more studios wanting to adopt Unreal Engine 5. But
is Unreal Engine 5 considered worse than other engines?
in motion, it's beautiful. The Imperial City glowing on the horizon, stars above the forest. The scope of the game feels real. The models, yeah, to be honest with you, a lot of them actually fall into the uncanny territory. It's definitely not how I imagined some of these characters would look using
I like their faces.
modern textures, but Bethesda has skipped an entire generation of hardware. It has been 20 years since Oblivion released. It's been over a decade now since Skyrim released. So anything at this point is going to look otherworldly.
Unreal 5 is pretty capable, but it's a bit unoptimized. I see. I did not know that. Baby Gore, thank you for the bits.
This isn't just a remaster, it's a recalibration. This is not a victory lap, but a course correction. It doesn't prove that Bethesda still has it, but it shows that they remember at least what it looked like, and maybe that's enough for now. Because Elder Scrolls 6 is still on the horizon, and this could be exactly what they needed to be able to reset the table. They didn't need to reinvent Oblivion. That wasn't necessary here. They just needed to remind everyone why we loved it, and they did. I feel like this should be the point of making remasters or remakes. It's an opportunity to go back and touch the very games that made these companies who they are, remind them of what players want, and then build upon that.
See, I have zero proof that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be okay. The last time I saw an Elder Scrolls 6 ad, I feel like they made like trailers for that game forever ago. Am I crazy? I like remember it. Fully accepting Linux. I see. Cool Guy Storm, thank you for the 3 months.
Slowed wink.
Wow, wink.
After closing my first Oblivion gate and watching the flames spew out all around me, my game crashed immediately afterwards. It's such an authentic experience. They really captured what it was like to play it back in the day. I mean, they layered
good, you wanna
Unreal
do it
Engine
twice.
5 over the Creation Engine. What did we think was going to be the result of that? But yeah, it's buggy. There's tons of issues and things like that. It's just so damn fun to play. It's so fun to explore. And it's one of those games where you don't realize how much you missed it until you go back to play it.
And about 10 hours playing, I it's only crashed once for me.
And I've just been enjoying myself. With that said, I do think that this is a reminder that there's a difference between bugs and performance issues. And it's like I said earlier this week, players are going to put up with a lot if the game is fun or enjoyable. Games will be judged by their merits if they have them. If there is no merit, well, then all they're going to see is the negative. You're not having that with this game.
That's
because
true.
people are just having fun playing it. That's how that whole thing works. I know this is a Bethesda-led project, and Virtuous is the one that actually developed it. And those guys have been cooking, by the way. Holy shit.
Good for
But
Virtuous.
Bethesda needed something after Starfield. That game, I don't think people realize how much damage that did to their reputation. You have to keep in mind that before Starfield, it's been over a decade since Bethesda released a new game, which means that in that time, an entire console generation, the gaming market has tripled. There's triple the players, triple the money.
What?
And with that, Starfield ended up being people's first taste of Bethesda. And it tasted like shit.
Yeah.
You have to do something about that.
Actually, that's insane that the market tripled, which means that there's like 66% of players, the gaming market, like probably hadn't tried Skyrim, or if they did, they were going back and playing a game that like a friend recommended.
You can't let that sit out there like that. Putting out an Oblivion remaster at this level of quality, that's gonna give you a much better reputation, especially for the price that they put it at. But here's the thing. This isn't just a Bethesda decision. This was an Xbox decision. They were the ones that said, hey, we need to go make an Oblivion remaster. I talked to a couple people, and they said it wasn't even Bethesda that actually pulled the trigger on it. It was Xbox. And it was a smart choice by them. But they've had a rough go of it for the last decade or more now.
Yeah.
The Xbox One series didn't do very well with them. The now Xbox series is not doing very well for them.
I have never, ever, ever, ever followed consoles. Growing up, the consoles I cared about were my Dreamcast, which wasn't even mine. It was like my brother's. And we had an N64 and GameCubes. I haven't cared about consoles since those. I grew up collecting retro consoles. I had Virtual Boy, I had Game Gear, I had Atari, I had tons of consoles. I even had an Intellivision and a Rob. But modern consoles, they're unappealing in concept to me. They're not cheap, and I guess they do one thing. They play games, but like pay double the price and you can like do way more with it is kind of how I've always thought of it. That being said, and all I hear is the only thing that makes me kind of wish I had a console ever is exclusive games where I'm like, fuck, I can't play Bloodborne. 確かに高いよね。高いよね。しの、久しぶり。私の新しい衣装どうも？どう思いますか? That's with 360. Yep, everyone in this chat is basically like, yeah, we moved.
The competition is lapping them like it's a damn tradition at this point. And, you know, a funny thing happens when these companies get backed into a corner. They start looking for other options. They start trying to fight back.
Oh.
And they start swinging like they should have swung a long time ago. And in the case,
they got too comfortable, and now they have to figure it out. Kirei, arigato.
of Xbox
they have
is
to figure
pricing
it
the
out.
game fairly. You know, Nintendo just announced a $90 Breath of the Wild plus DLC remaster.
Guys, I'm done with Breath of the Wild likes. Tears of the Kingdom was already like the same engine, the same game. Bro, I don't know. It's not the same game, but I mean like it is. There's nothing fundamentally new. It's just it's a new story in the same package.
And then here comes Xbox with one of the most
Every time you
renowned
speak
and
Japanese,
one of the most
I have to check chat lol.
I feel like I just whip some Japanese out. If I have a Japanese chatter, I'm going to go out of my way to try to, say hello to them.
Remaster. And then here comes Xbox with one of the most renowned and one of the most well-known games in Bethesda's entire game catalog, and they put it out for $50. That's not a coincidence. This isn't so.
Did you guys notice that it was cheap? Did you notice? I thought, damn, it's $49.99. Like, I've never seen a new game, well, a release like this start with a 4. Like, not even like 10 years ago.
Some bargain bin bundle half-hearted reskin. This is a nearly full remake of one of the most influential RPGs of all time. Not just with visual upgrades, but rebuilt on Unreal Engine 5, packed with DLC, improved systems, better combat, and a UI overhaul. It is on the same level of fidelity and scope as the Demon's Souls remake from Bluepoint, and
Never
that
even
game
played
launched at $70 and still costs $70 today.
Ooh.
And yet here we are with Bethesda and Xbox just dropping Oblivion for $50. Not 60, not 70,
Ooh.
not 90, 50. That alone.
And everyone is upset with the rise of prices too. With the current rise of prices, Xbox did announce their price increases. Oh.
And it makes it one of the most important releases of this year, not because of what the game is, but because of what that price represents. In an industry that's currently feeding on its own customers, where publishers have spent the last 4 years normalizing $70 as the baseline and now pushing into the $80 to $90 range without even blinking, this isn't just a fair deal, it's a challenge, a correction, and I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's a deliberate, calculated decision that's signaling two things loud and clear. Xbox knows that the industry is overreaching, and they plan to undercut it. At least
I would like to have like a AAA developer with like a budget AAA. That sounds nice. If Microsoft wants to be like the $50 AAA competitor where everyone else is $80, I'm gonna pick their games. As a streamer, like I'm constantly buying games and only putting it's AA. Okay, fine. Let's just say, like, big releases, I'm like, whatever. What's gonna happen is I'm going to be, as a creator at least, trying to get the cheaper game. It's like I have to buy a new game, I feel like 2 or 3 times a month. Seriously, get a lot more sales. Doesn't look good to the investors. Well, clearly that's not the case, because did we see these numbers? I mean, it sold like crazy.
that's what makes the most sense from my perspective, because Xbox isn't doing great. They haven't been doing great for a long time. Since the disastrous release of the Xbox One, the brand has struggled to find its identity. They lost ground to PlayStation during the last generation, and they never fully recovered. And now here we are in the Xbox Series era, and things haven't gotten any better. If anything, they've regressed even further. Xbox console sales have completely tanked, while PlayStation is outselling them at twice the rate. The Nintendo Switch is likely to be the most sold console in gaming history breaking over 150 million units sold. If we look at the last 2 years of their game releases, Hi-Fi Rush is arguably the only respected release. Redfall blew a hole in the ground.
Whoa, what is Redfall? Not 9 players? Oh my god. 20 peak?
Starfield was...
Well, this isn't, you know. Well, oh my god, compared to the peak. Oh my god, wait, this Starfield was released was it released 1.6 years ago? Was this released a year and a half ago? How have I never heard of this? Not like never heard of this. How did I not know this came out? That's crazy. I like play games occasionally. It was like enormous when it released. That's crazy. It's old now. Wow.
Memed on for months. South of Midnight was an interesting game, but it's not really going to be pushing any units. And Avowed, I'm sure some people played it on Game Pass.
Damn. I've heard of this one.
It's ironic, really. Xbox has essentially returned to the exact position that it was in before the Xbox 360, the forgotten platform, technically competent, but no killer identity. Much of that I blame on the loss of Halo, fumbling your mascot and what your console is known for.
Thank you, Tanuki, for the 18 months. Thank you.
It's going to have some pretty harsh consequences, but as the hardware battle is drug on, they have been put in a corner. They have to start fighting back. I don't think this $50 price is a peace offering. It's a pivot, or at least...
What if they, you know, it is deciding to pull out of the console market like a big, you know, like, is that a big loss? You look at Sega and it's like, do you need to make your own console to be able to survive? Xbox のソフトはやったことない。ない? Xbox のソフト。ゲームとかソフトはゲームもまあゲームならたくさんあるけどね。Xbox has one more generation to make a comeback. Dang. I mean, they make so much money outside of consoles, they don't want to bother pulling out. Oh, I see. They don't want to, I think it's an investor thing. They don't want to be like, hey, investors, this isn't working. It's working for other people. Duolingo paying up. My guy, I went to Gengo Gakko. I lived in Japan. I passed N2. Oh, fuck you. Duolingo. Oh, bitch, I'm fucking good at this shit. There's trying to manage Xbox. Shinon. There was an offhand comment that said, buy Sony 4 times over with how much. It's Microsoft. They get it from Windows.
At least it should be. This is the kind of move that you make when you realize that your platform has no dominance and your audience is not big enough for you to be able to justify absurd prices. So instead, what you do is you lean into something that you can control. Value. While Sony and Nintendo are too busy extracting maximum value out of their same recycled franchises at inflated prices, Xbox just handed players one of the most iconic RPGs ever made at a price that actually respects their wallet. And I think the timing really matters here, because you cannot tell me that it's a coincidence that we just saw Nintendo announce Mario Kart World for $80 and a Zelda Breath of the Wild, a 10-year-old game, DLC remaster bundle for $90.
$90. Wait, certainly I can simply play Breath of the Wild on my Switch too, right? What's the point?
Xbox undoubtedly is trying to make Nintendo...
And why Breath of the Wild and not Tears of the Kingdom? Why would you release the DLC on the older game?
...look foolish, and they're trying to take advantage of the situation. This is exactly what we want to see. This is the energy.
高いの？高くないね。Xbox が、まあ、競争できなくて、新しいゲームが安く、まあ、しているみたいなんですけども、任天堂の方が、まあ、任天堂なら高いね。 スイッチ2と新しいゲームが$80になるんですけどね。それはせめて$80でダメなのかなと。
that we need. This is exactly what I hope that we would start seeing. These companies need to be at each other's throats because when they are, players win. Competition means better games, better prices, and less arrogance. It breeds quality. It forces fairness. The problem is, for years now, this industry hasn't had any real competition. Sony and Nintendo don't really compete with one another. They operate in entirely different lanes. Nintendo dominates the handheld section and family-oriented experiences, while Sony rules the high-end console space. And Xbox, well, they used to be the equalizer. They used to be that third pillar that kept the other two in check, but after a decade of missteps, they've lost their power, and with it, they lost relevance. Now,
it's like the other two are winning just because this guy is like shooting himself in the foot. Like Xbox is tripping themselves up.
Keep in mind, none of these platforms are trying to compete directly with PC. They don't think that players are just going to wall off and go and build a gaming PC. Steam, to them, is treated like it's an alternate revenue stream, not a rival. And so, with Xbox being largely absent from the fight, Nintendo and Sony have gotten incredibly comfortable, too comfortable. And that's why we're seeing higher prices, because without competition, they don't really have to care what the players think. But even unchecked, there's a ceiling, because eventually that arrogance is going to collide with an even bigger issue, saturation. And I think that Xbox and the pricing that we just saw may be the first time in
I step away for a minute and I come back to Sunny speaking moon lol.
years that they just took a step towards addressing that. Because the truth is, nobody is safe from the looming threat that's been creeping beneath all of these price hikes, remasters, deluxe editions, and seasonal roadmaps of live service games. The games industry right now is making too much content, and it's making it too fast at too high of a price for an audience that is already overwhelmed.
Guys, this is how I feel. I can't stream all the trending games that I want to stream. I got 10 hours into Oblivion, and then I wasn't able to play Blueprints, and now there's this new French RPG that I was like, ooh, I want to play that. I want to play that game. But I'm like, am I going to spend $60 on this game and only get 10 hours in it? I don't actually know how much it is. I'm going to pay $60 for a game, get 10 hours into it before the next shiny new thing catches my attention. I need to like sit down on the games I buy. And now I'm addicted to Warframe, which was $0 and easily 50 hours of like free content. Damn, you should play Warframe. Speaking of which, the next video we're watching is Warframe related. Yay! Yeah, we got too many games.
I'm seriously wondering if Xbox's pricing of the Oblivion remaster may be a sign that some of these publishers are waking up to the idea that there is an oversupply crisis unfolding across this entire industry.
I would love if every game was $50. If every game was $50, I would just buy more games. I don't buy a game. If I see a game that is $70, I hesitate like crazy. Like I am like, oh fuck. Like even Baldur's Gate 3, even incredible games. I was like, oh fuck. Totally worth it. I think that one was $60. Yeah, $49.99. Games haven't been $49.99 a long time. But yeah, I mean, what devs will find is that like, we will actually just buy your game. When your game is $70, I'm going to start looking for a different game of which there are a fuck ton.
Too many games, too little demand. Mid-tier and even some AAA games are being churned out at record speeds, but the audience simply isn't there to sustain all of it. I mean, just in the last 6 months alone, we saw Monster Hunter Wilds, Path of Exile 2, Avowed, Marvel Rivals, Split Fiction, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Schedule 1, Expedition 33, and Oblivion Remastered.
Holy fuck.
All of them dropping in an increasingly crowded marketplace, and that's only scratching the surface of some of the games that were released. I mean, the whole reason that I was confused and frustrated about Nintendo wanting to increase prices to $80, or analysts thinking that it's somehow healthy for Grand Theft Auto 6 to go up to $100.
No. You can't push your 12-year development time.
People though I played League of Legends cause I was a sweaty tryhard. I played it cause it was free.
That's a good point. You can't, if you take 8 years fiddling your peanuts and the other 8 years making a game, That's your problem. I'm not paying $100.
Was there is simply just too many games in this industry. There's too many games that are out there. Players have too much choice. And when supply is that high and demand is so low, prices have to come down to meet demand, or you're just going to see more games fail and more studios close. And I think that's what
The studios that's scary. Might genuinely try GTA at $115 fucking dollars? I'm account sharing. Like, if that is if it is the price of 2 games, I am going to account share. Like, I am not doing that. When my friends are at work, I'm going to be playing it. It was $20 so they increased regional prices. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god.
what Xbox might be betting on. Not nostalgia, not charity, market pressure. I want you guys to think about it like this. When a remaster hits the market with near remake level quality, full DLC, and a sub-premium price, it suddenly looks like it's the best value in the room because it is the best value in the room. This isn't goodwill. This is strategy. Because unlike Sony and Nintendo, Xbox doesn't have anything left to protect. Their first-party titles haven't had any impact. Their platform isn't going to be winning the hardware race. Their legacy titles, Halo, Gears, Fable, they've either gone cold or gone missing. Game Pass, while smart in theory, hasn't really become the Netflix of gaming like they would have hoped. So the only
I think that Game Pass is actually crazy value, crazy overlooked value. It's something that I've like seriously as a streamer been super interested in doing, to get like access to games that people like Lies of P goes on there. Like I've seen that multiple times, games I haven't played.
only way that these guys can compete is through value. This is why I think Xbox might actually be learning, not because they care more, not because they've suddenly wanted to become more consumer first, but because they're desperate.
Yeah.
They've lost too much ground to be able to play by the old rules, so now they're going to start trying to test out some new ones. Out of the
1万円ぐらいかな ?1 万円まあ、1万5,000円以上。it's like 150 in Japanese.
3 major platform holders, they are the weakest, but they're also the most dangerous, especially given the fact that they have done away with console exclusivity. So if they start slashing prices, that's going to become a problem, because they're not just going to be doing it on their platform, they're going to be doing it on their competitors' platforms as well. I'm really hoping that this isn't just some one-off play, because this could be the start of a winning strategy. Think about the games that Xbox has in their pipeline. Doom Dark Ages, Gears of War E-Day, Fable. These aren't throwaway titles. These are high-profile IPs with built-in audiences.
I remember
if
Fable.
Xbox sticks to this model, competitive pricing, multi-platform releases, they could position themselves as the one major publisher that's actually in touch with reality. Now, to be clear,
I like it. I think this is going to be one-off. Microsoft has, if anything, has proven that they are greedy as fuck and completely detached from reality. Microsoft is not the company that's going to come down to earth. Unfortunate. I think that they just were thinking this is the price.
I don't think that's actually going to happen.
There
I don't
you
have
go.
a lot of faith in this industry or these publishers to think that these guys are going to have the foresight to realize that if you slash your prices in response to your competition increasing theirs, you're going to be able to reach higher revenues. You're going to be able to reach a much wider audience. But if anybody could do it, it would be Xbox.
No.
They're the ones that are the best positioned to be able to pull this off in the first place. Their games are largely subsidized through Game Pass to begin with. They already have done away with console exclusivity. So you're going to be cutting prices on their platform. Imagine how much that would suck to be them. Imagine the impact of a game like Doom Dark Ages dropping for $60 instead of $70. I know it's already at $70 right now, but this is a hypothetical more than anything else. I wish these companies would wake up to realize this. The problem is these guys, for the most part, have banded against us. They've been working together. They've been following one another rather than actually competing with one another. And because of that, things have been incredibly unfair for us.
Well, that's why we buy indie games. That's why you buy Hollow Knight on sale for $3. And then you get 100 hours of game and it's guaranteed good. I mean, like, sure, if we need to not buy games on release, we need to hold off, because like buying them on release for $60 is what like caused this fucking mess. Yeah, greedy motherfuckers being greedy motherfuckers. We just buy things. I paid $5 for Terraria. Yeah, like, how much was this Starfield game? I can't imagine the devastation. You buy a game and you have to spend 2 hours to figure out that it's a piece of shit. But you've been waiting for 10 years for Bethesda to do anything, and you're a big Bethesda fan and you're remembering Skyrim, and then they release it and they hand you a box and it takes you 2 hours to unbox it, and then you look inside and it's a hunking turd and you can't get your money back. 70? Oh shit, no fucking way. That sucks. Oh my God.
You know, I saw somebody that was very upset with the fact that I was talking about The Elder Scrolls Oblivion and its remaster and how much I've been enjoying it, and I've been memeing on Twitter and stuff about it.
Upset about that?
And they said that you cry for change, but you keep handing them money.
It's kind of what I'm saying.
We only get change if we vote with our wallets. And voting with your wallet doesn't mean not buying anything, because things really aren't going to change, and that's not even realistic to begin with. People are just going to buy something instead. But supporting a near remake like Oblivion for $50 is the exact kind of message that you want to send.
I mean, he keeps calling it a near remake, but everything but the logical structures is new.
You want to reward good behavior.
I guess it's near, but it's
Don't buy the bad games. Buy the good games.
Yeah.
You're not going to... We're not winning anything if you're not buying games that are actually good or worth supporting. You want to send a signal to these companies saying, hey, this is what I want, and I want more of it. And then they'll make more of it. Essentially, that's how it's supposed to work.
You know, that's very interesting. That is super, super, super interesting, because think about this. This like shadow drop was probably made to make a ton of people buy the game without any review. Obviously, this might be a strategy, and this is something for me like to think about. Is this hot drop, shadow drop, like 100,000 people buying it in the first hour, is like a strategy for game devs to and it's probably going to be used when they know their game is a piece of shit. So this next time something like this happens, for me, I'm going to try to have this be like the time it worked. And in the future now, like these game devs are going to have to like prove themselves, because we are lucky Oblivion was good. But if it was shit, we would have been like so many people would have been out of luck, because so many people would have played it blind. So something to think about. Wow.
Whether it actually does, I guess we'll find out in the future. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun playing Oblivion. It has been so great to return back to the game.
Aww.
Oh, man. It's been so long since I've played in a Bethesda title to begin with. I think I only played like 15 hours of Starfield before I gave it up. But I've just been having a lot of fun. It's honestly one of my favorite games of all time. So it's kind of surreal that they even made a remaster like this in the first place. It's been blowing my mind.
Oh, he's probably so excited.
I still
Thank
need
you for the
to play Expedition 33. And also the Marathon Alpha. Apparently Bungie wants to talk to me. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope you guys have been enjoying Oblivion. I'm going to be playing.
I enjoyed the video. What do we do when we enjoy video, guys? We give it a like. Oh shit, I'm not signed in. We give it a subscribe.
I am still waiting on a remaster of KOTOR and KOTOR 2.
I have never even heard of those.
If you want, after the Warframe video, I posted a vid that does a great job explaining the Starfield disaster.
We do have some videos that are up here. We will see. Thank you, Taka. I try to get like a list of videos I'm comfortable with. I might be interested, but I do like there are some videos here that I definitely want to watch. Speaking of which, we're going to be watching, this is kind of an older video of legendary drops, but this is his video on Warframe, and it is a recent video. And so we're going to see what he has to say, because I have been fucking loving Warframe. I know this game came out in 2012. I never fucking played it. I heard about it and I only recently started it, and it's like it's so fun. I've been enjoying the story, and you guys have been enjoying watching me react to the story. So I like this guy's takes on Oblivion. We're going to watch his Warframe video.
Look, the phrases free to play and live service, whether by themselves or in combination with one another, don't fill players with a lot of confidence, and they shouldn't, because they become synonymous with games and studios that are under-delivering on a product and service while asking for the absolute most from their audience. More time, more engagement, more money, extracting as much as they possibly can while putting in the least amount of effort.
What are some good examples? I don't play many games with this model, and I can't think of like another game that is just like squeezing their gamers dry.
Warframe is the most well-known yet underdiscussed and underappreciated games in all of gaming. It's often referred to as the internet's best-kept secret.
It really is. League. Oh, that's fucking right. League, Destiny 2. I forgot. League now has skins that are $400. I forgot about that. Fallout, Destiny 2. Okay, Genshin. That's true.
I'm tired of it being a secret.
Yeah, I'm tired of it
too. For all intents and
too.
purposes, Warframe is the blueprint by which many of these free-to-play games and live service games should be following, but they're not. It's a game that is tirelessly supported by its developer and by its community in a way that I don't even think any other game can even replicate. And once you guys hear about some of this stuff, it's going to blow your mind.
I am so curious, but I want to input. Truthless, thank you so much for the tier 1. I just want to add here that on my first day playing Warframe, I think I got at least 40 drones, Roombas in my inbox. You guys gave me skins and frames, advice. I mean, I got so much support from the Warframe. I mean, it was like I was like, what do I even do? Like, you guys love to spend money on this game, and the devs don't even ask for it.
Free-to-play and live service is supposed to be a way for developers to be able to deliver a smaller product and grow it over time. Be able to deliver a valuable service, a valuable product, and grow it while the community supports it.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of game that Warframe is.
That's
what we're going to be talking about today.
Wow.
Luckily, today's sponsor is actually the game that inspired Warframe.
Oh?
I've played World of Tanks multiple times.
There's no way that World of Tanks is the game that inspired Warframe. That has got to be like a meme. That being said, World of Tanks, go use his link. Oh, and I forgot, guys. I have to... There's no way. Which came first? Manly and Pin. Make sure you guys open this, and if you could, and if you have time, open this up while we watch, unless you're on mobile, no problem.
Well, it does have
Co-watch.
war.
It does have war. It's a huge connection.
Is Warframe. It's a looter shooter, live service MMO. Description below to get started. So what is Warframe? It's a looter shooter, live service MMO with a third-person perspective. You play as a Warframe, you're dashing through levels, taking down enemies, farming up materials, currency, and other items so that you can continue to build more weapons and more Warframes to use. Warframes vary in their looks and abilities. Some of them play like a ninja, others like a battering ram or even a wizard. There's even a frame that lets you create your own music so that you can buff other players.
Yo! Octavia?
Pets, ships, clans, PvP, personal housing, boss fights, a roguelike, a fighting game, open worlds, and more. It has consistently stayed in the top 20 of the most played games on Steam for over a decade now.
What? I didn't know it was like... I didn't know it's the top 20.
And in doing that, there is something inherently special here.
Oh.
If we look at the game's player base on Steam, while it's not burning the world down with insane peaks, it's maintained its player base consistently since 2013, and it's only continued to grow. So how has Warframe...
That doesn't happen. Games that are 10 years old do not grow.
...maintained that success? Why is nobody talking about it? And unlike many other live service games, why aren't we hearing people complaining about it or how it mistreats its players? Well, to answer that, we need to understand the game's history and that of its creators. Now, you may recognize the name Digital Extremes. Renowned for their early work on Unreal Tournament in partnership with Epic Games, they played a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of multiplayer first-person shooters. They were among the first to popularize key features like online multiplayer, power weapons, team deathmatch, and capture the flag.
I've never heard of them before this game.
Many of the multiplayer games that we play today.
Wow.
After parting ways with Epic Games, as Epic went on to make Gears of War with Xbox Studios, they decided to pitch their own game idea, and they tried to do it for over a decade.
There's a comparison showing Destiny 2's player count to Warframe's player count. D2's count is able
to hit higher peaks, but Warframe isn't a certain amount of consistency. Wow.
Decided to pitch their own game idea, and they tried to do it for over a decade. That game was called Dark Sector. Ooh. They struggled to find a publisher for this dark sci-fi MMO concept that they had, and ultimately Digital Extremes was forced into doing work for hire just to be able to keep the company afloat.
Oh.
The decision to take on work for hire projects, while necessary for financial stability, came with its own difficulties. The studio faced a cycle of hiring employees for specific projects and then laying them off once that project concluded.
Yep.
This practice is commonplace for work-for-hire studios. However, it disrupted the lives of their employees and their families, a situation that the studio founder has regretted since then.
Oh, no. It's so sad having... The nature of this industry is just brutal. I mean, it's a lot of temporary work.
I believe that publishers often lack a clear vision, and that Digital Extremes would have been better off just focusing on smaller, self-controlled projects, as seen with independent studios that tend to produce higher quality work when they're given full creative control. Despite the continuous efforts to pitch Dark Sector to publishers, the studio continued to face rejection, primarily due to a lack of interest when it came to sci-fi games on the side of publishers, a sentiment that somehow never even changed even with the success of Halo. In a desperate move, Digital Extremes caved to a publisher's demands, shifting Dark Sector from a sci-fi MMO to a game that emulated the success of Resident Evil 4 at the time. This change involved transforming the protagonist from a space ninja to a CIA operative named Hayden Tenno, which...
Not John Tenno! This is so funny! Don't tell me this is John Tenno.
Strayed very far from the original concept. The new version of Dark Sector struggled to be able to find an audience. However, it eventually did and gained respectable reviews as well.
Wait. This is a game that exists where there's a guy named Hayden Tenno?
After the release of Dark Sector, the industry started to trend away from AA releases to AAA games, and this made for more issues at Digital Extremes. The studio, which had previously worked on BioShock's multiplayer and The Darkness 2,
skin in Warframe for Excalibur.
Really? Oh my god, that's so cool. Huh.
Found itself struggling to find any contracts as they began to dry up and publishers wanted to start making games in-house.
Yeah.
Observing the success of free-to-play games like World of Tanks in 2010, Digital Extremes saw an opportunity in an emerging market.
Aren't you missing a different game?
They didn't see free-to-play as a way to be able to milk players. They recognized and saw the potential to be able to create something smaller and grow the game over time rather than trying to pursue a traditional release.
See, I actually didn't know that was the goal of these this system, was growing the game, but I guess that's what happens.
Imminent financial collapse with only 12 months of funds remaining, Digital Extremes decided to pursue a long-held vision for what used to be Dark Sector and then was now codenamed Lotus. Within 2 months, they developed a working demo featuring spaceship raids and procedurally generated loot and layouts with an emphasis on co-op and PvE gameplay, recognizing there was a gap in the market.
This is so interesting. Thank you for the hydrate. It's just so fun to hear like the history and like the stages this went through.
They approached free-to-play publishers asking for support, but they were getting rejected yet again. Undeterred, Digital Extremes decided to self-fund the project with only 9 months of funds remaining, wanting to give it their all rather than simply just walk away.
How do they self-fund it?
The development of the alpha version of the game saw significant involvement from Rebecca Ford, an intern who led the creation of their community team. This team was crucial in gathering and responding to player feedback, a strategy that helped shape the game's development and ultimately its success.
What? A game company, a developer listening to their community? The community sector actually listening to feedback and not just trying to make people feel like they might kind of be heard? Oh no, making changes according to what people ask for. No. Oh no. That
Embracing the success of Kickstarter campaigns that were going on at the time, Digital Extremes introduced supporter packs to raise additional funds.
Good idea.
This approach, while initially slow, proved ultimately effective and demonstrated that there was an audience for their game. Thus, Warframe was born, a game over a decade in the making, who had faith in itself. Scorned by an industry, nobody else wanted to make it except for them. It released into beta on Steam in 2013 to over 20,000 players.
Damn.
And has only continued to grow since.
What?
Over the years, I've come to
It was basically like a hit-on release.
realize that the vast majority of the studios that we grew up loving, the games that we grew up loving, the biggest studios and publishers that are out there all came from very similar humble beginnings.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of them forgot about it.
Basically a contract
And the ones
company.
that don't end up being the ones that are the most loved and appreciated. Look at Larian Studios. Their story is almost identical to Digital Extremes.
Really?
They started off making their own games to limited success. They did work for hire for a while just to be able to keep the doors open. When that industry started to dry up and move away, they went to go make their own game in Divinity Original Sin. They danced with bankruptcy, almost losing the entire studio, but they found an audience that wanted to support it, and now look at them.
Oh,
Baldur's
my
Gate 3
God.
is heralded as one of the greatest games of all time. They blew up, as they deserve to do so.
I had no idea. It's so funny, my assumptions with game studios that are popular already. I just assume that, like, I don't know, like a big company just like squeezed off a little branch, and they were like, all right, you're making a game now, you're fully funded. It's funny what I won't know. I'll just assume that, game companies, the only way you can do it is by having infinite funding. But damn, this is nice to hear the humble beginnings of, like, the people who made Warframe, the people who made Baldur's Gate 3.
When I look around the industry right now, I see a lot of studios that are making games not because they want to make them, but because they're profit motivated. Purely profit motivated. They no longer
It's
look
not
at
the
players
industry.
as anything other than tools for making money, and that's it. Rather than looking at them for what they actually are, which is a means to be able to deliver a higher quality product, use their feedback and their information to be able to earn their money, and then by extension, make your game even that more popular.
I just don't think the gaming industry, anywhere with entertainment involved, it's so hard to be profit motivated. I just don't think it works. I think that if, like, profit is your main goal in entertainment, like, what the fuck? Like, this is a dream for so many people. Like, there's so many people who want to do this, what you do when you make games, when you, I don't know, let's say you're a dancer, a singer, you're an entertainer, anything. So many people want to do what you do for free, for $0. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, I don't know why the Gothling won't work. Let me open that. So I just don't think this huge profit, I think it's doomed. Like, really super profit motivated approach. I have no opinions on gaming. Ah! Mr. Byte doesn't think that he does not think that you should play Riot IPs, as he's not allowed to say so, as he works at Riot, and that is not allowed.
Because when
Yeah, I just don't think this for-profit thing works. See, the games feel dead as fuck. Like, the games that we remember are the ones that, like, people made who had, like, a vision, a dream, and a passion.
players are happy, they tend to talk about it a heck of a lot more. And I've also noticed that, games are a form of art. And without soul, there is no art. And in the case of games, I think a lot of players are starting to wake up and realize they can see it in your trailers, they can see it in your gameplay, they can see it when the soul isn't there.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Know it's there and they see it's there, they're into that game. But when they don't see it, they don't want to have anything to do with it. And I think that's why we've seen a lot of games over the last few years fail.
It's true.
Digital Extremes started out with great intentions, to be honest with you. But that doesn't mean that they didn't make the same mistake.
Then it starts to take a lot of time. Then you realize you need others' SK.
Skills you cannot do all the art, and then you can tell them to the studio, trained by contract, underpaid. Yeah.
With great intentions, to be honest with you. But that doesn't mean that they didn't make the same mistakes that many other free-to-play and live service games make time and time again, and that's with its monetization. But the difference is they learn from their mistakes. I don't think anybody can disagree with this. Recently, over the last few years, both live service and free-to-play games have permeated through every space in the entire gaming industry. Every single company wants their Fortnite, Counter-Strike, Genshin Impact, whatever it might be, and of course they would.
Genshin Impact.
They draw in revenues. It would make you wonder why anybody would ever want to make another full-priced game again. But with the introduction of free-to-play live service games, we've seen year over year, month over month, players are losing ground, losing choice, and losing their money. Free-to-play has become synonymous with cutting content and player achievement and putting a price tag on it. While the
Oh boy, guys, it's so doomed right now.
gameplay itself is free, the model has
I
incentivized
invested
developers
because
to
money
pay.
was going up. Why no more go up? Making paywalls will surely help.
Yeah.
Neckroll.
Let's take advantage of the people who are already playing my game. Let's stretch them as thin as I can.
While everything in the game, or put in absurd time restrictions and hurdles for players to be able to overcome just so they can try to earn anything with their own time or their own skill. Studios today are incentivized to actively harm the player experience and lower the quality of the overall product, all in the name of higher profits. Digital Extremes was incredibly nervous about getting into free-to-play because they were afraid that they were going to do it wrong. And
I mean, like, paywalling content, I guess it's hard to invest so much money. You just, like, are so reliant on the game blowing up to be a Genshin-like. And if you don't have that, then you're under. I mean, I guess I've played a few games that have been a little bit... The thing is, I never let myself be taken advantage of, so I guess I'm unaware of just how bad the system is right now.
In fact, they did. At first, they started selling power. And it wasn't the reputation that they wanted to create for themselves.
Oh?
At the creation of Warframe, you could double the capacity of your mod or skill tree slots in your Warframes. However, there was no way to be able to earn this in-game, and the only way that you could get it was by paying for it with real money.
What? The old mods, you had to buy mods like the modding slots?
Early on, before the game's beta release, Digital Extremes saw the players' feedback regarding this issue and removed it and any other perceived pay-for-power microtransactions, vowing for fair monetization to be a core tenet of the studio moving forward. In that move, and other changes that they made due to their deep involvement in the early foundations of their game's community, they fostered a positive community spirit and gained even more support. In an interview 6 years ago with Danny O'Dwyer of No Clip Documentaries,
we have this available to watch. Man, I don't know if we want to watch all documentaries all day on Warframe, but we do have a lot of time today.
they mentioned how difficult it was for them to be able to find any marketing or visibility because at the time, nobody wanted to touch free-to-play games. However,
because
the
it was
positive
so abusive.
community that they had already started to culture, the fact that they had been listening to their community, ended up catching the attention of the late great commentator Total Biscuit, who
Total Biscuit
came to cover the game and catapult its popularity into the mainstream.
This is way back when. This is a different time when it was just like you basically you could an individual creator could do something like this. Oh, Seven's in the chat for Total Biscuit. Our king. Oh my god. What a hero. What a legend. Total Biscuit sold me on this game? Really? Oh my god. Do they have anything in the game for him?
I think that this is one of the most valuable lessons for Digital Extremes or any company to learn.
Does anyone remember the Total Biscuit funeral they held in the relay?
They had a funeral? No! Oh my god, what? The devs had a whole funeral for him? Oh, that's sad. They have a memorial, okay. They canceled their dev stream? No! Oh my god.
Good things happen to good developers, especially those who treat their players as well as Digital Extremes and listens to their feedback. Game developers large and small need to recognize that they are providing a product and service to us,
True.
not the other way around. The expectation is on them to create a fun, fair, entertaining, and valuable experience in exchange for our money.
Yeah, we're not exchanging, there's a certain expectation of time and money investment in games that are labeled free-to-play. When free-to-play games, they have the challenge of having to prove themselves.
I see game developers posting on Reddit talking about how they hate gamers because of YouTube live stream comments, or how a lead Starfield developer makes a Twitter thread saying, funny how disconnected some players are from the realities of game development, and yet they speak with complete authority. I mean, I can guess what it takes to make a Hostess Twinkie, but I don't work in the factory, so what the hell do I know, really? Not a lot. And neither of these opinions that these people have are in the minority of opinions.
This is I'm just going to say it. This is a dookie doo-doo take.
With what authority do players speak? With their money. They are your paying customers. That's customers. True. While players may not know exactly how to voice their concerns, and oftentimes will do it in the wrong way, you still should be listening to them because they are telling you that something is wrong with your game. And at the end of the day, all they want is a better product, which only...
I was gonna say, I can't make a Twinkie, but I can tell when my Twinkie is expired. Or, like, if you laced my Twinkie with shit, I would be able to tell. I know what a Twinkie should taste like, so if I get something that's not a Twinkie, I'm gonna be like, you Twinkie maker, you're fucking stupid. Why is your Twinkie disgusting?
Serves to make you more money in the end. We've seen developers stray from the side of players. However, how many developers have you seen remove a microtransaction from their game because players were using it too much? When Warframe introduced colors for their pet skins, they didn't realize that they had inadvertently created a gambling mechanic where players were trying to search for the rarest skin colors and the combinations that they wanted. DE saw that a player had rolled his pet's color 200 times and their stomach sank. Within a day and a half, they had removed the mechanic from the game.
Oh my god!
And reworked it without the need for player feedback. The spirit of that can be found throughout the entire game. As of a recent update, now everything in the game, just about everything in the game, is earnable in-game with very few outliers. Warframe uses Platinum as its in-game premium currency, and it's fully tradable. Players can go out, farm valuable resources, mods, weapons, and Warframe blueprints, and then trade with other players without ever even spending a dime. You would think that this is trapped behind some type of end-game progression or something, right? No, you can start doing this within the first 15 to 20 hours of playing the game. I was already trading items with other players and stockpiling currency from the minute that I had started.
This is true. How many primes do I have? How many prime frames have you guys gifted me? Thank you so much, Terminal Big Dom. Thank you for the prime. Thank you, thank you.
Players still have the option to buy anything that they want from the game's in-game shop.
Warframe has been the only game where I've bought the full-sized $100 plus Prime packages because I loved
it so much. Oh, I think only 2. But the fact that I am rank, what, 6? Like, yeah, that just goes to show that, you know, you can get them pretty immediately. 5?
At least the vast majority of them outside of cosmetics and color palettes can be earned in-game. So, Mr. YouTuber, that means that Warframe must have the most difficult and high-end equipment behind paywalls or something, right? It has to be insanely difficult to get. No. The pinnacle Warframes and weapons are called primes. You can earn these by cracking relics, and you get relics constantly while you're playing the game. When you go to do these missions to crack the relics, you're playing with 4 players, and all 4 of you can choose to use the exact same relic, which would then increase your chances of being able to get what you wanted, because everybody can choose from everyone else's rewards.
You can earn anything
even
in
if
the
you're in a
in-game shop, like 40 maggots.
You can earn anything like the 40, like I do indeed. Next, did you gift me all 40 of those? I have 40 maggots in my ship. Did you give me 40? I think I thought you gifted me 20. Did you give me another 20? Are you the one who gave me another 20? Next! Next!
Party that isn't coordinated and you're all running different relics, if you don't get what you want out of yours, you can just get a copy of somebody else's thing if it's more valuable.
Oh, that's crazy.
You can choose to get whatever you want.
I didn't know it was so...
Every weapon, every frame, companion, and otherwise is at your fingertips. You can earn your way through Warframe without ever even spending a dime, and many players have.
In fact, the quests are fun. It's a grind, but like it's not an insane grind to get some of these frames.
There is no time wasting in Warframe. And what's even more crazier is that adding to this absurdity, they show players how not to spend money within their premium shop. If you go to their premium shop and look at any of the items available in it, next to every item, it tells you how to go earn that item in-game rather than spending money.
No.
They teach players how not to spend money in their shop.
They're like, you could spend money, or you could not.
That doesn't mean that players don't support the game. In fact, they do quite a lot, because by making things so accessible, giving massive discounts on their currency and things like that, being able to just get all the things that you want in the game by playing it, players just want to spend money on the game because they want to support it, because they love the game so much,
I know
not because they feel like they need to. Imagine that.
One of the biggest content creators for Warframe does an annual free-to-play through where he completes
an entire MSQ without spending a penny, and it makes it a guide for new players. Wow.
World in which the players are not spending money on a game because they need to overcome some fabricated barrier that's put in place, and if they spend money, they're going to be able to get through it faster or get through it at all. No, instead, they're spending money because they actually want to support the game. They just are enjoying themselves and want to spend the money.
My God.
Mind you, some of this is definitely driven by convenience, but the vast majority of players just love the game and want to support it. And that's not to say that there aren't areas worth criticizing. I'm still not a fan of the fact of them having 12 to 72 hour crafting timers on weapons and warframes. It's just too much. I don't know.
Oh, 72 hours might be much. 12 hours isn't bad. 12 hours is, just come back tomorrow. 72? I don't think I mind a 72. It kind of makes it, it's like, for me, the psychology behind this is like when you buy a book or something and you're like so fucking excited to read the book, but the second you get the book, you're like, oh. So it's like the anticipation of getting
Best
something
game
is part of the
devs
best
coming
part.
from the White North.
I don't know what else to say about it.
Are they
it's just
Canadian?
too much. And also, there's
They
a
completely
big
misunderstood that?
limitation on the amount of weapon and warframe slots, inventory slots that are available early on for players. That's something that in general just needs to get fixed.
Yeah, you guys have bought me so many slots. I don't have that. So they're Canadian? Damn.
But the thing is that the longer you play the game, the less those things become an issue because you have so many other things that you're working on, leveling up, playing as, farming for, while all these other things are building in the background that you really don't even notice it all that much.
It's true.
And while there's room for improvement, this is largely the most ethical live service game I've ever seen monetized. And I don't think any other game wants to try to compete on those terms.
I don't think you can.
They definitely don't want to compete on their content.
Well, the thing is, how do you even approach? You can't make a game like this. You can't go to investors and be like, hey.
Sure, there are 72-hour crafting, but you can have 100s of 72 hours blueprints being built simultaneously.
So I mean, if you do one by one, it hurts. But if you plan them all out, you can get them all at once. So you can't make this because a game like this requires clearly a lot of money. You can't make a game on the idea of, hey, you can't get funding with, hey, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna not maximize profits. We're not going to really focus on making money. We're just gonna focus on making a game. That doesn't work.
Warframe's first turning point came when the game released on Steam, which marked a critical success and provided the studio with the necessary resources to be able to continue to support and develop the game.
Nice
Unlike
skin.
competitive shooters that can maintain an audience with minimal updates, Warframe faced the challenge of sustaining interest in a PvE-centric game, which is far more difficult. To overcome this, Digital Extremes heavily leaned on the experienced development team who had weathered the storm through the toughest times and possessed the deep institutional knowledge that was necessary to make the game successful. If it wasn't for the fact that they held on to their employees when the game and the studio was facing
They
its
actually
closure,
talked to
they
LD after this, and he inspired the faster craft times on Kome and Rhino, and
Gave everyone more slots. Wow.
would have never been able to make the game the success that it is today. In the years following the game's release on Steam, Warframe saw a rapid expansion in content. The studio introduced clans, player hubs, a plethora of new
There's so
weapons
much
and
stuff.
warframes, and diverse gameplay elements like open world areas, vehicles, and space
Oh,
combat.
that wasn't
but
in
the
there?
most significant shift in the game's identity came with the release of The Second Dream, a cinematic quest that redefined Warframe as a game. This quest introduced fully voice-acted, high-quality cinematic experiences with intricate writing and storytelling that elevated the game from a compelling free-to-play title to a truly exceptional experience.
This was when I played this live, The Second Dream, I had never seen so many people so desperate for me not to get spoiled. Usually, like, if I'm playing a game and I'm like, what's this? Everyone will be like, it's this. But the
Cetus
spam.
with Plains of Eidolon was a paradigm shift. Fortuna then Demos came after.
No longer was
Clem.
Warframe just a free-to-play game.
Clem,
it was
Clem,
just
Clem.
a great game that happened to be free-to-play.
Damn.
Digital Extremes continued to push boundaries with subsequent updates, including the new war, Whispers in the Walls, and the upcoming major update, Warframe 1999.
Oh.
These expansions demonstrate a level of writing, character development, and cinematic quality that's typically associated with AAA blockbuster titles and reflect nothing of what we've seen in typical free-to-play games.
It's true,
The studio's
actually.
ambition to
didn't
deliver
really think about
high-end
it.
content remained evident with every release, further increasing the game's reputation among players both new and old.
Yeah, how many PvE online games like this have this kind of cutscene, like this kind of production value?
That's what's made the Warframe that we have today. One of the systems I was the most shocked by was at one point I unlocked what I can best describe as Sea of Thieves in space. You get a Railjack, a fully customizable ship that
Look
you
at his
can upgrade.
reaction.
It has multiple weapons that are controlled by other players in co-op. You hire NPCs to manage the ship. You fight other ships. You can board other ships, steal other ships, and raid enemy bases.
Wait, I had no idea it was this cool. I had no fucking idea that
A
Railjacks
small
were this
thing
cool.
I truly adore about Warframe and is how well they handle stories about identity, TR.
Trauma, LGBT, and autism. Yeah, they're really, really, I mean, it's well written. Really well written. The Rel story, I mean, that had me fucking, like, when I get sad, I get mad instead. I like mask my sorrow. I'm just like, it's instead of crying, why don't I just yell? So when I streamed Rel's story, I mean, I was just like mad.
While the feature didn't land
What do you
well on
mean?
release and it had its issues, what is available today is an absolute blast to play, and it feels like it's completely native to the game and like it could have been there from the start. In the landscape of live service and
I would have
free-to-play
never guessed
games,
it wasn't.
many developers opt for the safe approach, focusing on incremental updates and minor changes rather than undertaking any significant overhaul. This safe strategy often results in steady, gradual improvements, but most major additions and transformative changes end up being locked behind paid expansions, premium content, and microtransactions. Typically, free-to-play games and live service games will introduce minor tweaks, seasonal updates, and limited time offers to try to keep players engaged. Well, Warframe
What
does
am I
the
watching?
exact same
What is this game? What game is this?
thing. They aren't
Oh,
strangers
is this a spoiler? All right.
to making big splashes with major updates.
What game is this?
And
I'm not
all
looking.
the while, they're not charging the players a dime.
I'll close my eyes.
Other games with standard offerings can sometimes refresh the experience and provide new incentives to be able to log in, but they rarely bring the wide sweeping changes that might significantly alter the gameplay or narrative, making the game overall feel more stale. I'll give kudos to games like Fortnite, who often
Keep Clem
radically
and
change
Clem
their
on.
map,
I think I do need to turn off the TTS because if I do decide to turn this into a YouTube video, my poor editor is going to want to curl themselves. But that being said, I'm pretty good about reading chat anyway. So let me do that really quick. Let me do this. Go over here. And I want to keep it on, but I don't think it's a good idea for in the middle of a react because I keep having to pause. So let me go to my let me go to viewer rewards. I should have this bookmarked. Sorry to be like to turn it off, but let me. Where is it? TTS. There you go. It is off for now. We will be turning it back on when we're doing just chatting.
put in new modes. I'll give kudos to games like Fortnite, who often radically change their map, put in new modes, and give more ways for players to be able to express themselves in games, like even creating their own games within Fortnite. However,
Adding Miku.
the vast majority of games don't do this, and in combination with that lack of risk, they often let go of the developers that got them to where they are in the first place,
The game,
ignoring the
We're
players
off. Sorry.
that got developers that
Editor, put the video on. I am blind.
them-
Sorry about that, guys.
to where they are in the first place.
I'm like, I look
Ignoring
over
the
and I'm like,
players
oh.
that got them to where they are in the first place.
Sorry about
And
that.
as a result, they hollow out their experience, leaving them with nowhere to go. There's too much focus on monetization, and it's leading to a disparity between the expectations of the player and the financial outlook of the developer.
I
Today, we
see.
have developers that are understaffed, underpaid, under a lot of pressure, under-delivering to their audience, while for some odd reason, the company is still expecting more money. You have CEOs that are out there projecting growing profit without investing in growing content.
Ooh.
And their expectation is because you're playing, then you must be paying, and I'm sick of it.
Well, free to play has certainly a barrier. You're basically hooking people in, right? You're hooking people in with a taste of your product, but you have to kind of earn it. The same way that like people need to it has infinite monetization opportunities. Like if you buy a $60 game and, you know, you play it for 2,000 hours, like, okay, I can't think of an exact game that has 2,000 hours of content for $60, but you buy Hollow Knight for $3.99 and you play for 100 hours. Well, obviously you've gotten crazy value. You have to accept the fact that you're going to have players get insane value, and they're picking you. They're picking you for that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, for example. League of Legends. Like, there's going to be people who do not spend money on your game. That's why they are there. The value you get is out of them playing the game for 500 hours for $0 and telling their friends and saying the game is good. Like, you need some people to play the game long enough for $0 to get in the people, get more friends in. Like, the reputation is so important. You're hoping you can't expect everyone to spend money when the point is that your game is free. So, yeah, this is, again, you have to earn it. Like, you really got to earn it, and you can't expect it.
Look, just recently I saw with Apex Legends, the big drama that cropped up around it, where basically, long story short, developer goes in and makes it where you can no longer earn the next battle pass by completing the last battle pass, where previously you were able to. And they made these changes, gaslighting the players, saying that it's because we're trying to deliver you guys a more valuable experience. We're doing it because we're trying to grow the game.
This is for you.
We're giving you guys more value. That's really what it
is.
is.
You love it.
When anybody with any base level of intelligence can see how insulting it is to say something like that when it's so transparently not that. And
this is like the equivalent of like slapping you and then being like, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. You did this. You want this.
Not the only developer doing things like that. You see it across the board. So many developers that are making minor changes to their game, but all of their focus is on their monetization. How else they can shift and move things around to make it where they can make more money and you get less out of playing the game. And in that, the only thing that you're serving to do is make an audience that isn't loyal to you, that is just waiting, frothing at the mouth at the chance to be able to jump onto the next game and get as far away from you as they possibly can.
You know what's funny? And my history with this, by the way, I played League of Legends. I started in 2015 as a League of Legends content creator. And it's so funny because that's how I felt about League, is that, God, I would do fucking anything to get away from this game. Like, I felt so stuck with it. And the first time, I mean, any other game, I was just, now I play anything. But I actually specifically don't play League anymore. I don't think Riot's bad. I just think the game sucks. The game doesn't even suck. The community had a problem. It's probably much better now. But like, yeah, I completely relate to this.
Sure, they're playing your game right now. Sure, it's popular right now, but that's because they don't really have another option, and there's nothing else right now that's that hot. So once there is something that hot that comes out, you're done. That's it.
Truth.
Players are a valuable resource, and you need to value them.
Yep.
They provide you with everything that you need to be successful, both creatively and financially. And if you use them the appropriate way, you can be huge, you can be massive. And while that's not the truth for every single game, because every single game is different, they have a different audience, they have a different use case, not everybody plays the same kind of games. When you value them, they keep you afloat. They help you grow.
It's true.
And in the case of Digital Extremes and Warframe, I don't think that there's another developer that's out there that appreciates their audience the same way or does the same things that Digital Extremes does with their audience.
It's almost like when people buy things for Digital Extremes, I feel like there's a certain amount of people who are buying things to support the company. Like they're thinking more about the game itself rather than the thing they get. Very interesting. 100%. Yeah.
Baby Larian
you don't
Studios.
have to
Why
jingle
do you guys
keys.
have to go and create a community YouTube channel?
Very rare.
And even more so, why am I not in it? I get it. Like Lowly and Co-Carnage are really cool, but like I made a lot of videos on Baldur's Gate. Come on, man.
Relax. You're
Initially, I
fine.
had wondered how Warframe was able to hold on to such a consistent player base for so long.
Don't expect
Regardless
things.
of good or bad updates, new games, or financial declines, their core audience has stayed rock solid for over a decade now. And in and of itself, that is a feat that very few games have accomplished. It wasn't until I started streaming my experience over on Twitch, playing the game for the very first time, that I was exposed to the game's community. And in that, I noticed how positive they are. And eerily
Thanks, Dadbot, for the 5 months. Hi.
similar experience I had with Final Fantasy XIV, but altogether completely different. Many players have been playing the game since alpha. They've unlocked everything in the game, effectively beaten the game, logging thousands of hours. However, they are still logging in regularly, even daily. They are out there guiding new players and doing things that they've done thousands of times because they love the game that much. And I was curious where that comes from. Well, sure, the game has regular updates, new content, new weapons, and new warframes. I couldn't see how Warframe could become somebody's daily driver until I saw how Digital Extremes engages with their community.
Oh, okay.
Oftentimes, developers lay silent between content releases and major updates.
Look at this.
They put their head in the sand, they let a couple people go out and respond or repost on Twitter, and only come out of hibernation to make promotional content to drive up interest
I've never
around
seen
the
one
next
of their
big
streams.
update or major change. In that time of silence, I think it makes it feel like updates are further apart than they actually are. Players aren't engaged, and when they aren't engaged, they lose interest. And DE makes it really hard for you not.
Is the CEO here? Oh my god. Is this like, how often do they do these dev streams?
Not to feel
They
engaged
had a short stream today? Oh, I didn't know that.
as they support their community like they're content creators rather than game developers.
Wow.
Every single week, they go live on
Once a
YouTube
month.
and Twitch to do
Ooh.
something they call a dev short, where Steve Sinclair, the CEO of Digital Extremes, together with Rebecca Ford, the once community manager and now creative director of Warframe, just
go.
talk to the players for 15 minutes. They answer questions, they tell them about things that they're working on, they joke around. They do this every week. What other game studio?
Oh my god, wait, they're streamers. Oh my god. So I guess these two stream once a weekly, or okay, those two stream once a week, and then they have a whole thing dev stream, what they're working on, all that. Damn, they're basically they're running their platforms very well. You can get behind these devs.
Studios give that kind of transparency to the players? What other game companies are that grounded to make sure that their CEO of all people is constantly in contact with the players? None. And that's not all they do. Every Wednesday and Thursday, they host prime time over on Twitch, and each of them have their own separate streams for English and Spanish, where the developers and community managers come out to play the game with the players. Have you ever heard of anything more absurd than that? Developers actually playing their game and playing their game with players.
I love this frame. Look how cool this fucking frame looks. What the fuck is this? Is awesome. Oh my god.
With an audience up to 250,000 viewers, giving away skins, Twitch drops, different items, premium currencies. They tell stories. They play trivia games with chat, and they show
Look at the flags behind them.
off different community art
Ooh,
submissions.
the electric. Oh, it's the
They are
ballerina.
more involved with their community than I think any developer ever has been, and the fruits of their labor shine so brightly.
Oh my
It shines
god.
in how positive their community is, how engaged they are,
Oh my
how well
God.
the game is developed and supported, how solid the monetization is. It's why they are allowed to take the risks with the games like they have, and even with future games in development like Soulframe. The players know that they're
Well, I've heard a little bit about Soulframe, but I don't know what Soulframe is. Is it a sequel? Is it another free to play?
appreciated. They know that the developer is trying to achieve something, and they can tell that they truly love what they are doing. They can clearly see that these developers love their game, and it shows.
I love the fucking concept of this game. I think the concept of this game is so good that I probably like would have played this even if like the dev team wasn't this great and the community wasn't like so amazing. But the fact that the community is so amazing and the devs are so cool just makes it like the longevity is like crazy. I mean, I fucking love robots. I fucking love space. I love like tech punk theme ninja. I speak Japanese. Look at my fucking starting soon screen. Shit. Look at this other one. Look at this. This is my fucking aesthetic. I had infinite ideas in my head for who I wanted to be. I'm a fucking VTuber. You can be anybody. And I chose a fucking space explorer bandit. This is so cool. This game is like so aesthetically perfect for me, so I probably would have played it anyway. But getting this like is just so, I don't know, like the devs really make this perfect.
Digital Extremes recognizes what many developers have slowly started to drift away from, that players are a part of your game, and without them, your game wouldn't be what it is. And in fact, for Warframe, that's literally true. In the early days of Warframe, movement is exactly what you would have expected the game to be. Just a over-the-shoulder, third-person shooter. It had sliding and running, but overall, the movement was slow. Players discovered an exploit where they called it Zoran coptering, where they could essentially fly across maps, sling themselves across maps, and complete missions in a fraction of the time. Instead of removing this, instead of standing against the players and changing something that the players were enjoying or doing,
they
recognized that the players were exploiting this because they were trying to avoid something that was actively ruining their experience.
The time.
So Digital Extremes revamped the entire movement system for the game, reworking it from the ground up to be one of the most fluid movement systems in all of gaming.
I will say the movement system is, for me, what like sets this game apart. The movement system is just, it feels like you're swimming through air.
This video took a lot longer to record than I thought it would. It's already dark outside. You might actually end up hearing my cat chattering with another cat that shows up outside, this little orange cat. Just kind of talk through the window.
That's cute.
It's adorable. Over the last few years, I've noticed a conversation that's popped up between game developers and game journalists, and they're talking about how cold and unfeeling and how unsympathetic gamers are towards the plight of the industry, how some of these companies are failing, how games are failing, how companies are going out of business, how people are losing their jobs, and they are absolutely right. Because at the end of the day, we are consumers, we're buying games, and if you do not make a game that we want to play and it wasn't worth our money and we wasted it on your game and you go out of business as a result of that, that's on you.
Yeah.
You got what you got coming to you.
And it
But
happens.
It didn't used to be like that. And I think the reason why is because back, and this is something that's just kind of evolved over time, is that many of the companies that are out there right now, some of the biggest companies that are out there right now, came from humble beginnings, no different than Larian Studios or Digital Extremes or anyone else that's out there.
Yeah.
But when they were smaller, they felt like they were one of us because they were one of us.
They were
were
just gamers.
Players that were making games because they wanted to make cool games for them to play and for other people to play. But
basically big devs, some people have really lost the narrative.
As time went on and they got bigger and they made more money and they started selling out and literally selling out to other companies, what ended up happening is that conversation changed.
Shareholders.
That interaction that we used to have, that relationship that we used to have with the developers, that parasocial-like relationship that we had.
Not saying parasocial relationships with the devs are good. You can support the devs without thinking you're their friends.
Started to disappear because they started talking to us through a veil of money. It was always apology.
All right, piggy bank. All right, piggy bank. Poke, poke. Cough up a couple bucks. And maybe we'll tell you. Can you imagine if some of these devs were honest? But yeah, no, there is this idea of like, you don't want to get close to the devs. We're not, we want the devs to be this anonymous creature in the background fueling our infinite money glitch. Yeah.
Letters and tweets that are just trying to manipulate the truth more than anything else. It's all gaslighting. Not trying.
And now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of strange. Like sometimes you can really view this stuff as art, like you can view games as art. And I don't know who the fuck made any of these games that I like recently. Like we don't sign games that we make. It's kind of nice to see faces to some of these devs and team leaders.
Trying to help us. You're not trying to do anything for us. You're just trying to make money. And to be honest with you, it's cowardice. It's so disgusting. Like, if you just want to make money, go make money, dog. Say you're doing it for it. I'd almost have more respect for a company that just laid their nuts out on the table and said, we're doing it because we want your money. Rather than trying to paint it in these colorful words.
It's true. I would respect the honesty.
Words to try to make it feel like they're our friends, and really this is all just for you guys. That's not what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, the
I
dishonesty.
think there's a lot to learn from a company like Digital Extremes, especially in the way that they stay connected with their audience. That level of connection brings in insane levels of endearment where the people that are playing the game just genuinely love the work that the people are doing because they like the people too. They like both things at the exact same time, and that's an awesome thing to have. My cat is freaking out right now.
Show the cat. Show your car. Oh, this is my biggest issue with Nintendo. How they try to wash the companies away and devs work on their games just down to Nintendo. Oh, that's very, very Japanese. There is no such thing as an individual. You don't own anything you make. This is just so cut, copy, dry. It's just a cultural thing. Nintendo might be really bad with it. I don't know, maybe they don't credit their team. But I mean, now I'm thinking about it, even like when it comes to Nintendo games, I don't remember the credits being very extremely long. So could be, but yeah, I mean, like that's just Japanese, my friend.
That's an awesome thing to have because players at the end of the day do want to be appreciated.
Yeah.
We want to be heard. And the more we're heard,
look at these subtitles.
And the more we're appreciated and the more that the game is actually worth our time and money, the more likely we are to continue to invest in that game and invest in future things that you do. However, the vast majority of the industry is really doing nothing other than creating unloyal fan bases. Sure, your game might be doing okay now, but the minute that somebody else comes by, like Digital Extremes or something like that, that does the same things that they do,
but better
or better,
yeah,
your audience is gone.
Proof is in the pudding. How many of us used to play games like League? I mean, Riot has other games. It's funny to talk about League like that, but it's my humble beginnings.
I think there's a lot to learn from this. I really do. That's the whole reason I make these wake-up call videos in the first place, is because I think there is a lot to learn from some of the best studios that are on the market, some of the best games that are on the market. And there's a ton of them. There is.
Let's go. I agree with him. Guys, this is crazy. I can't. That being said, I've been kind of raking on League in particular, just because I have a long history. But I can't wait for the MMO whenever the fuck that comes out. The fighting game. Riot's got some good stuff. I love the characters. I just don't really like the MOBA at this moment. But and I'm also like, my current comparison and the media I'm looking at is Warframe, where I've just been showered with love and attention from the community and the devs. All I've heard about is how cool they are. So yeah, this is, for me, Wake Up Call is interesting because it is interesting. Like a lot of time, I'm curious about this video, what games are like for someone who doesn't play games. This is interesting. I mean, I've never been like I play games, but not religiously. So, I mean, I'm assuming this is someone who's like never played video games. That is the closest, the best assumption I have. I've never seen any of this guy's content. Once again, I have spent the past like couple of years really living under a rock. I think this has popped up on my feed like a lot. And I'm a big social video watcher, so I like never clicked on it. So there's the link to the video. Make sure you open it, co-watch if you can. If you're on mobile, don't worry about it. And we're going to just jump into what games are like for someone who doesn't play games.
Last year, the lady I live with, also known as my...
You are so quiet. You are so loud. Okay. Geez, sorry. The BRB screen is still on. There we go. All right. Are we all set? Let me check one more audio test. Still kind of loud.
Last year, the lady I live with, also known as my wife, asked if she could try out one of the games I've been playing. She described it as the one with the cute little ghost guy, and after scrolling
Sans
through my entire
Undertale?
library, I realized she was talking about Hollow Knight.
Oh, my favorite game ever.
Given the fact that her experience with video games at that point consisted of the occasional race in Mario Kart and a smattering of Crash Bandicoot levels from when she was a kid, I knew with fair confidence that her playing Hollow Knight would go terribly. So obviously,
not that it's not an impossible game.
I booted it up and
She's not
set
going
her
to
into
pat
the
the
world
pain immediately.
of Hollow Nest. As she played, every moment, regardless of how seemingly insignificant, had a strange sort of intensity to it. For example, in the tutorial there are a set of platforms that the player needs to jump across.
Yeah.
The only penalty for falling is a little bit of time, and on my first playthrough I breezed past it and immediately forgot about it. For her, it was intense beyond belief. She wasn't sure what the penalty for falling would be, and she didn't have a full grasp on how to adjust her jump height and distance. Each successful jump felt like a triumph, and after landing, she'd look out at the next platform, searching for the nerve to jump again.
Oh my god! Wait, this is so interesting. Although I will say, in my first time playing Hollow Knight, I didn't I didn't know if it was set jump or if you had to hold it to go higher. I mean, like, but you pick up on it pretty quickly. So this is incredible.
Watching her work through this early section and seeing the different ways that she viewed the game got me thinking a lot about the language of video games and just how much a person's level of video game literacy affects their experience with any given title. I can't really think of a time in my life where I wasn't interested in games, and because of that, there are certain aspects about them that are almost instinctual to me now.
Yeah, the devs will just assume that spikes mean death, for example. So, yeah.
And that's because a lot of
this video helped me so much get a better perspective into developing with first-time players in mind. That's so interesting. Developing seems really hard.
That's because a lot of games use the same ideas and vocabulary in order to get information across to players as quickly as possible. It's why the color red is almost always associated with health, why the A button or its equivalent is typically the command to jump, and why platformers more often than not have players moving from left to right. At this point, I've played enough games where after 5 minutes of trying a new one, I almost always know what to expect, no matter the kind of game. That inherent understanding of how games work and what to expect from them doesn't exist for the lady I live with because she hasn't spent the time learning those things.
He already clarified this is his wife, right? He should probably just be calling this person his wife.
And this made me wonder,
or is this
how
not
do
his
people
wife?
learn the basics of video games? So I decided to run an informal experiment where I'd have her play a handful of titles and see how she approached figuring each one of them out in the hopes of getting a better understanding of how people learn the language of video games. In an effort to not influence how she approached any given title, I didn't give her any advice or instructions. I just watched, silently judging. I had her play through the early sections of 9 games: Super Mario Bros., Shovel Knight, Celeste, Portal,
Celeste,
Doom,
evil.
Skyrim, The Last of Us, Uncharted 2, and so that I could really test the strength of our marriage, Dark Souls.
That's fucked up.
I picked these titles because A, I felt there would be a solid sampling of 3 major types of games, those being 2D platformers, 3D platformers, and first-person shooters/adventures, while also offering a diverse spread of genres and gameplay mechanics, and B, I like them.
It's just like, you know what? Why don't you play games I like?
So,
honesty
this is how it went.
Celeste is great, but Celeste is a very difficult game. Why my wife left me? I don't believe it.
With each game, I noticed that there were a vast amount of seemingly basic functions and mechanics that she either didn't fully grasp or know existed. This first came up with Mario 1-1. She figured out the jump easily enough, but never realized she had the ability to dash, making her time with the level painfully hard to watch. There are no in-game instructions on how to dash or do anything else really, so players will only learn about it if they read the instruction manual, figure it out through experimentation, or have another person tell them how it works. As she didn't even know
that would be something he would do.
It was something she could do, she never figured it out.
Oh.
For me, it has become second nature to try to sprint in games, whether or not I know it's an option. I just assume it will be and guess the command will probably be the B button or its equivalent. But I only make that assumption because of years of being conditioned to make it. Figuring out the controls for all of the games, whether they were explicitly explained or implicitly taught through level design, was a challenge for her. Part of this stems from her not being all that comfortable with a controller. Anytime a game asked for her to press a certain button, she'd look down at the controller and search for it.
I use controllers so infrequently that I still do that. I use my keyboard and I switch between Switch controller and Xbox controller, and I'm like, why do you guys, like, we need a law that every A button must be in the same spot and X and Y.
One of the most memorable instances of this came up while playing The Last of Us. Early on, there's a prompt on the screen to press L3, which she couldn't find on the controller as there is no button labeled L3. She noticed it was shaped like a circle, so she guessed it might be one of the joysticks. However, she didn't know that it meant to press down on it, so she just sort of moved back and forth until eventually figuring it out. I've certainly played games that do a better job of illustrating how L3 and R3 work, but it is kind of weird that there's pretty much a hidden button on all controllers that new players will have no reason to know exists. Figuring out a game's controls sounds easy, but she essentially not only had to memorize which buttons did what, but also which buttons were where, adding another layer of things to keep track of and making the process a little bit more overwhelming.
Come on.
She typically fared better with games that didn't give too much information to remember. With Dark Souls, after reading 15 or so messages explaining the controls, she said she felt like she was getting too much information too quickly. A lot of the things she learned, most notably the lock-on feature, she forgot about by the time they would actually be useful. On the other side of things, with Shovel Knight, she struggled to get through a few of the early sections because she didn't understand the full scope of her abilities or how to use them, but once she did start to figure things out—
There you go, like being able to jump and like, I guess, ricochet.
Through experimentation, she ended up remembering the core mechanics better because she witnessed firsthand how useful they could be. So for her at least, giving a memorable use of a mechanic made it stick in her mind a lot clearer. Most of the games I had her play were with a controller, but I did want her to have some experience with mouse and keyboard. So I had her try a few games with a first-person perspective. I thought Portal would be the best place to start as it doesn't call for quick reflexes and it gives players time to figure things out. Using the keyboard actually proved to be easier for her than the controller as she uses a keyboard every day and knows where everything is.
I actually find typically a keyboard is just more comfortable, you know? I find that, like, okay, a controllers get hot and sweaty, there's not much airflow, and I will be like, where, I forget which is where, like X or Y. I can't remember. Y is the top. Well, I have to think about it.
However, if you've been paying attention to the footage, you've probably noticed that she isn't looking around at all. And that's because she didn't realize she was supposed to use the mouse.
Oh my god. That's crazy, because, like, how else?
In fairness, the instructions at the start explain how to move and how to pick things up, but they do assume that players will just know to use the mouse to look around. Given that—
Wow. Oh my god. That's so interesting. Leon, thank you so much for the 8 months.
I felt naked without my sub badge.
I'm glad you're less naked.
she doesn't spend her free time watching me play games on my computer. Why would she? I know that a lot of these little issues she ran into in regards to controls and mechanics all seem easy to overcome, and in a lot of ways they are, but they do still act as small barriers to entry for new players. Even when games have detailed explanations for things, it can sometimes be information overload, and it isn't uncommon for people to skip over explanations accidentally or on purpose because they don't feel like reading a bunch of stuff when they just want to beat the shit out of something.
It's me.
A lot of titles seem to assume that players will have at least some familiarity with controls, so some of the more simple explanations are kind of just left out. And I think the way most people—
I mean, yeah, to be fair, as somebody who knows that you have to look around with a mouse, I would be like, what the fuck? If there was a pop-up that was like, all right, look around with your mouse now.
Up learning these basic things that they won't figure out without searching on their own is through other people. For example, back to Mario.
Yeah, getting
I don't
taught.
remember how I learned to
Or
sprint
using
in the
chat.
game, but as I know I would not have read the instruction manual, there's a pretty decent chance that my brother told me how to do it, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of his friends had told him, and so on and so on. Also, the only
Word of
reason I
mouth.
understand half the things I do in Dark Souls is because I've scoured wikis and message boards on how to get good. Video
little
games
shot.
are best when they are a communal experience, and a big part of that stems from
I'm
the
sorry,
sharing
it's so
of
funny.
knowledge. Obviously, someone being a backseat gamer can get annoying if they explain how to do everything, but
That's true.
getting assistance when it's needed most can make a game far more enjoyable.
I would actually say that even as a new player, she is getting an unusual experience. Because who gets introduced to games in a vacuum? Like, don't you usually have a friend who's being like, hey, play this game. Hey, do this. And is this Reggie? Oh my God, look at him, his body. His body is ready. What is he doing? I miss him.
It bridges the gap between a game
I miss him. Bring him back. You weren't allowed to go. He's training. Oh, this made me so happy. But yeah, he's getting ready. No, who do we have now? It's Bowser. Dude, if your last name's Bowser, oh my fucking, you know that had so much impact on getting picked. Doug Bowser? Doug being the first name is already so funny. But like, again, I don't think most people pick up a game who don't play games, get into games for no reason, with no friends. Yeah, through cousins and friends, or you play through a multiplayer thing and somebody's like, hey, join me, you know?
games expect players to already know and what they actually do know.
So him sitting there and just watching her, I think is she has more of a barrier because she has literally nothing.
Most of the frustration that the lady I live with had while playing boiled down to not being able to figure things out that she didn't know existed, which is something that would have been solved had I not just been a silent observer. Given that I was, though, she found herself continuing to have problems, and one of those is summed up best by her most frequently asked question:
where the fuck am I going? Ah! I ask this a lot.
When it came to the 2D platformers, navigating wasn't especially difficult for her. Because the options were limited, it was pretty easy for her to figure out that she needed to go right and sometimes up.
Oh my
Celeste
God.
and Shovel Knight do have a few optional rooms players can go in, but for the most part, whenever she entered one, she could tell it wasn't the path she wanted to take. Although Shovel Knight does have a side room in the tutorial that heads to the right and seems like the main path despite not being it, and there was a fair amount of disappointment as she realized she did all that work for nothing.
Sometimes, am I crazy? Is this like video crazy inconsistent with the audio level? Oh my gosh, I'm so gurgly. I need some water. I don't know why my esophagus does that. It's like sometimes super quiet. Like all you need to do is normalize your audio.
Are you fucking kidding me?
However, for all the 3D games, navigating proved far more difficult. She spent a lot of time wrestling with the camera in third-person games, and she wasn't all that great at moving and looking around at the same time in first-person ones. Due to her not rotating the camera around a ton, she didn't always get a great sense of her surroundings, so she struggled with
Why is she
figuring out
running
where
sideways?
she was and where she was going. Like in Skyrim, she missed the jump from the tower to the house during the tutorial, and it took a while for her to realize that she had fallen back to the spot where she started. Also,
Oh,
because
I
she
see.
wasn't good at focusing her camera.
Yeah, no, this happens. I find myself literally going backwards. Like I just came from that point. So her falling back to the beginning spot and being like, where am I? That's believable because I will have just been there and I will be going backwards.
She didn't realize she was supposed to be following Hadvar, so she was sort of just strolling along, trying to get out of the city in her own way. Once she did follow him and got into a building, she was more interested in picking up everything she saw instead of moving forward, which actually is fair and how most people play Skyrim. Either way, she wasn't fully
Very
sure where
relatable.
to go. Interestingly, after we finished all the games, I brought up the footage of Skyrim and showed her the compass at the top of the screen, and she said that she hadn't noticed it while playing, as she was mostly just focused on what was directly in front of her. The same thing happened with Doom's compass and even the health bars of enemies and bosses in Dark Souls.
Oh!
She typically noticed waypoints on the screen when they showed up, but she didn't know what they were for, so she often ignored them. Players
Oh.
are hit with a lot of information
What is this
when they
arrow?
play games. And for ones who aren't all that comfortable with the basics, a lot of that information's pushed to the side, acting
Kill
as
the
another
storm
barrier
cloak.
for entry. Another thing that confused her was when progression in a level wasn't entirely linear. Like with Dark Souls, she got confused when the level looped back around on itself, and she made the assumption that she had messed up and gone the wrong way. Most of the games she had played before Dark Souls had typical progression, so finding herself back near where she started felt odd. Even the 3D games that seemed like they might be more straightforward had a few things that ended up being confusing for her. For example, in Uncharted 2, what a player can climb is indicated by being colored yellow, but that wasn't
Oh yeah. Or they splash yellow on boxes that you can break.
obvious to her, so she constantly tried to climb things that just looked like they could be climbed. And then she questioned why she had to take the longer, more roundabout path when there were perfectly
Oh my
good
God, this
handholds
is
right above her.
horrifying.
A similar issue with signaling happened with The Last of Us as well. There's a part where the player has to
Have you guys been watching this show? Because holy fuck.
run through a city to escape, and a gas station explodes, causing street lamps and other things to block the road ahead. My wife noticed a little gap on the sidewalk that was untouched by fire, so she kept trying to run through that to get out, but every time she did, the infected came and killed her. This made her think that the issue wasn't with it being the wrong way to go, but rather with her not being fast enough, so she kept trying that same path over and over before or finally finding the right way. With game design, there's often a battle.
And it's also, she's not able to look around. So her camera is stuck on forward. So that doesn't help. It's crazy because like she almost can't enjoy the game this way.
Between having a level look realistic and making it easy to navigate. In this example, Naughty Dog tried to make the city feel more natural by not having every path be physically blocked off. And while more experienced players will most likely see the explosion and assume they should go a different way, the game falls short on helping players who don't understand what they're supposed to do. By having the signal be the explosion,
and all the characters are running to the right.
The consequence being an attack by the infected, she learned the wrong lesson. And this sort of thing ended up happening to her a fair amount throughout the process, even with things that had nothing to do with navigation. Sometimes she just interpreted the information the game was giving her in the wrong way, and she found herself
learning the wrong lessons. I still do this though. I come to the wrong conclusion. Because I mean, sometimes even the same situation in a different game would have a different lesson. You just have to be able to interpret it, like the situation.
The idea that some games teach players how to play simply through gameplay and level design is a pretty common talking point in the video game community. I'm a firm believer that a lot of games do this, and watching her play reaffirmed that thought. For example, in Doom, her initial instinct was to stay as far away from enemies as possible because she didn't feel all that comfortable with the controls of a first-person shooter. However, once she came across enemies who threw fireballs at her from a distance that did way more damage than anything she could do from that same range, she started to realize that her best bet was to get close to enemies and either beat the crap out of them or use the shotgun. Ultimately, Doom is meant to be played this way. The glory kill system and the handful of weapons that are powerful at close range are included to push a fast-paced, action-packed fighting style. And having one of the first rooms be extremely difficult to beat without playing this way sets the expectation for the rest of the game.
Wow, I didn't know these games started hard. Like, extremely difficult?
It took her a fair bit of banging her head against the wall to get past this room. But once she did, she was better at the core mechanics of the game than when she started. With that,
it's the this is your baseline. I'm not letting you out until you have a baseline here. You're not going to enjoy this game unless you learn the mechanics. It's mechanics time. And they chain you in the first room. That's fair. It happens. A lot of first-person shooter based stuff, people having played through Half-Life, or a ton of, they've already, a lot of these popular game genres are going to assume you've played them before, that you're getting into the game partially maybe because of the game genre.
That said, what I found even more interesting than when she learned the right lessons of how to play a game through gameplay was when she learned the wrong ones. The first instance of this that I noticed happened while playing Mario 1-1. At the beginning of the level, there's a question mark box with a mushroom in it. She had some familiarity with the Mario franchise, so she knew that mushrooms were good to get. However, after hitting the box, she jumped into a different block, causing the mushroom to change directions and go off the left side of the screen, out of reach. She didn't register that she had caused the mushroom to change directions, leading her to the assumption that mushrooms would always end up going to the left. When she got to another block that she suspected held the mushroom, she hit it and immediately moved to the left to grab it before it went off screen, and well.
That's so cute! Something about this is like adorable. She just wanted her mushroom and she saw it go to the left. And actually, it would be way more of a challenge to have to go to the left to get it. This is so cute.
This was a far less intrusive lesson to get wrong than the ones that came up while she played Celeste and Shovel Knight. The tutorial of Celeste is a pretty simple stage that ends with the player learning how to dash, which is arguably the most important and useful mechanic in the game. The lady I live with interpreted the prompt to mean that the only way to dash was by doing it at an upward angle, pretty much crippling her ability to do screens effectively until after 15 minutes or so when she accidentally dashed horizontally and realized her moveset was wider than she had thought. With Shovel Knight, early on she died.
Oh, but yeah, like we wouldn't expect them to explain, hey, dash up, down, left, right, diagonal. It would just be obnoxious if you are familiar with the genre.
Right from hitting this bubble, a bag of gold popped out and hovered near it. On her next time through, she jumped on the bubble and the bag at the same time and assumed that both things had damaged her, causing her to think that the bags of gold were an enemy of some sort. So
That's so funny.
when she came across them after that, she would either try to attack them or actively avoid them. As she wasn't paying terrible
Oh my god, her attacking the bag of gold is so cute. I don't know, this is so funny. Like you see a bag that looks like this and you just assume this is like a good thing.
close attention to the HUD, she never realized what they actually did. I'm not saying that these things are the faults of the game developers, but it
Not
is
at all.
interesting how easily information on screen can be misunderstood. These sort of
I think game devs, if you over explain your game, most of your target audience is going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you telling me how to wipe my ass? Like, but it's so funny. Like, there's just this required learning experience. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she's getting the usual experience. I think usually if you're getting into games, it's because you're with somebody.
things can happen
somebody
to
can tell
players
you.
of all skill levels, but given her lack of experience, she didn't have much else to go on to challenge the lessons she thought she had learned. I found the disconnect between how she thought games worked and how they actually worked to be pretty intriguing. And as I focused more on those differences, I started to notice a sort of trend with every title she played. That being,
Thinking games would be cooler. Oh? That's interesting.
when most people talk about what any video game is like, there's often a greater focus on the general actions players can do rather than the limitations that make it possible for the game to function. For example, Mass Effect could be described as a role-playing game where, among other things, players get the opportunity to talk to and form relationships with various characters across the universe. People who play a lot of games will most likely go in understanding that this actually means players will be able to form relationships with a predetermined cast of characters by choosing responses from a set of limited dialogue options. As it turns out, this formula makes for a really great series, but there is a gap between what a game sounds like and what it actually looks like. And I think for people who don't end up playing a lot of games but have to suffer through listening to their friends or partners talk about them, they get a warped perception about what players can do in a title because they don't understand or know the systems that games use in order to give these grand sounding experiences.
So it's like you just assume you're God, you know? You're like, oh, you're Dovahkiin and you're a dragon person and you can explode people with your voice. You must be God in these video games.
Where I know to apply a
Assume-
sort of
well, you
video
are,
game
but-
logic to any title I play, the
You're
lady I
limited.
live with was always trying to apply real world logic. Like in the Doom tutorial, there's a gore nest that the player needs to destroy. A waypoint marker shows up on it, which when I first played, I knew meant I needed to go up to it and most likely hit a button prompt. When my wife played, she didn't know what the marker meant, so her initial instinct wasn't to walk right up to it. Instead, she noticed while messing around that the red barrels exploded, so she had the idea to try to push one of the barrels towards the nest to blow it up. And this is objectively more interesting than just pressing a button to destroy it. But of course,
Oh, that's so interesting. She's actually like, she's being creative.
it didn't work. Throughout the various games, a pretty common question she asked was, why can't I do it this way? And my response was, because. The deeper answer is that limitations exist in games because there are only so many potential inputs a title can have, meaning there are a finite number of ways a player can interact with things. If developers tried to program in every possible way a player might think about interacting with something, games would just never come out.
Right.
I'm used to
You're God, but you're God in their way. You have to follow the most likely. It's almost like if you've seen it done in another game, then it's the way it's going to be done in this game, usually. And if you don't know how it's done in this game, you might just not know. You might have never seen it in a game before.
these limitations. I actually appreciate them in a lot of instances. However, for her, she got frustrated when the ideas she came up with didn't work. Like while scaling the train in Uncharted 2, she reached a point where she wanted to swing from a pipe and through a window. So when she realized she had to take the predetermined path that didn't take much more than pressing left, she felt disappointed because, yeah, her idea was cooler. In Skyrim, as Alduin began attacking the city, she found a spot in a house and figured she'd just wait it out until he left.
You know, I really appreciate appreciate this guy's perspective, because when you're playing a game and your first thought is way better than how the game is, a lot of people who really like the game get defensive. They're like, well, that's just not how it is. Well, and like they don't accept disappointment in the game they like. But I like that this guy's like, yeah, your idea was fucking cooler. That would have been so sick. Oh my God, my phone hasn't been plugged in. I didn't even realize. Let me plug that in. He is so understanding and realistic about like people's expectations.
But due to the scripted nature of this part of the game, that plan didn't work,
Yeah.
forcing her to follow the path the game wanted her to follow. In turn, this took
Waiting
away
it out?
all
That's
the
a good
tension of
idea.
this section because she knew she could take as long as she wanted and nothing bad would happen.
Ah.
Hiding in a house isn't that fun of a way to play a game, but her not being able to made it feel like she lost some agency. Her expectations for what she thought she could do in each game were
I
always
see.
different than the reality, and I think as she realized that games were more simple than she had first assumed, some of the intrigue about them faded.
Oh, that's kind of sad. Damn.
For the lady I live with, the thing she hated more than anything else about this experiment was having to replay sections of a level over and over again after dying. Had I not told her to keep trying on a handful of the games, she would have stopped far sooner because it was understandably frustrating. With that
Well, yeah.
said, when she did stick with games that frustrated her and ended up beating the
Makes
parts
it
that she struggled with,
satisfying.
she found it exhilarating. I think
Yeah.
this trade-off of dealing with frustration so that the excitement of beating something is all that much sweeter is one that people who play a lot of games not only understand, but look for. However, trying to pitch that she should spend her free time doing something that actively frustrates her so that the few moments where she succeeds feel glorious is a bit of a tough look.
And with her skill level, she's never experienced being able to succeed in these games. So she's probably thinking, I might never succeed in this. Like, she's never been like, oh, I've succeeded in a platformer. That's really challenging. So, like, she might be thinking, I could keep going, but the chances of me succeeding, I've never seen me win these, you know?
This little test has me questioning how I became interested in video games in the first place. I don't remember how they became such a big part of my life. I don't know how I got to the point where I could look at a compass at the top of a screen and know what to expect from every marker without looking them up. I don't know how I first learned about stamina
so
bars
nice.
and the various ways to make sure I don't run out of energy. I don't know how I became, I guess, fluent in the language of video games. I'm just glad that I learned the basics when I was young enough to not care about spending hours on one level. For a better understanding of how inexperienced players approach video games, I need to run a much wider and more complex study that tests in a more robust way than just sitting down to watch my wife play video games a few times. But I did
No.
find it interesting to
This is
compare how
perfect.
wildly different my approach
I don't
to
need a
games
study. I don't
is
want
to
one.
hers. And while I definitely don't have enough definitive information to make any sort of legitimate conclusion about how inexperienced players approach games, I do want to say this.
I think
In
this
a
was
similar
it wasn't meant to be a scientific study. I wanted to see his wife play video games. I got what I
way
wanted.
to how it is harder to learn a language as an adult. It's harder to get into video games after a lifetime of not playing them.
Yeah.
And from what I've seen, that seems to have less to do with interest and more to do with struggling to get over the barriers that exist for new players. Like, if you don't know how to read, why would you pick up a book?
It's true. No, it's the woman he lives with. That's true.
What I'm getting at is if someone you know who doesn't play games expresses interest in trying one, don't force them to be in an experiment where you give no guidance and mostly just watch them struggle
That's what I'm saying.
with something that they never learned how to do. Teach them how to read it instead.
Pick that up, and now you have a very not annoying at all item. That if you hit, yeah, that's it. Yep.
Fucking get it.
You can use that to like wake things up and to break.
Fucking get it!
Put that in the video.
That's so funny. You can see immediately her experience is improving, and all it takes, literally 100% of what that took, was him being like, hey, open this box. You want to see something fun? Open the box. She opened the box and she's playing with some streamers and saying, get it. Yeah, this was good content, but man, if your wife is single, she should play some video games. I'm kidding. I'll teach her video games. No, I'm kidding. This was Rabuten, what games are like for someone who doesn't play games. I'm not logged in. All of these are going to be, I encourage you to like and subscribe. I'm watching on incognito mode because I've been told that's what you're supposed to do. when streaming on your personal PC. So now I'm doing that. I'm here to find my wife. Can you tell her I am here? Yeah, when you find my wife. So this was a really good video. This was super interesting. I think for me the biggest surprise was the inability to like use the mouse, like not realizing that she has to look around. You're gonna steal all our wives. I can't help. Who comes after me? Okay. If I'm just saying, if a lady shows up at my door, I already got flowers in the back. Thank you for the hydrate. Make sure you guys are drinking water too. Guys, what's today? Is it Tuesday? There's no way it's only Tuesday.
He
No.
has one where she played Bot W and she had an interesting experience. Cheer 100.
Really? Oh, damn. These videos this is kind of like a gold mine. How sound design makes games feel. Oh, you know what makes me sad? You know, a game with an incredible sound design. Cult of the Lamb. The sound designer for that game, the small team, he passed away. Made me so sad because his stuff was super good. It's Tuesday. I can't believe it's Tuesday. I have a whole week. Guys, did I tell you the good news? Yeah, I know. The guy who made here, let's listen to some of it. Since we've already watched this, oh no, Kuno! Oh my god, you're coming in just the second I'm like I'm talking about something sad. Kuno, welcome in. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? Thank you so much for the raid. That's so sweet. How are you? I'm so sorry. No. Oh my god, never ever apologize for raiding me. I was working on Bogu. I'm so excited, Kuno. He's working on some art. Your next stop. He's working on some art that he's going to be selling at Offkai of the Dreamers, which is crazy. I'm in a VTuber group called Glitch Stars, and I'm in a subgroup called Dreamers within that group. And that group has Mogu, Emuri, and Nova, my really good friends. And it's so crazy because I met Nova through Dreamers, and Nova and I just have like a lot of the same interests. Can I not get the OST here? Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Lamau? But we're talking about the person who made the Cult of the Lamb OST unfortunately passed away. But this is what I mean. The sound of Cult of the Lamb is so iconic and well made. Specifically the being in the cult, just at the home place. This is it, right? This is like one of my favorite game OSTs ever. Rest in peace. Oh my god, what a king. The team was really broken up, but this song is so good. We lost a legend. So guys, we are watching some videos. Rest in peace. So we have a couple things we can be watching. We have Fallout 4, but every gun fires nukes. This is supposedly a classic. People like this Reggie person. I have had this on my list to watch forever. Have you heard the OST for Risk of Rain 2? I used to stream Risk of Rain all the time. I love Risk of Rain. The funny thing is, for how much I streamed Risk of Rain, God, I fucking sucked at it. I never got like anywhere. I never beat the game once. So yeah, Reggie apparently is an OG, a good one. I've Fallout 4, it's so funny. I haven't played Fallout 4. Let me go to my Steam. I haven't played Fallout 4 in forever. I mean, ever. But it's still one of my highest playtime games. I played it for 250 hours. Just because when it, came out, Fallout 4 is not great. I loved that game. I loved it. It feels so bad. Fallout 4 felt bad when it was released because it was on Skyrim's engine. Highest? Yeah, I don't tend to play games for 250 hours. I think like on average, if I like a game, I'll play it for like 50. If I play your game for 100 hours, I fucking love your game. So, yeah, Fallout 4 felt kind of bad when it was released. It felt clunky and old because it was on like an ancient engine. Not the highest, one of the highest. I think my highest on Steam is Terraria. I don't even know how to check. I've got a lot of hours in Eternal Return. What else do I have a fuck ton of hours in? I don't even know. But yeah. Terraria. Ugh. A lot of games that don't even log hours. She plays your game for 600 hours. Your League of Legends. Yeah. The thing is, I made content for League for like 5, 6, 7 years. And I did not have that many hours in League. Like I had like 600 or 700 hours in League. You must love League. For someone who made 8 years of content and I only had 600 hours in the game? How? Discovering Eternal Return. Oh my god. Oh my god. Destiny 2. Oh my. People have been simultaneously shitting on Destiny 2 and praising it. Oh yeah, what about Don't Starve Together? Don't Starve Together, 220 hours. I like that game a lot. She just keeps coming back. I haven't played League. I haven't played Summoner's Rift since 2023. The last time I played ARAM, it was November of 2024. I just don't play the game that much. You only played when you streamed, so little hours. Yeah. Well, I actually didn't stream that much. I stopped streaming in like 2017. And I started streaming again in 2020, but I only played League like once a week. But yeah. I basically did stream League up until 2017, but nobody recorded like Twitch for some reason, like I don't know. 2017 and prior, like there's no history of anything I did because nobody archived their shit. This was like, Twitch was like a place where you went to anonymously throw your shit out. 4.3K for Warframe, 1.6 for Skyrim. I don't know how much I've played Skyrim because I played a lot of it on Xbox 360. But actually, the first year of my content, we just hit my 12th year anniversary, but my first year of making content on YouTube was just making Skyrim Let's Plays. So... You're a wormhog. Yeah, that's true. That's all I know you from the Nevercake video. Now it's so funny. Full circle. Nevercake is a VTuber, and he does 3D animation and 2D animation. He just did a music video for Camila. VTuber hag. And I was a PNG tuber pretty much the whole time. I was a PNG tuber since 2014, 15. I guess 15. So, I mean, I just had an anime avatar. So many people did that, though. Like, so was Lily Pichu, technically. Like, she basically never showed her face. Soccer. Oh my god. A lot of you guys have been watching me forever. Oh my god. Wow. Thank you for the support. You remember the PNG tuber? Guys, you want to be fucking stunned? Where is it? Where is it? This is the one that I got. My outfits are not labeled. Here is my first VTuber model. Hello, hello. I still have it. Very strange to look back at. But this was 2020. It's kind of cute, thank you. OG. Yeah, I like this model. It's very different. I mean, I'm a tall lady. This outfit you guys went fucking feral for. So, she's got DreamWorks eyebrow. The model, like, oh, it really feels like I'm a wiggly PNG, huh? And then I did my re-debut, and thank God I sat on this design for my character for like ever. Like, I was like, I don't want yellow to be like my #1 main color, like absolutely main color. I kind of wanted it to be an accent color. Ended up being my main color anyway. But like I needed more than yellow. Like I think I definitely thought about my color scheme and my character and my setting for long enough to be like, even though it's been 3 years, I still fucking love it. So fashion designer vibes. Yeah. When did you get this model? 2 days ago. I'm not even kidding. This outfit is 2 days old. This outfit is 2 days old. The outfit from 2023. For this is for the Raiders. This is for the Raiders who have never seen me before. This is like my design. It's me. Hi. I'm very tall. One day I'm gonna fix my legs. One day, but it's not today. All right, switching back. Anyway, guys, we got some videos to watch. People want the videos. The crowd has spoken. How your old Space Bandit hair would clash with your new queen. It would look so bad. It's not even like on here. Like I couldn't toggle it if I wanted. But like another thing about the old hair is that it made my head like really big. Like my old hair was so big that my head was big, which made me look a little bobbleheady, which is fine. But it was like surprising. I'm down for the yap. We're yapping. We already yapped. We yapped so many hours yesterday, and then we yapped today a little bit, maybe 30 minutes before stream. I've really been yapping a lot. I like the big head. Like, yeah, I like my proportions. Like, I don't know. I really like my model. I'm very, very, very lucky. And I repeatedly get to work with like so many amazing artists. I am just like so spoiled. And I'm lucky that my model mama, John, who drew my like body base and my original, was like, yeah, just commission anybody. Yeah, just get outfits. Like you can work with anybody. Just, I don't care. Gave me the body base and was like, have fun. So I was able to commission different artists. So have you ever played or watched Chrono Trigger? Never, which is insane. I know so many people have talked to me about Chrono Trigger, and I've heard it so many times of the year. I know it's like a cult classic. It's so hard to get into so many games. I'm kind of finding out that like if I react to anything from Chrono Trigger, people are gonna be like, you want to play Chrono Trigger, play Chrono Trigger. And then I'll play it and people will be like, oh my fucking god, I love Chrono Trigger. I kind of regret not playing any TF2 when we were doing all the TF2 reacts. I'm like, that would have been fun, and I'm sure the community would have been nice. I like assumed the community would have just beaten me up, and I'm like, that's a mean thing to assume of all these people who are being like so welcoming and nice. Why did I assume that? Time to assume the best of people. I don't know what Chrono Trigger is. Guys, I have work tomorrow, but I really want to have the rest of my matcha latte. I really should not do that. I should not do that. That would be a terrible idea. I already
Cheer
shouldn't have had this
100.
much.
You should spite the Chrono Trigger community and play Chrono Cross instead.
I don't know. I don't really know either. You haven't drank all of it? No, I put some of it in the fridge. I put half of it in the fridge because I wanted to be able to sleep because I have work tomorrow and work starts at 5 tomorrow. Fuck me. It's my own fault. I've had this task that I needed to do forever. Like I could have done it a month ago, and I'm not even exaggerating. But I've just been so busy that the first most inconsequential like blocker made me just be like, oh, fuck it. Fuck. I can't do it. It's fucked. And then I had to talk to my coworker who was like, no, you just hit this button. And I was like, fuck. And now it's at the deadline and I have to do it tomorrow. So that's my bad. Akira Toriyama designed the characters. Oh, fancy. Consequences of my own actions. To be fair, it's like not a problem. It doesn't take any time, but it's when I started. I know, we gotta start watching videos again. Okay. I started yapping. Okay, what are we thinking? We can do the Warframe. Oh, well, I do want to watch this, but we'll just watch this before anything else. We could do the Story of Digital Extremes. This is an ancient documentary. I do not know if this is going to be accurate. Also, it's a 2-parter, so it's an hour. We can do nukes. We can do... I'm a little afraid of this video. It might be good. The craziest moments in Brony history. I've seen all of Friendship is Magic. Looks like you guys want nukes. Or we can do the Sonic 06 video. Or we could even watch some more of this guy's videos. Because I think you guys wanted to... You mentioned some other stuff. Damn. Is every single one of this guy's videos like a banger? That's a rare thing. Nukes. Nukes it shall be. Nukes it will be. This video is 40 minutes long. So, I mean, that being said, before I get into this, copy and paste the link. You know the drill. I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to pin it. If you can co-watch, make sure you do. Give them a like and subscribe. We are watching somebody else's video. I want to give them as many views as possible and as much watch time as possible. Turn off your ad blocker. Mute the fuck out of this. Come back to my stream. I do not know this Reggie guy. I have never heard of them. I have also been living under a rock. I know my subset of creators, and I keep going back to the same people over and over, but I've been having a lot of fun learning new people and learning their content and seeing their new stuff. This is Fallout 4, but every gun fires a nuke by Reggie. The first time we play through this, it's going to be like me adjusting the audio as I do. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Due to a world where bullets were never invented.
It is too quiet.
I want to introduce you to a world...
It's still too quiet.
I want to introduce you to a world where bullets were never invented. Instead, humanity went straight to nuclear weapons, meaning that...
This is already so fucking stupid.
Every firearm, from a homemade pistol to a minigun, is capable of unleashing Armageddon upon your enemies.
Oh my god!
In this world, there are only 3 rules. 1, you shoot first, or you don't shoot at all. 2, you should always have a backup plan in case you run out of ammo. And the most important of all is that water gun fights are now strictly off limits. In a post-apocalyptic setting such as this, there's only one thing left to do. Slavery. If you...
Why? Wait, I'm so sorry, guys. Give me a second. I have to fix some settings on my end. What the... Slavery. All right.
Ever watched a soot-encrusted Indonesian man mining sulfur for 7 cents a day and thought to yourself, damn, he's ripping us all off? Then
That can't be real.
I have news for you, because we are the same person. All of that is to say, I'm a big fan of capitalism, and when it comes to maximizing shareholder value, nowhere does it better than Nuka World. Some people will call this a defunct amusement park, taken over by erotic cosplayers, but really, it's just a different kind of amusement now.
Oh my
because
god.
we have hundreds of people forced into slave labor using explosive collars. From the moment I saw this 8 years ago,
What is this? I played this game and I have never seen this.
I knew it was my destiny to be the CEO of this wonderful business. So that's our goal. Utilize weapons of mass destruction to take over Nuka World and usher in an era of mega slavery. Can we succeed? Or will we be stopped by literally anyone with a gun? There's only
Okay, high stakes, high reward.
one way to tell. But first, I have to watch my wife get shot. That part plays out a little differently in this timeline.
Oh
so
my
my wife and son were vaporized in a thermonuclear blast. Unfortunate, but from their ashes, a hero was born. We escape the
She's
vault
so
and
angry.
enter into a world whose color scheme could best be described as 50 Shades of Vomit. From here, we could go straight to Nuka World,
Damn,
but
this
we're
game
level
is
1,
ugly.
and we have about as many items as a paranoid schizophrenic who thinks the government is spying on him through his microwave. So instead, we'll
Damn.
spend a few hours gathering supplies and trying to reach level 15, at which point we should be ready. I saunter my way into what I assume is modern-day Los Angeles, at
This is actually, I'm sorry, incorrect. New York City.
which point a Cockney robot attempts to socialize with me, but that's exactly what they
What is this crooked nose? Oh my god. Oh my god. See you, Rogan.
expect me to do. So instead, I jump on top of my neighbor's roof and dive headfirst into a pool of radioactive sewage. That ought to throw them off. Our first goal is to find a gun, because the power spike from punching things to nuking things is pretty substantial. After wandering...
I don't know why. It's 2 minutes in and the same joke is fucking sending me.
Wandering around, I find a dead body with a revolver on it, and upon testing it out on some nearby wildlife, I was both excited and terrified at the world I had created. I made my way into a nearby town, where usually a small group of bandits is fighting with some Minutemen. But now, a small group of bandits is committing a nuclear holocaust with some Minutemen. And if you think this is bad, you should have seen it before we reduced the explosion effects. Anyway, I tried silently assassinating the raiders. This was met with very limited success. Eventually, I got tired of role-playing as a high-altitude weather balloon, so I nuked the bandits and entered the museum to help the Minutemen. Or rather, I tried to enter the museum, because as dangerous as nuclear warfare is outside, it's 10 times worse inside. And I got
he can't progress.
Spawn killed for about 20 minutes before I finally made it past the front door. But by that point, I had been ground zero for roughly 35 nuclear detonations. My ears
he knew exactly where to go. That's it. I didn't consider the insta-killing in close quarters.
Were ringing, my retinas were fried, and there was a very distinct possibility of me vomiting all over my keyboard.
Very
but my
disgusting.
noble goal gave me the strength to continue. From here, I went room by room, clearing out the raiders in close quarters combat. This is a fantastic way to learn the exact blast radius of a nuclear bomb, because if you're off by even an inch, your limbs will eject from your body like rocket-propelled grenades. Eventually, I made it to Preston Garvey, who wasted no time complaining about how hard his life is. Just wait until he hears about my plans for Nuka World. Preston had me climb up to the roof and equip this suit of power armor. I was feeling very confident until a drug-fueled maniac popped out from around a corner and gave me both barrels of his shotgun.
Oh, each and every tiny bit of a shotgun is now a nuke. Oh boy.
A phrase which has recently intensified in meaning, since each pellet is now its own nuke.
Oh.
Honestly, I had a lot of difficulty at this section, because the minigun takes half a second to spin up, and if a raider happens to squeeze out even a single shot in that time, it's all over. But if I've learned anything from watching a homeless man avoid arrest by drinking his vodka out of an antifreeze bottle, it's that necessity breeds innovation. Come to think of it, that might have
Antifreeze bottle. Guys, hey, you're not allowed to have a bottle of alcohol open in a car in the US, but you're allowed to have a bottle of antifreeze open. Just saying.
actually just been antifreeze. Regardless,
Oh
I
my
pioneered
God.
a new combat strategy. That
I was
is the
suggesting-
mortar technique. Instead of shooting at my enemies, I just kind of carpet bombed the entire town with poorly aimed artillery. And it worked really well. From here, I jumped off the roof and did my best to crush Preston like an ant.
What are you, crazy?
When that failed, I settled for finishing off the raiders and laughing at the Deathclaw's attempt to intimidate me. Following this, I went inside, Preston thanked me, and Mama Murphy gave me the perfect setup for a joke.
We're all gonna die eventually.
Yep. After reloading, we all went to Sanctuary and started
Oh,
drinking from
God.
the same toilet bowl, because we are now friends. In fact,
Oh.
Sturgis asked me if I could build everyone some beds so they didn't have to sleep underneath bridges and inside of burnt-out cars. I looked him straight in the eye
him
and said
alone.
I would do that. Of course, I was lying. In fact, I immediately left Sanctuary and never contacted any of these strange people again in my entire life.
Why?
At this
Just
point,
say
we're
no.
level 3, and I've got a decent selection of guns, but I'd still like to gain access to some better perks before taking on Nuka World. So I began doing odd jobs around the wasteland. First mission, a filthy woman wants me to go to this place and kill
woman?
all of these
Everyone's
people. No
pretty
problem.
gross.
I travel to the Corvega factory and start using my mortar technique to soften up their defenses. It takes only 9 seconds for me to accidentally nuke myself. That's a personal best. Eventually, I make my way inside and begin atomizing the inhabitants while the building vibrates violently with each shot. Luckily, the other raiders convinced themselves it was just the wind. Now, you might think the best weapon for room clearing would be a shotgun, but you'd be wrong, and I found this out the hard way.
It'll
Because
just
the
kill
spread
you.
on a shotgun means it's almost impossible to aim
Oh,
it
wow.
straight, and despite your best efforts,
Yeah.
you will hit either the floor or the ceiling, and the resulting blast will almost certainly turn you into a human jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, you want the enclosed quarters, you want the most accurate thing. Alaska Jack, thank you so much for the tier 1 for... Oh my gosh, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you.
This happened to me more times than I'd like to admit, before I begrudgingly filed the double-barrel shotgun next to Reggie Fan Meetup in the category of things that sound fun but will probably get me killed. I also tried hacking into this cute little security robot so he could help me clear out the bandits. He lasted all of 3 seconds before they murdered him in cold blood.
I love the security robots in that game. You can't kill them. Give him a chance.
This was the single biggest mistake the Raiders could have made, because his existence was the only thing stopping me from doing this.
And accidentally killing himself in the process.
Yes, indeed. The bandits were dead. Completing this quest got us to level 6 and allowed me to unlock the Mysterious Stranger perk, which is now substantially more satisfying because, yes, he does shoot nuclear bombs. This was good, but we still have a long way to go, so I continued.
Guys? Oh? Hold on.
I continued on my quest to convert every living being into experience points.
I'm familiar with them.
It went a little like this. I start the day with some train yard hobos. First you shoot them, then you beat them. 8 experience each. Also, tried my hand at cattle wrangling.
Does that give you...
I think I'm a natural. A shipyard? Break into a shipyard. It's full of murder crabs. Now it's not. Apparently, the owner was trying to domesticate them by playing soothing messages on the PA. It, didn't work. That was a lot.
I never saw that. What? That's so funny. They're gonna... You guys watch Fauna and your Pip-Boy too? All the time.
A lot of effort. Let's go ahead and take a rest for the night in this old building. Never mind, the universe hates us and we've just been ambushed in our sleep by attack dogs. Plunged the world into nuclear winter in retaliation. After that, I went to Bunker Hill where I spent 20 minutes marveling at the ugliest human being I have ever seen. Which is strong words coming from someone who looks in the mirror every morning. Once I was done, I went to the Drumlin Diner to try to negotiate peace between some raiders and the store owner. When I told the lady I wouldn't be taking her side, she presented me with a very compelling argument.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
But two.
Oh, just take her side and then fucking kill her.
Can play at that game.
Oh.
Say what you want, but this is the fastest method of de-escalation. Following this, we got a quest to kill everyone inside this preschool.
Got your leg.
Don't worry, the kids are already dead. We're just killing the raiders. I nuked every room with extreme prejudice, but still died anyway because the whole place is booby-trapped and tripwire guns now fire atomic bombs.
Oh my god.
But it's okay.
So, did he at any point consider this? It almost seems like you would think that having, you know, unlimited nukes is really good, but it's actually really doesn't seem that great. You pretty much already have an aimbot with Mysterious Stranger and, like, just don't do this.
Okay, because we can always retreat to the public bathroom to brew more health potions. Eventually, I find their leader and introduce him to the concept of a glory hole before stuffing his charred corpse into a garbage bin. Finally, I finish by
That wasn't a garbage bin!
releasing all of his captives, except for you. Someone has to stay behind to tell the people about my good deeds. After all that, we're now level 10, and I've even figured out how to craft bear traps, which I have successfully stress tested on a small child. Works like a charm. Let's finish up a few more quests and then go straight to Nuka World. I was in Bunker Hill admiring the absolute girth of this man's biceps when I was approached by Edward Deegan. He took me to Cabot House to accept a quest from John Cabot, who wants us to steal some secret serum from a psychotic gentleman living in a shack on top of a hill, which is fine. However, John bears a striking resemblance to the Zodiac Killer, and so I wasn't sure if I could...
You know they found that guy, right? After he died?
Trust him. That's why I covertly...
They found the guy and like he had a piece of paper that was like, yeah, I fucking did that. And here's my watch, which is covered in evidence. And the police were like, oh, he's already dead. Ted Cruz died. No. There's a bunch of case crackers online. Yeah, like literally they were posting, like the guy's friend kind of low-key, high-key posted about it on like Facebook. Anyway.
Stole and hid exactly one of his pool balls. If he betrays me, he'll never get this back, and the loss of a singular ball in an otherwise perfect set will almost certainly drive him to a suicidal rage. This is what we call establishing collateral. Anyway, I went to the insane guy's shack to get the serum, but an acorn fell on the ground and it spooked me, so I spent the next 55 seconds nuking the man's house until I stopped getting hit markers.
What is this? What is this this style of video? Like Maxer and this person, Reggie, they're like absurdist situations shitpost. Seth likes. See, but I've never seen a Seth video. Meanwhile, so I'm watching the Seth likes, and meanwhile I've never seen the original. That's so funny. Seth, Reggie, just great shit posts. I like it. I like it. I mean, the sense of humor is just very good. I mean, it's absurdist, right? Seth says some not great things. Oh, so far this has apparently been not so bad. I mean, obviously they're joking about slavery, which is not good, but the whole point is that it's a joke, so. We're not supposed to be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, slavery.
I grabbed the vial, went back to
I'm glad
Cabot,
he
lied to him,
approached
and
that
said
so
the
calmly.
serum was gone before taking it out of my inventory, waving it in front of his face, and injecting it into my neck just for fun. For good measure, I also smashed a bunch of his research equipment and stole this fancy camera.
NPCs!
Only one more quest to go, then we're off to Nuka World. It's time to go help Paladin dance.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my...
I rushed to his distress signal as fast as I could, but upon arriving, it seemed like he had things under control.
Hi.
I talked to Dance, and he asked me to accompany...
Is this just Warhammer? In hindsight, that is the what are these? The Brothers of Steel? What? Wait, what are these guys called? Yeah. These are just guys in armor all the time.
him on a mission
I
to
can't
salvage technology
escape
from some nearby
Warhammer.
ruins. This quest was awful, but I do have a few tips. First of all, you're going to come across a gang of bandits
Brotherhood of
robbing
Steel.
some trade.
The Brotherhood of Steel. Which dev was like, hold on. I need the Ultramarines in my Fallout.
This is an interesting interaction that I recommend
Space
observing
Marines, yeah.
from a distance. Second, if you hear any variation of the phrase, "We've got company," you need to run for cover, because there is a 90% chance Paladin Dance is about to pivot like LeBron James and nuke the shit out of you for being within 20 feet of a bloatfly.
Got company.
If and when
Within 20 the bloatfly is so funny because I remember those being so annoying, and yeah, the guy just shoots anything.
you do finally make it to the destination, the synths inside are very dangerous, so I recommend a tactical approach, such as watching through a sheet of plexiglass as Paladin Dance does all the hard work. Also, when you
like
get to
it.
the basement, don't forget to accidentally melt off Dance's face with this rocket exhaust. Trust me, he actually likes it. After that, you just go upstairs, grab the tech, and it's all
Is he
over.
dead?
It's not a great quest, but it does give us the junk jet, which is some kind of pneumatic catapult for weaponizing random garbage. While it doesn't fire atomic bombs, it does allow me to kill my opponents by cracking them in the forehead with dirty cigarette trays, which is something that resonates with me deeply.
I guess fundamentally it's not a bullet. This replaced every bullet with nukes. So if you're shooting garbage,
Finally, we're now level 16 with maxed out luck, a few helpful perks, and a new rifle that has a 50-round drum mag along with a bayonet for close quarters combat.
Holy
but
fuck.
before we go any further, I need to warn you about something, because the fine people at Makeship have infiltrated my apartment
he's
and
selling
stolen
merch.
my genetic material.
Let's see. Makeship. It's over. All right. We can't buy it anymore. It ended a year ago. That being said, I would watch this all the way through and promote it if it was still a thing. Time to skip.
Life. But if that's not exactly your style, he also makes a pretty good stress ball. So you've got 30 days yourself down for his Muka World Transit Center.
All right.
You can hang
We're going back to it.
handle. Then, prepare yourself. Now back to the video. I arrived at the Nuka World Transit Center with determination, because from here we can take a tram to the amusement park. The only thing stopping us is a small army of bandits, robots, and rooftop snipers.
No problem if he is.
I must have died about 15 times at this part before I settled on just firing 30 nukes into the sky and hiding in a parking garage while all of my enemies were turned to ash. I made my way down to the tram.
It's like the strategy. I think he just needs to do that. He's a slime. He is a slime. He's not a booger. That is extremely my bad. When I think of slime, I think of Maple Story slimes.
Where this guy was telling me raiders had taken his family hostage at Nuka World. Apparently he escaped but was shot in the process. But the fact he didn't have a single drop of blood anywhere on his body led me to believe this man was a liar. So I politely excused myself, loaded up my junk jet with steel ingots, and then came back and pulverized his heart with a high-velocity metal slug. Now his story about being wounded is a lot more believable. After
You just know it was Bethesda not feeling like it, you know?
This, I jumped on the tram and it took me to the Promised Land.
The Promised
I arrived,
Land?
and it was beautiful. A voice came over the speaker and told me two things. One, I'm trapped, and two, the only way to escape is to survive the gauntlet. I surveyed my surroundings and found the dead bodies of several half-eaten male prostitutes. So I'm going to go ahead and say my chances aren't great, but let's give it a shot. Room 1, a large lobby full of rusted junk. If the tetanus doesn't kill you, the machine gun turrets firing nukes definitely will.
Oh my god.
The ceilings are very...
What is up? Okay. This place, I never went to this place in game. The dead strippers and headless people? No, they just basically killed anybody who came here?
Low, which makes it easy for you to blow yourself up. So I recommend using VATS. Even if your chance to hit is low, it doesn't really matter, because atomic bombs are more of a to whom it may concern type weapon anyway. After that, it's on to room 2. This room was supposed to be armed with several booby traps. However, the nuclear detonation we unleashed on the last room seems to have spilled over and disabled most of them. The key word being most.
No.
After reassembling my body parts, I moved to room 3, which presented us with 3 doors to choose from. Door 2 was a room full of human heads, which appear to have been decapitated in the middle of nutting, while door 3 contained a bouquet of live grenades. I'm flattered. Escaping through door 1 led us to a radiation room, which was giving me 60 rads per second. In order to avoid developing Stage 4 League of Legends, I took a
What were we saying? What were we talking about?
near lethal dose of radiation medication and ran around in a fugue state until I found the keys to escape. Next was a maze full of bizarre traps and animatronic aliens. Fairly simple, just don't underestimate the overgrown rats, because they will not hesitate to put you down. After this was a tunnel full of landmines. Sprint through it at top speed and across this definitely up-to-code wooden bridge. Uh-oh, it collapsed, and you're now being attacked by shellfish.
That is LA.
Terrestrial dominance before proceeding to the hardest room of all, the gas chamber. It's here where we get locked into a room which is quickly filling with phosphine gas. If we don't get through this door in the next 30 seconds, we'll be dead. So here's the plan. Take a bunch of drugs to numb the pain of your lungs being dissolved. Stab all these bugs while making sure to fill your pockets with their succulent meat for later. And then hop on this computer and open the escape door. That leads us to a shed full of flying ants.
I was not expecting that in it.
Ants, which are surprisingly difficult to hit with a nuke. The torture of this room is a little more abstract, but it's very real nonetheless. Then quickly run through this cage area while people shoot at you from above. Just kidding, you can't do this quickly and you're going to die at least a dozen times. But after that, we're finally at the last stage of the gauntlet. See that guy down there in the power armor covered in blood? Yeah, we're going to fight him and he's invincible. But we have a secret weapon. It's not a high-powered rifle or even a rocket launcher. Instead, our secret weapon is a plastic water gun. The plan, in theory, is that our enemy is receiving power to his suit from this exposed electrical line, and if we can cover him in water, well, that probably wouldn't be very good. Alright, let's give it a shot. They counted us down and opened the gates, at which point I charged headfirst into my opponent. He responded by blowing off all of my limbs with a nuclear bomb. Clearly, we need a different approach. The guy
Oh no. Oh my god. The water gun. fucking funny. Oh my god. I'm sorry, that was like way more funny than any right to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna watch that scene one more time.
And water, well, that probably wouldn't be very good. Alright, let's give it a shot. They counted us down and opened the gates, at which point I charged headfirst into my opponent. He responded by blowing off all of my limbs with a nuclear bomb. Clearly, we need—
Oh my god, I'm crying. I just can't with like the desperation of the water gun is so funny to me. And the one nuclear shot is, I just have, oh my god, okay. Okay. Okay.
need a different approach. The guy is actually invincible, but I found out that I can stay in the starting area and snipe him with the water gun to disable his armor. Then I followed up with like 20 nukes to finish him off. Following this, a lot of exposition happens, but I'm going to summarize it really quickly. That guy we just electrocuted, yeah, he was the CEO of Nuka World, and the raiders that live here seem to put a lot of respect on violently murdering your political opponents, so they now recognize me as their leader. This—
It's so funny with the oh my god.
This is fantastic,
Stupidest way to
and
die.
it comes with a lot of perks. For example, I now live at the peak of Fizztop Mountain with a lovely view over all of my employees.
You are now one of my elite employees!
Also, since I'm the boss, I can go to the market, steal things right out of the display case, and then sell them back to the shop owner for free money. The downside is that Nuka World is divided into 6 parks, with only one of them being under our control. So it's our job to liberate the remaining parks directly into my authoritarian governance. Then, once we have them, we can distribute them to the different raider factions according to which of their political philosophies I find the most amusing.
Sociopathic, gay, schizophrenia, anorexia.
So it's time to go meet the gangs. Operating out of Fizztop Mountain is the Disciples, which is a faction that couldn't be any edgier even if they were actively pulverizing the elderly in a hydraulic press. This is strangely juxtaposed against the fact that they don't know how many belts you can wear before people stop taking you seriously. Overall, they're my second favorite. The second faction is the Operators. Their primary concern is making money at the cost of human life, which is my personal favorite philosophy. However, they have some shared mental disorder which precludes them from wearing clothes that actually fit. I don't know exactly why, but this makes me extraordinarily angry, and I regularly have to restrain myself from killing them. Fortunately, I found a good compromise. Instead of creating a civil war by nuking their entire faction, I just swing by every few days, find a random operator, and secretly deposit a live grenade in his pocket. Lastly,
why? It's because their clothes don't fit. Can't you literally change the clothes of what can't you take clothes off of people in this game? You could just change their clothes. Not as a treat. It's a terrible treat. Not the live grenade.
There's the pack. They have a relatively experimental aesthetic, along with a nice selection of chairs. But whenever you want to talk to their leader, you're going to be forced to listen to the bite.mp3 sound effect for hours on end, because they installed a dogfight pit in the middle of their base. This immediately and irrevocably disqualifies them from receiving any further attention from me whatsoever.
Not that you could, you could get rid of the dogs. Galactic
With
World.
introductions out of the way, it's time to start expanding our operation and making some big money. There's 5 parks to acquire: Galactic World, Dry Rock Gulch, Safari Adventure, the Nuka-Cola Bottling Plant, and Kitty Kingdom. First up is Galactic World. This is a space-themed park inhabited by hundreds of robots. However, someone spilled their Dr. Pepper on the AI mainframe, and it caused the robots to become violent murder machines. It's not great for business, so I went there and started fighting my way through the streets. The first thing I noticed was that there's plenty of laser turrets all over the premises. Luckily, they don't seem to work very well, and usually spend their entire time in a life-or-death battle against the ceiling. However, don't get too—
Wait, I guess the laser turrets shoot nukes as well?
Comfortable, because on at least one occasion, the air pressure from these explosions caused my cranium to detonate forcefully. Other than that, just keep an eye out for Mr. Frothy, who is very fast and will startle you into jumping off a bridge and subsequently dying in a nuclear explosion. Anyway, I made my way to the control room, where I'm able to turn off the robots.
I don't wanna
Only
be
problem,
startled
it's
by Mr.
broken,
Frothy.
and it needs a total of 20 star cores to repair it. Unfortunately, they're scattered all over the park in the safekeeping
boy.
of several automatons that would like to crush my neck like a can of soda. But
Dear
much like a
God.
restraining order, I viewed this as a challenge rather than a problem. Do you really think I can't get within 100 feet of you? So I began wandering around looking for these cores, which
He's
led me
rapidly
to a
approaching.
building called the Robco Battle Zone. My hopes of this name being metaphorical were quickly dashed when upon entering I died about 37 different times. Part of the
Ow.
issue is that the mini nuke mod isn't working perfectly on the robots, and some of them are shooting me with laser beams. While my supple body
Help.
is perfectly
Help.
optimized for dying in nuclear explosions, it does very little to protect me against this space-age technology.
Oh, boy.
But just like how the lifeguards at the YMCA can't stop me from drinking the pool water,
Oh.
these robots couldn't stop me from blasting my way into the battle zone. At
Don't.
which point I was promptly locked inside and forced to fight a variety of enemies which entered from these doors and these hydraulic platforms. The
Help.
robots were tough, but the primary difficulty in this cramped space was finding a place to detonate a nuke that wouldn't instantly vaporize me. First, we had to survive some protectrons and a swarm of iBots. No problem. Then it was on to the Novatrons, even easier. Then our final opponent was the Space Sentry.
Ooh. Oh no. Oh? He needs to back up.
He got the better of me. But as the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you.
Hmm.
Fool me twice, I'll obliterate you with nuclear weapons. And
It's
we
said.
did just that. With the
So
battle
it is
zone
said.
conquered, I gathered all the space cores and moved on to the next building, the Interstellar Theater. Surely a fucking
Why is he
theater
naked?
can't be as dangerous as the battle zone, I thought to myself.
Why?
But boy, was I wrong.
Is there a
very,
reason?
very, very wrong. The entire auditorium was full of robots, and honestly, I was only able to conquer this area through the repeated use of a strategy I like to call kill one guy and then save the game. While searching for the star cores, I found
fine.
a Nuka-Cola mixing
I
station,
do that as
which
well.
allowed me to combine a Nuka-Cola beer with another Nuka-Cola beer. to
I do that in games where I don't have nukes. I do that games where I do that just because the game is hard.
create double beer. Some people
Ooh.
will claim that AI and vaccines are the greatest advancements of the past century. But to that I ask, can you get drunk on polio vaccines? I didn't think so. That's why double
That's a good
beer
point.
is the real scientific pinnacle of our generation.
God.
After completing my schizophrenic monologue about alcohol, I found the star course next to a few decomposing junkies in the washroom. Very nice. The last building wasn't as bad. Vault Tech Among the Stars
go.
is a recreation
That's
vault
how I
life
wanna go.
experience, outfitted with realistic living rooms, indoor gardens, and even an entire room dedicated to giving you cancer. I'm feeling
Wow.
nostalgic already. Strangely, as my character
Damn.
progressed through this area, he was getting recurring headaches. I
Oh?
chalked it up to a brain tumor and thought nothing of it. But it turns out the whole vault was actually just one giant experiment in subliminal messaging. According to this observation log, they're broadcasting a high frequency over the PA that's meant to induce degenerate behavior such as pissing your pants.
Why?
Jokes on them. They just wasted millions of dollars to make me do something that I was already going to do anyway. Following this, I slaughtered a bunch of atomic
Guys, I'm pausing for a second because there's a skunk that lives in my shed and they have sprayed and it smells so fucking bad and it's going to smell like this for the next 2 days. I'm going to smell this smell very strongly for the next hour as it is overwhelming. And then it's going to get progressively better because not because the smell is going away, but because I'm going to be unable to smell it because I'm going to be so used to it. So that sucks. And then it's going to rain and all the smell's going to go away. Time to get out the incense. Yeah, I gotta get a candle.
automatons, found a really nice already going to do anyway. Following this, I slaughtered a bunch of automatons, found a really nice shotgun, immediately flashed back to all of those times I killed myself with a shotgun, and then quickly unequipped it before finding the remaining star cores and rushing back to the mainframe. With the help of computer scientist extraordinaire and definitely not dead person Kendall Alston, I was able to repair the computer and pacify all of the AI, meaning we can now walk around the park without having to worry about a medical robot electrifying our testicles. With the robots subjugated, I went upstairs and raised a flag to officiate the conquest of Galactic World. Our empire is expanding, and the next theater of war is the Wild West. Dry Rock Gulch is an arid wasteland inhabited primarily by dead bodies, which should make it an easy target. So I made my way there and quickly realized where all the dead bodies came from, because within moments of arriving, I was attacked by subterranean bloodworms. Yeah, these little bastards tunnel around underground and then ambush you when you least expect it, which means they're either underground, so you can't kill them, or they're firmly latched onto your jugular vein in such a way that makes using a nuclear bomb seem a little too risky. In this case, I recommend treating the entire area as a high-stakes game of the floor is lava. Eventually, I came down to chat with the sheriff, who informed me that he'll give us the park if we can get rid of the bandits.
Is this a robot with a... There's no way. There's no way. Is this a robot with a cowboy hat on it?
Coming out of this building. One problem, the building is locked, and I need combination codes from the Giddy Up Kid, One-Eyed Ike, and Phosphorus Pete to gain entry.
This is my favorite thing ever, and I'm never gonna get over this. This idea now lives in my head forever.
I really wish he told me this before I carpet bombed the entire park, because I'm pretty sure I killed all of those people. This was an irritating development, but my anger quickly faded after the sheriff appointed me as his deputy and gave me this excellent cowboy outfit. Upon reloading the save, I found the Giddy Up Kid, who explained that some cattle rustlers had stolen his loyal steed, and he wants me to bring it back. In case you're wondering, he's talking about an inanimate object, but it was like 4 a.m. at this point in the recording, so I just played along with it.
Rustle up some horses for you, huh, cowboy? I'll be back before sundown.
I searched the grounds for all of 13 seconds before finding the torso of a Giddy Up Buttercup stuffed inside this man's anal cavity. I grabbed it and dropped its dismembered body inside the horse pen. Our friend was mildly dismayed.
What happened to Giddy Up Buttercup? They butchered her up like a cow.
But he still gave us his part of the combination code, so I don't really care. Next, I sauntered in.
He accepted that it was broken.
To a saloon where I met Phosphorus Pete. He wants us to deliver some Nuka-Cola to the residents of Dry Rock Gulch. No problem.
They're all dead. The people of Dry Rock Gulch.
And before you ask, yes, all of the people we delivered soda to were in fact dead bodies, which I made sure to tell Pete.
I'm afraid everyone's dead.
Well, that ain't good.
Doesn't matter though, the quest is done.
I love this is awesome. I fucking love the whole concept of this place.
And Pete rewarded us with his code, along with a large quantity of alcoholic Nuka-Cola, which I quickly became addicted to. From here, I sought out One-Eyed Ike to complete our final test, which, much to my dismay, would be a duel at 10 paces. Ike gave me a 44 Magnum and started counting down.
Much to my dismay.
But unfortunately, I was still stun-locked by the idea that an amusement park mascot was programmed to hand out loaded revolvers to children before shooting them, which resulted in Ike getting the better of me. Second attempt at the duel, I won, but I won a little too hard, and Ike wasn't alive to give me his code. Third time's the charm. For this, I decided to swap to the junk jet, and after blasting Ike in the head with a steel ingot and an empty beer bottle, he conceded defeat and gave me the final piece of code. Now we can enter this mine shaft, destroy the Bloodworm Queen, and claim Dry Rock Gulch. Honestly, this part was pretty easy. There's really only two things you need to do. One, make sure you break into the office so you can equip this cool duster and pretend you're playing an actually good Fallout game. And this last thing should go without saying, but do not jump in the pit full of dead cows, because they'll erupt with dozens of bloodworms and it makes for a very stressful experience. Other than that, I just nuked everything inside and completed the quest.
Let's go.
Not too bad.
I don't like the pit full of cows. It makes me upset.
After raising the flag, we're all done at Dry Rock Gulch and on to the next target, Safari Adventure. I approached the park and observed a man doing battle with a large creature. I chased it off by shooting it with 3 nukes, all of which it survived. This was not a good sign. Anyway, the guy started talking to me, and from a distance I had assumed he was some kind of male stripper, meant to appeal to the female fantasy of being bludgeoned to death with a sledgehammer.
I will never ever complain about characters that appeal to any fantasy, so long as it is like within moral bounds. And it looks like this. If it looks like this, I am very happy.
But actually, he's just a caveman who was raised by gorillas, which is marginally more believable. His name is Cito, and he used his caveman dialect to explain that Safari Adventure is overrun with gator claws that are being cloned in a big triangle house.
I want to hear this guy talk!
And I need to disable the cloning machine to claim the park. I briefly considered putting a revolver in my mouth as a preferable alternative, but after I heard him using 150% of his brain power to forcibly enunciate the word facility, I felt bad and accepted the quest. Facility. So I set out searching for a key to the triangle house, and thankfully the gators weren't much of a problem. I mean, they didn't have any nukes, which was a pretty big deal right off the bat. However, they are very tanky, so just use literally any gun that goes full auto and you should be absolutely fine. In fact, if you want to make it especially simple, you can just go to the top of this treehouse and firebomb the entire map. Honestly, I think the hardest battle I had here was against my alcoholism that I had acquired in Dry Rock Gulch. Eventually, I found the key, let myself into the cloning facility, and started clearing it out. I felt kind of guilty for slaughtering all these dumb animals with nuclear weapons, so I thought I'd try fist fighting one of them just to get my anger levels back up again. It worked like a charm. Anyway, I blasted some gators, hacked into this computer, and turned off the cloning device. I told Cito the good news, and he was so excited that he gifted me a rocket-propelled aluminum bat that presumably he has engineered himself. Not really clear on that. What I am clear on is that the park now belongs to us. On that note, let's go to the 4th park.
That's the sexiest thing you could have done.
Plant.
I'm gonna be right back, okay?
Complex, which, judging by the
I really need to leave. There we go. I got a Yankee candle, and those like are really expensive usually. I've got a full-size Yankee candle for $3 at my thrift store, and it was brand new! This stuff always happens to me. I get like such nice, happy little brand new trinkets. All right. God damn it. With smoked weed. So yeah, I had a lot of roommates who used to do that. Not nearly as bad. That's a great find. We were actually just talking today about how I found, let me get another coaster here. I went to the thrift store and I drove out of the way to go to the expensive place, or not the expensive place, the place in the nicer area. And I got $210 sandals for $10. They were brand new in box with a tag on them. I guess somebody probably got gifted them and didn't like it. All right, we're gonna back up a little bit here. Let's get back into it. Sorry, my nose is just kind of dying. It's so unfortunate.
The plant. Park now belongs to us. On that note, let's go to the 4th park, the Nuka-Cola bottling plant.
Oh, bottling plant.
An industrial complex, which, judging by the automated turrets and unmarked minefields, was probably run by Jeff Bezos. There's also a little section called the World of Refreshments, which I spent some time exploring. And by exploring, I mean I was pulverizing crustaceans to death with a baseball bat. Back outside, I was feeling a little guilty about the power disparity between myself and the crabs, so I decided to handicap myself by asserting my vertebrate dominance with nothing but a flare gun. This was a massive mistake, because out of the lake emerged the Queen Mirelurk, and she's pretty tough. A direct hit with the nuke does about 10% damage, and sometimes she likes to spit acid on me and melt off all of my skin. And as if that wasn't bad enough, she has a whole...
Don't handicap yourself! Wait, what is this? What should Sunny do about the skunk? Fart worse! Why you move house is real. I need to, I think I need, like, I try not to call HOA for anything. It's not their job, but like, it kind of is because like, I'm sure everyone is upset about the skunk in my house. I'm waiting for them to fix it.
Spit acid on me and melt off all of my skin. And as if that wasn't bad enough, she has a whole harem of Mirelurk kings to chase me down and pound the shit out of me while I'm reloading. However, I navigated this problem by applying my universal solution, which was to take a lot of drugs and run really, really fast. This helped create some distance, which allowed me to pick off the ads before circling back and slow motion nuking the Queen Mirelurk to an early retirement. I cannot imagine how embarrassing it must be to have your entire colony destroyed by this dickhead, but luckily she won't have to worry about that because she's dead and the bottling plant is now ours. On to the next target.
Go!
This is it, the final perk. Kitty Kingdom. As a professional YouTuber who owns a copy of Minecraft, this could be the most dangerous park of them all. Previously a children's theme park with several rides and a castle, it has now been renovated into an industrial gas chamber, with radioactive fumes being pumped into the area at regular intervals. Also, it's inhabited by hundreds of feral ghouls, which are relatively easy to kill. However, they close distance very quickly, and melee combat has become substantially more hazardous, thanks to the mysterious stranger who sometimes shows up and nukes the shit out of me. The only upside is that I have this cryogenic shoulder pad, which sometimes freezes my enemies solid, at which point I can take my time knocking off all of their limbs with a baseball bat. Anyway, our goal here is to defeat Oswald the Outrageous and seize—
I just like, you're beating someone to death with a baseball bat and a guy just appears and fucking nukes you.
Control of the park. He's hiding somewhere, and I decided to start my search in the funhouse. Upon entering, we had to navigate a labyrinth of mirrors, which was fairly easy because none of the mirrors were reflective. Instead, they appeared to be coated in several layers of dried ejaculant. However, while I was marveling at the artisanal craftsmanship of the mirrors, I failed to notice the several landmines scattered about the floor. After limping my way through the maze, I spot Oswald in this control room. I attempt to get closer, and he throws a grenade at me. What a dick. From here, I engage in what was either high-level platforming or low-level astronaut training before entering the hallway of hypnosis. I won't lie, this part was actually mildly disorienting. In fact, at one point, I had to use a dead guy just to confirm I wasn't actually hallucinating. I fumbled my way through this section and into a spinning room with about 24 doors all around it. One door led to that thing that happens when you open OBS. Another presented us with the illusion of a happy family. And of course, there was the classic room full of flamethrowers, positively delightful. By the time I found
that's my favorite one when I was a kid, was the room full of flamethrowers. The correct door,
Oswald had already escaped, so I moved on to search for him in King Cola's castle. Never mind. It turns out the park has more traps than I thought, not the least of which are the amusement rides themselves. In fact, I have personally witnessed several park employees being killed, maimed, or otherwise dismembered by the rides here, and it's only been like 20 minutes. Of course, I had to try this for myself with the roller coaster carts, and I realized that it's a lot like boxing. When you expect to get hit, it doesn't do that much damage, but it's the punch you don't see coming that will decimate you. After this, I strolled around the park a bit more, killing ghouls and rummaging through garbage bins until I wandered my way into some employee tunnels. I sprinted through the tunnels like a wild animal, at which point I found Oswald talking to one of his staff members in his office. Naturally, I wanted to return the grenade he had thrown at me earlier. This did not work, and I felt like an idiot, so I just kind of took that one on the chin. But it wasn't all bad, because after Oswald disappeared in a puff of smoke, I went into the office and found my next stylistic evolution. Oh yeah, this is gonna work just fine.
Oh my god, that is beautiful.
That does it. There's only one place left for Oswald.
I like short shorts on men. I'm gonna be bold and say it.
To be hiding. The theater. I broke in with all the grace of a homeless drug addict and started talking with Oswald. He was trying to convince me that he has magical abilities, and he said he was going to show me one of his greatest tricks. Then he punched me in the head and ran away. Truly a master of the mystical arts. I followed him.
Just kill him! Just load a save!
Him up to the roof, where he gave me some shitty story about being a sympathetic villain. But at this point, I was so tired of chasing him around the park and getting hit by roller coasters that I opted for immediate violence. In response, Oswald unleashed his most powerful magic trick of all, crashing my game. 3 minutes later, we were back, and the fight was on. Oswald was much higher level than me, and he had a grand time cutting off my limbs with his fancy sword.
Oh
However,
my
I managed
God.
to counter this by simply jumping over a railing, at which point he could no longer stab me. His method of coping with this was to bathe me in Molotov cocktails, but they don't hurt that much, and I've got enough drugs to stay up here for weeks. I am aware that this tactic borders on cheating, so I'm prepared to negotiate.
Why isn't he
Instead
just
of
nuking
staying up here and nuking Oswald into oblivion, I will instead empty out the entire contents of my junk section into the junk jet and kill Oswald with the physical manifestations of my hoarding disorder. This included everything from light bulbs to rolls of duct
kleptomania.
tape, but the primary ingredient was 156 stacks of pre-war money, which I spent the next 20 minutes bouncing off Oswald's head.
Stop.
This was very enjoyable, albeit not especially effective, because Oswald seems to legitimately be invincible. I shot him with 200 junk items, he barely noticed, ran him into 6 fragmentation mines, he walked it off, and even when I got desperate enough to nuke him, he would just reset his health bar. This kind of freaked me out, so I panicked and shot him like 50 times, at which point I realized he wasn't damage immune, just damage resistant, and now he's dead. I stole his
I panicked and shot him with like 50 nukes. I am glad you handled it so well.
clothing in order to complete my Charlie and the Chocolate Factory cosplay, and quickly raise the flag on Kitty
Johnny
Kingdom,
Depp?
indicating our complete conquest over Nuka World. All that's left
This
to
is
do is
definitely
to
more
go to the
the Johnny
power
Depp
station
style.
and press the big red button to finally power up the park. And just like that, we are the CEO of the world's finest slavery-themed amusement park,
Oh,
which gives us
excellent.
quite a few benefits. For example, all of the rides are now operational.
Oh.
And I can't confirm this, but it is my personal headcanon that we're receiving our electricity from a small armada of slaves running on hamster wheels. Also, we
Where
can
is it?
even gather up a gang of raiders and go out into the Commonwealth to recruit more employees through what I like to call competitive hiring practices. So
You can literally become like, there's no way you can become like a slave owner in this game? Whose fantasy are we fulfilling?
now that we've achieved
That
our
is
primary
crazy.
goal, what's left for us? Well, according to mustache enthusiast Christopher Vogler, the final stage
Take
of
over
the
the
hero's
settlements
journey
as
is to
raiders.
return home as a
Oh.
changed man.
Apparently
In our
this
case,
guy.
that would be Sanctuary, and as a matter of
That's a
fact,
joke.
I am a changed man. Because whatever final thread of sanity had previously prevented me from killing all of these people has finally been severed.
No. It's kind of beautiful. How could you do this? No! Oh. No! I have to admit, it's kind of cinematic. No!
Well, it's finally over. We've conquered a world where the only projectile ever invented was nuclear bombs. I want to thank this month's patrons for supporting the channel. Don't forget to check
Thanks to this guy's patrons. That's it? That's it? You can't just
out
end like
Makeship
that.
to purchase and abuse my likeness. And finally, thank you for watching.
Of course. Oh, it ended abruptly. That is... Oh my god. That was a very, very good fucking video. Oh my god. What is this guy? What is this guy's fucking problem? His problem is that he's hilarious. That was so fucking hilarious. This was like... Where is it? Where is... Like... It was so funny when I thought the water gun was like just completely wrong. Like when he attacked that guy with the water gun and nothing happened, I was like screaming. I can't even find the timestamp for it anymore. Here it is. One more time.
Electrical line. And if we can cover him in water, well, that probably wouldn't be very good. Alright, let's give it a shot. They counted us down and opened the gates, at which point I charged headfirst into my opponent. He responded by blowing off all of my limbs with a nuclear bomb.
This part is so funny because the assumption, the water gun is the canon way to do it. So I just assumed that he had this idea and it was like comically not correct. And he just got decimated for it. But no, it was actually, this is what you were supposed to do, which makes it a little bit less funny, but oh my god, it was still so good. This video is very good. What do we do when we like a video? We like it, we subscribe. However, I am on incognito as to prevent all of you guys from me searching up here and you guys seeing all of my historical porn. So I can't give him a like and a subscribe, but you guys should. And I will later. So that was so good. I actually am kind of regretful that I held off on this video for so long, because that was fucking good. His Total War videos are great. We gotta watch more Reggie. We've gotta watch more Maxer, Reggie. We've got a lot. The only thing where I'm like, I feel like I watched almost everything was TF2. I feel like... Show us? Bet.
The game.
Can I conquer hell as Rat and Barony? This, oh my god, this game, a friend bought for me, and I had so much trouble playing it. Is this like a popular game? Oh, he has a video from yesterday? What's up with this guy and the slaves? Wow, for videos that are like highly edited in like 30 minutes, he has a lot of, he's got a lot of videos. What else
2
has
months,
like...
Let's go. Here's to more yapping.
Hey, thank you, Quack. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 2 months. Yippee yapping. In Total Warhammer 3? What is this? No, it's Total War. Oh, you fucking got me. Oh, I was so excited. How does this video pop off so much when he's got a fucking... I guess it's the bait title.
Being a god has never been so disgusting, because today in Total Warhammer...
Wait. That's a sponsor? So is this the whole video is sponsored? Or is this the actual game? Oh. Oh. Do we want to watch one of these videos? Even though it's like sponsored? Another thing we could do. Let me show you what else we have. We have the Story of Digital Extremes, which
Love
is...
the new outfit, Sunny. Looks amazing.
Thank you, Key. Thank you. Total Warhammer 3? Is this like... Okay, what is Total Warhammer? Can I... give me a rundown. Is this like... Is this like a game that has anything to do with... Is it like the whimsy magical Warhammer? Let me also scroll a little bit. Oh, this is it? No way. Okay, so this guy has been posting banger content since like the beginning. I can't believe this is I just thought this was Total War. The cataclysmic conclusion of the Total War Warhammer trilogy is here. Rally your forces and step into the realm of chaos, a dimension of mind-bending horror. Warhammer 3 is a turn-based strategy and real-time tactics video game developed by Creative Assembly and published by Sega. It's part of the Total War series, and the third to be set in Games Workshop's Warhammer Fantasy Fictional... This is crazy! Okay, so it is Total War. But I've never heard of this. I didn't know they had a Warhammer game. Which one do I do? Oh my god. Maybe we'll do... Use World War I tactics. You want to know something funny about World War I? Well, let's do the Orcs one. Well, yeah, let's do the Orcs one. It's shorter. But apparently Canadians...
The gameplay of war...
Apparently Canadians in World War I were like... fucking horrifying. I have learned that in World War I, Canadians were like the most feared enemy to meet on the battlefield because they were known for being like literally insane. Like they would just go super, super hard and, and just kill everybody. I'm like, oh, Canadians ticked off the entire checklist. Oh my god. Oh, give me a second. Sorry, guys. I just realized my chat. Let me move this over here. My chat broke on my end. Let me try to... I opened up my chat on my phone here so that I can see it. There we go. So regular Canadians. No! There we go. I can see you guys again. I was so... Where were you? Went into defining what war crimes were. Yeah, they were, horrific. It's like, how do you go from sorry? So sorry. To like, I'm gonna fucking get those Germans. Oh my god. It's not a war crime the first time. You gotta set the precedent of it being a war crime. I learned that, by the way, because I was watching Asander and Coda's episode 59 of The Lamenters, as somebody asked me to do. And damn. The Blood Angels, I don't know if I respect them right now. How can you be so mean to a genetically altered version of a genetically altered chapter? Very, very mean. Canadians did not, yeah. But anyway, guys, now that my chat is back, I just really quickly want to see which do you want to watch? One's in the chat if you want to watch I used obesity to conquer. It's the orcs. It seems like it's orcs. Or 2 in the chat if you want to use, you want to see the Nurgle one, I'm assuming. Or, oh, maybe this is Nurgle. I don't know. Okay, we got 2 ones. We got, oh? You want to see this one? Oh, wait, guys, no, this is definitely not Nurgle. This is definitely, are these the rats? Rats. These are the rats. Let's watch this. This is probably sponsored.
Warhammer Total War 3 is a...
Guys, let me really quickly, I'm gonna run an internet test. I think I'm, like, literally having internet problems. Let me run it. Okay. Yeah, you see this? Like, why is it doing that? It's that damn skunk. Guys, so much has happened this stream. YouTube is shitting itself right now? Oh. Okay, yeah, my internet looks fine. Alright. This is I used chromosomes to become a god in Total Warhammer 3. I'm going to link this in the chat. If you have the ability to co-watch, make sure you open this up. Give it a like, give it a subscribe while we watch together. Have it muted in the background and running. Give them the watch time. Holy fuck, YouTube is YouTube is having a day. We'll see how far we can go. But like the buffer's also really short. Oh my god, look how slow the bar is to reacting to my... Oh, you can't see it, but like it's reacting to my mouse like super slow. Okay, this is going to be... Apparently this is Warhammer the Fantasy Universe. So we're going to be watching... I use chromosomes to become a god in Total Warhammer 3 by this guy. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Warhammer Total War 3 is a game where you can socialize with your neighbors, build lasting relationships, and undertake...
Thank you so much, legendary super lesbian, for gifting a sub to Galmarat. Thank you.
Extreme.
We're actually going to start over because I'm turning this... Oh my god, down.
Warhammer Total War 3 is a game where you can socialize with your neighbors, build lasting relationships, and undertake extreme renovation projects. In this expansive fantasy setting, there are dozens of races to choose from, and any choice is perfectly acceptable as long as it's Clan Moulder. Why? Because Clan Moulder is the only faction that allows you to lobotomize your own soldiers and genetically modify them so extensively that they turn into a writhing tower of flesh, which is simply...
Oh my god!
Too ugly to die. Today, we will utilize the power of gene splicing, along with a complete disregard for side effects, to create the ultimate life form and conquer our enemies. But first,
that's so cool! What? I've never heard of this. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Welcome in first time chatters. Rats. Guys, are you the rats? If you were the rats, how would I know? I guess you would tell me in the chat. Rats.
From our sponsor, GamerSupps is a company which sells
GamerSupps! I'm gonna skip this. Guys, I don't know anything about GamerSupps right now. But, anyway. Rat Jam! Give me some of those Rat Jams! Let's go! 3, 2, 1, go.
lands of a place which is called Kislev, but which we all know is simply Eastern Europe. True to form, these tundras are inhabited exclusively by 17th century Russian nobility and recently paroled sex offenders. As such, its main exports are bad haircuts, class warfare, and uncomfortable conversations.
Submit to me.
But perhaps the greatest downside to living in Kislev is that every battle appears to be taking place inside of a used toilet bowl. However, that's exactly the kind of environment you'd expect someone named Throt the Unclean to thrive in, and thrive we will. Our goal is to transcend the weakness of our genetics by responsibly using science to ethically create the perfect organism. The only issue is that the more we edit our chromosomes, the greater our risk of developing this unfortunate condition called genetic instability. It's a pretty mild disorder. Your chance of survival is about the same as getting shot in the head, because the main symptom of this condition is immediate and rapid physical disintegration. And if you take it too
oh my god.
far, genetic instability turns into explosive instability, which causes your anatomy to detonate on contact with the enemy. We could work on a cure, or we could just push you down a garbage chute and try again, because by pressing this button,
this game looks so fun.
We can literally recycle you. This is done through the use of the growth vat. You can think of it like a compost pile for people. I'm going to try to make a unit with the maximal amount of genetic modifications, and according to my calculations, the chance of doing that successfully is approximately 0.03%. So, you know, we're going to be doing a lot of recycling. But before we can spit in the face of statisticians everywhere, we need a plan to expand our empire. And when it comes to plans, there's nothing a rat loves more than a little cheese. The first step is to go south and capture this settlement. We engaged in a close battle, but thanks to my tactical brilliance, I managed to kill almost everyone in my army on turn 1. By Skaven standards, this is considered very impressive. Following this, we spent 5 turns converting the entire population of Fort Stragov directly into food. The legality of this maneuver is up for debate, but when you physically consume the victim, witnesses, and all evidence of a crime, I think you're in the clear. It's around this time a man—
Guys, if I get rid of the crime scene, the crime didn't happen.
Displaying every known symptom of the bubonic plague will declare war on you. But you can ignore that and instead focus on speedrunning homelessness by traveling to your capital city, demolishing it, and resettling it on the next turn, using all of your stockpiled food to rebuild it at level 4. Now I know you're thinking, but Reggie, won't your population enter a profound state of starvation since you've used your entire food supply on a fancy building? The answer is yes, but also, I don't care, because by turn 10, we will have access to late game units such as rat hydras, and we're going to need them because Sarina just declared war on us. And
I'm assuming that having no food probably has implications beyond just being like kind of like a quirk that you don't like. So I guess he's speedrunning despite the negativities. It pays off.
After carefully inspecting this balance of power, I've concluded that to be very concerning. So what we're going to do is isolate ourselves inside Hell Pit for 5 turns and re-emerge with a slightly unfair army. As I waited out the turns, I began to grow worried because we were quickly becoming surrounded by a horde of angry Russian gopniks who wanted nothing more than to redistribute my wealth. Maybe spending the first 10 turns killing my own army, demolishing my capital city, and starving my population wasn't such a good idea. Speaking of bad ideas, Sarina decided to channel the spirit of communism by death marching her army straight into my capital city 3 times in a row. Normally, this battle would be somewhat challenging. However, my tier 4 garrison is actually better than either of our armies, so it was fairly easy. Enjoy this moment while it lasts, because it will probably be the only time we achieve anything other than a Pyrrhic victory in this entire campaign. With the Ice Queen fended off, we emerged from our chrysalis, now armed with catapults, flamethrowers, and plenty of these bad boys. They might not look like much, but with a little genetic modification, we can give them the cellular instability perk. If you're having trouble killing any given unit, simply activate this ability and you'll find the fight a lot easier when your enemy is missing most of their limbs. With the
You can just explode?
Power of quadruped suicide bombers,
Is
we
your
were
most
able to
played game?
expand
Oh my
outward, even
God.
completing this quest battle and acquiring Gorich, a unique hero who is 12 parts anabolic steroid to 1 part everything else. I don't think I can properly explain just how violently this man would kill you, but if you can imagine being pulled apart by meat hooks, then you're on the right track. After a few more turns, we managed to gain some territory, but we were in a difficult situation. To our left was the spokesperson for radiation poisoning, and to our right was an AI doing their best impression of Joseph Stalin. So I bought some cannons for the Second Army and sent it to defend the Western Front. Meanwhile, Throt engaged in various battles to the south, including this one, which was not fun, because despite having access to several powerful units, there is a resource which is fundamentally inaccessible to us, and that resource is leadership. In fact, every Skaven battle has 2 distinct phases. Phase 1, where you actually play the game, and Phase 2, where you spend 90% of your time scanning the periphery of the map in an attempt to stop your units from deserting you at the slightest conceivable inconvenience. Compounding this issue is the fact that Kislev units are objectively monotonous to fight against, because each and every one of them is experiencing a crippling identity crisis where they can't decide if they want to crush you with a mace or shoot you in the neck with a flintlock pistol.
I guess if you don't know how to play, you can just play any way you want.
This makes them supremely unsatisfying to interact with because it feels like every unit just does the same thing. If we liken a diverse...
God fucking damn it. I just realized I had bad desktop audio sync on. So if that was a little desynced, I'm sorry.
Armies with because it feels like every unit just does the same thing. If we liken a diverse army such as this to a delicious and well-decorated cake with various flavors, then the Kislev army is that same cake after it has been beaten with a sledgehammer to the point of becoming a homogeneous sludge. Seemingly, the only units that don't struggle with this brand of dysphoria are the polar bears that will inevitably flank you and rip out your carotid artery, which is a nice touch, but I just wish that having a large mammal violently chew through my neck veins wasn't considered the highlight of my day. So to conclude my unsolicited review of the Kislev race, I give them a 1 out of 10. Regardless, winning these battles put us in a very strong position because we're now within striking distance of the capital city of all of these godless sodomites. Soon, Ratkind will prevail. However, things weren't going
so this is like Civ if you just decided to always fight, basically. This is like Civ if you set all the AI to just murder.
So good on the Western Front. Leukemia Man decided to attack my second army. The auto-resolve thinks we're going to lose, but when you're playing Skaven, the accuracy of auto-resolve is about on par with the accuracy of a schizophrenic witch doctor who is covered in chicken blood, so I thought I could take him. But I was horribly wrong, because after approximately 3 minutes of fighting, my Skaven slaves were being violently domesticated.
Fucking slaves, get your ass back here!
My cannons had been flanked by snow leopards, and my archers were doing this. Moments like these remind me that my personal battle against autism is not going very well. So, the Great Orthodoxy made a generous contribution to population control on our behalf, but that's okay, because as fast as you can kill my armies, I can make 3 more. By this point, we had managed to completely isolate Kislev and drain most of its resources. All that's left now is to hire a warlock engineer, run him over to Kislev, and use this ability to produce an earthquake that will destroy most of their walls. You know it's a good earthquake too, because the engineer dies in the process.
Cause earthquake? You can cause a fucking earthquake?
Following this, Throth besieged the settlement and started starving them out. Once they were looking particularly anemic, we completed an auto-resolve and Kislev was officially ours. Now unrestrained by our abusive alcoholic neighbors, I gazed upon the world map to see what diplomatic opportunities await, and I quickly realized that everyone who isn't a disfigured abomination absolutely hates us. But that being said, we did have some friends, and they started pushing south into Empire territory. The Empire, even in its incomplete form, is strength rank 2, and I want absolutely nothing to do with that. So instead, we traveled northeast and started bullying this guy for looking like a fucking idiot. This man looks like a child, and as it turns out, he has roughly the same combat effectiveness, because when I shot him with a cannon, he stopped moving. Now, it's been about 10 turns since...
That's all it takes. I'm surprised they haven't done a Total War 40k. Yeah, this is actually like... I would love this. Real-time strategy against some Tyranids. Give me a blue boy. Give me a blueberry to fight. I can pick sides.
since I've done anything extraordinarily stupid, so I decided to change that by purchasing the Clone Warfare Doctrine, which makes all of my Skaven slaves acquire 3 random mutations. Depending on how successfully they mutate, they will either gain superpowers, or their bodies will start violently self-destructing. This is objectively bad, but also mildly entertaining. Following this, and perhaps because of it, the Empire decided it was time to perform a late-stage abortion on us using the medically correct device known as a mortar battery. With war declared, I shifted my attention south to find 5 Empire armies absolutely salivating at the thought of bashing my head in. I needed to equalize the numbers, but money was tight, so I just recruited 2 full armies of Skaven slaves. The plan is to use them to literally absorb all the enemy's ammunition and then tire them out in melee combat. And before you ask, no, I don't feel bad, because if they didn't want this to happen, they shouldn't have put the phrase expendable meat shield on their resume. With our preparations now complete, we entered into an absolutely massive battle against the humans, with each side deploying 5 full armies for a total of over 7,000 people.
I am like learning about this game in such a way that is making me very, very interested in real-time strategy that is like very, very, very real-time. Like, people are just doing things. If you don't notice, you don't notice. Although this would be very bad for me as like streaming. I'd be fucking...
Victory here could secure us a path into the Empire, and defeat would probably set us back about 20 turns. So here's the plan. Step 1. Use my failed science experiments to physically disgust the opponent. Step 2. Create a formation of people that actually matter atop of this hill, and use my poison wind mortars to harass the enemy on approach. Step 3. Have a panic attack from trying to manage 4,000 units. And then the most important step of all, Step 4. Locate the enemy leadership and right-click on them with Gorich. After about 30 seconds of socializing with Gorich, the enemy heroes display a strong proclivity towards bleeding to death. The battle unfolded, and it was utterly gruesome. Within 2 minutes, the hill we were holding looked closer to a mass grave than an active battlefield, with wave after wave of humans crashing against our line, only to be enveloped by a horde of rats and eaten alive. Every so often, they would deploy some mortars to try to bombard us, at which point I'd use my rat ogres to absolutely flatten them. It was like watching a truck crash into an occupied hospital bed. Overall, the lines were holding well, and eventually, after 15 minutes of fighting, the day was ours. Sure, every single Skaven...
Trying to micro 40 units at the same time can be a pain. Oh yeah, because you just can't... You can't like delegate, you just have to
slave died, but most of them were so terminally ill that this whole thing could probably be considered an elaborate form of euthanasia. The combined casualties came out to about 4,000, which caused the Empire to drop from rank 2 to 17, and we went from rank 14 to 45. Real nice. Definitely feel like a winner now. In the wake of this battle, Throt was able to plow deep into Empire territory, expanding our borders like an errant stream of piss. This caused just about every human in existence to declare war on me. If I focused my entire military in this region, I might be able to hold the lines, but the issue was that this deranged proto-human was still alive and destroying my settlements to the north. I redirected 2 armies to deal with him and eventually managed to trick him into leaving his capital city, which I then attacked. If we use the auto-battler, we'll probably lose, and that's because using the auto-battler is a lot like smoking crystal meth out of the barrel of a loaded shotgun. It's convenient and exciting, but sometimes just not worth the risk. So we did this fight manually and absolutely decimated his garrison with our mortar teams. This was basically a death blow to his empire, and I found killing him so personally satisfying that I saved the replay so I could cherish and relive this moment forever. So let's regroup here. Our objective is to create the perfect life form, and I've tried. In fact, we're on the 11th generation of test subjects. However, it's hard to justify spending valuable resources on a project with a 99% chance of giving my soldiers brain damage. So until we defeat the Empire, we're going...
Wait, if I'm not mistaken, he can just win without doing any of this. He seems to be doing pretty good without turning his soldiers into exploding creatures. Yes, okay. So this is yes. Why is he doing this? Kind of, you never know. Well, it seems like this might be like a surefire way of approaching the possibility of losing. This could actually make him lose by spending It's funnier. 99% is a few hundred times better than... Oh, so a lot of this gaming experience are just really, really... It's lore friendly. This is... It's Skaven adjacent. All right, fine.
Point to focus on just creating good soldiers rather than trying to brute force a perfect one. For example, I worked out a rat ogre build where I replace all of their skin with mammoth hide, replace their blood with high-octane gasoline, and force them to ingest a parasitic worm that causes them to become undead. This, along with a few other minor procedures, effectively turns them into unstoppable killing machines. With the Russians now defeated, we can focus these monsters entirely on the humans. The campaign was going pretty well, and the whole experience reminded me why I love playing Skaven. The ridiculous contraptions and absurd strategies make you feel like a cartoon character, but with gore turned on. Not only is it possible for you to slowly flatten an elderly woman using a mobilized bell you dislodged from a nearby clock tower, it's actually one of the more normal things you can do. So needless to say, the Empire was feeling the pressure. So much so that they ended up calling in their friends for help. And what fearsome allies did Carl rally against me? Well, a fucking tree and a short guy. I don't think Carl has many friends, and he's about to have even less because his barely animate companion just ran headfirst into an army of flamethrowers. Meanwhile, the dwarves actually killed one of my armies, which is really unfortunate for them because now I have to introduce them to Rodney. With most units,
Rodney,
there is some part that isn't dangerous, but with Rodney, everything will kill you. He's covered in spikes, his entire body is swinging and gyrating around wildly, and if any part of him even touches you, it could best be likened to being hit with a bag full of cinder blocks. So anyway, they died. After assimilating the resources of Carl's friends, our faction had become so powerful that beating him up was starting to feel like beating up someone with cerebral palsy. And as I'm sure you know, after a few minutes, that experience becomes very unrewarding. But I refused to let the physically disabled rob me of the joy of victory, so I decided to fire another bullet into this still twitching corpse of morality by spending 1,000 gold to develop biological weapons, which I then deployed in Carl's capital city. This was not tactically necessary, but it was kind of fun. I enjoyed watching it spread through his territory, decimating his economy and slowly decomposing all of his armies. The plague was so virulent that it even started killing the French, which caused them to declare war on me. I viewed this
The French! I think the French got their own plague. You can't give him credit. I think the French did that themselves. This is the fact that you can just make he is just toying with his food right now. He is just saying, you know what? Throwing a little bit of plague. I think we're having a good day. We're up ahead. Let's just, as a treat, we'll do plague. Thank you for the hydrate. I do forget to drink water. I do forget.
This as a win-win scenario. I had fun watching Carl writhe around on the ground like some kind of dying centipede, but I decided it was time to put him out of his misery. I went to Altdorf, sacked it for 30,000 gold, and then settled it as a level 1 Skaven city. That's a pretty humiliating way to lose your capital city, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a notification about Karl Franz dying of a drug overdose on the next turn. With the old world now under our control, I began pumping my soldiers full of mutagens, hoping that even one of them would transform into something other than a burden to society. The next 20 turns consisted of slaughtering the French, growing new monsters
not the burden to society,
a petri dish, and having a member of the Chinese mafia try to extort me for 3,000 gold. I said no, he said I'll kill you, and then I pointed out he's 3,000 miles away, checkmate Jackie Chan. Just to prove a point, I also decided to ambush one of his trade caravans, which was carrying 11,000 gold. I know the sight of me grabbing a civilian's head.
Is this serious? Why is the AI in this game like really stupid, or is it just like that one in particular? Give me 3,000 gold. I'm forever away. Don't kill my guy holding next to you with 10,000 gold. It can be stupid. Oh my god.
And slowly crushing it with my bare hands looks bad, but it's actually okay because these people are communists, and what they need most of all is freedom. And as an advocate of freedom, I am morally obligated to extend to them the compassionate hand of freedom by balling it up into a fist and punching them in the face with it repeatedly until they submit and conform to my political ideologies, which is a roundabout way of saying I just wanted 11,000 gold, but I digress. After countless trips to the recycling bin, we were on attempt 28.
Are you throwing them out?
Was promising. We got him all the way to 10 augments. All I have to do now is administer the ultimate mutagen. What is the ultimate mutagen?
This is cum.
It's basically a loot box of chromosomes because it gives him 3 random
How would he
mutations.
know?
I crossed my fingers and performed the
Lactate on
procedure.
command?
It was a success. Joey 28 officially had 8 mutations, which gave him a total of 17 augments. According to my research, this is the maximum amount possible. Or maybe I just made that up, who knows? Regardless, I think he's perfect.
caught that
so
word.
ladies, like it or not,
Taste
this
test.
is
A
what the
little taste
ideal
test.
male physique looks like. A badly mutated rat man with mammoth skin, diabetic neuropathy, propane sweat glands, and some kind of brain parasite. Have I broken several international laws in the creation of this creature? Yes, but in the eyes of God, I am amongst him, because Joey 28 is the perfect organism, and he's
Joey
arrived just in
28.
time, because it is officially the end of the world. The wild hunt has begun, and the wood elves have decided the best way to protect the environment is through homicide. 2 sets of wood elf armies spawned at the enchanted forests in my territory. They look pretty formidable, but I know a thing or two about wood elves. You have to avoid fighting them on their home turf. In fact, fighting wood elves is a lot like fighting children. You can't just rush into the kindergarten winging haymakers. It's not tactical, it lacks nuance. In my experience, you'll find a lot more success luring them into the parking lot where you can ambush them with your friends. So that's exactly what we did to the wood elves. I had a few armies wait for them to leave the forests, at which point we cleaned them up in a nice open field where they couldn't pull too many of their tricks. This whole wild hunt thing isn't so bad, I thought out loud. Well, imagine my surprise when, on the next turn, I found a conga line of war criminals making their way into my territory. Yeah, that's like 10 armies, with more being pumped out from these forests every turn. I mobilized my forces, but in the meantime, the wood elves were destroying pretty much everything south of this line. I don't know what fascist dictator is responsible for this, but I really don't like this
I feel like this guy has fallen so far behind. I can't tell how he's winning or if he's not.
version
Or
of the wood elves. Fortunately,
have a
the old
dragon?
world has a high concentration of castles, which slowed them down, and after a few turns, my armies began sweeping through the war-torn regions. I was engaging them in 2 to 3 battles per turn, and Throt was doing fine, but my weaker armies were being devoured alive by the feral elves. Thankfully, I did some experimenting and found that the wood elves are surprisingly vulnerable to having a cask of acid smashed over their head, and that's very good news for us. I had my armies outfitted
This is
with some
really
of these
good
mortar teams,
information.
and we started making some real progress. Additionally, I had some allies in
This
the
music
area
is
that
so,
were able
like,
to defend
funky.
the eastern front. This was quite helpful, but perhaps the biggest break was this random event. It increased our chances of ambushing the elves, which allows us to position our armies like this, and their army assumes the position of a man who is about to receive a violent prostate exam. All I can say is that this was an extremely cathartic experience. From here, my military philosophy is as follows. I have 60,000 gold, and I'm guessing the wood elves do not, because upon reviewing their economic infrastructure, I found only mud huts and strange men tweaking on crystal meth. Therefore, I don't believe they can keep up this pace, so I'm going to enter a financial deficit to field just enough armies to gradually grind our enemies to dust under the assumption that they won't be able to replenish their ranks. Over the next 10 turns, I managed to slowly claw back my territory from the elves. I even had time to quell a rebellion from Krekronid of the Black Chasm. Who is
Hello?
Krekronid of the Black Chasm? Only the finest collector of level 1 archers in the entire world. And this, I had to congratulate him on personally. By this point, we unified our eastern, western, and central fronts, effectively pushing the wood elves back to this choke point. Around
This
this time,
seems
my
so
allies
fun.
declared war on Vlad von Karstein and asked me for help. Confused and clearly busy, I said
Me
no.
this
In
entire
hindsight,
video, kind
this
of.
was the wrong response, because apparently it was a social faux pas on par with pouring lubricant on a wheelchair ramp. Within 2 turns, the entire world was so
Impossible.
disgusted by my actions that 17 different people canceled their trade deals with me, including Vlad, costing me thousands of gold per turn. Furthermore, a couple others just outright declared war on me. So needless to say, we're on our own from here. With our armies now unified, we pushed through at Helmgart and even repelled 1,800 elves on the next turn. After this victory, the wood elves attempted to call time out by issuing a press release that the wild hunt was over. Sorry guys, I'm afraid that's not how this works, because my wild hunt is just beginning. Briefly regrouping at Paravon, I took stock
I
of
wanna
the
see
situation.
these elves die.
We have 5 armies. Throt,
Tell me how they
specializing
die.
in giant monsters, Snickich with assassins,
How do you
Bok
make
and
the
Ixstone are
Hydra?
bringing in the siege weapons, and finally Bilefitch has every known flavor of rat ogre. Rat ogres with flamethrowers, tasers, Gatling guns, and even rat ogres covered in sheet metal. Comparatively, the elves don't
Rat
have as much,
ogres.
but they are in the forest, and fighting a wood elf in the forest is like fighting an Italian in a spaghetti factory. Thousands of years of
It's
evolution
very
have
hard.
rendered them perfectly optimized for combat in that environment, so they're
Exactly.
still fairly dangerous.
I would know
the first
this.
battle was against Durthu at Waterfall Palace.
mia.
I stormed the field with my monsters, and the elves adopted this strategy of shooting us
I'm
from behind a
Italian?
wall, which was
Is
smart.
that true, Sonny? You cannot fight me. You don't fight Italians in anywhere with wheat. The Italians, they're gonna start making bread. It's over.
Until the wall broke. I can guarantee you they weren't feeling so smart then. Meanwhile, Durthu was waiting alone at the top of the mountain as if he was expecting a fair and honest duel with Throt. Instead, I had 4 assassins stab him to death. The first battle was behind us, and it really sucks fighting in this environment, so I took a great satisfaction in auto-resolving my way to the final forest. It's being guarded by Orion and a few others, but at this point, we have the momentum, we have the numbers, and most importantly, we have Joey. We gave these drug-addled freaks the beating that their parents should have given them 30 years ago.
Go,
I mean,
Joey!
we really put a pounding on their ass. Gorich, Joey, Throt, it's going to take the Wood Elves years just to learn how to walk again. And as I stood there in a burning forest, surrounded by thousands of dead elves, I knew I had done the right thing, because the wild hunt is finally over. Sure, it cost me 10,000 gold per turn, and I'm at war with everyone from the triads to literal demons, but all of that pales in comparison to the fact I have killed all Europeans, become God, and saved the world. I really couldn't ask for a better legacy. And with that, I feel Throt has achieved his goals and his purpose in life is complete. So that's it for this video. Feel free to check out the second channel where I'll be posting some of my extra content. Big thanks to this month's patrons for supporting the channel.
I want to see the rats take over the world. Wait. Oh my god. This is a good one. I am so interested in this game right now. I'm like super... Okay, YouTube is dead as fuck. Like, I just minimize that. But like, that is... I've never seen something like this. It looks so good. And I had no idea that it was like... I had no idea that Warhammer like Fantasy, which is the original, had games like this. I thought it was like not really that popular. But the fact that they have Total Warhammer 3, I mean, suggests that people really like it. So his Goblin video is so funny. We're going to put this on a... Oh, it's not Orc, huh? We're going to put this on a list because I definitely want to watch this. Let's watch this Warframe really quickly. Have I seen this? I wanted to go through... Oh, let me just say, this video was very good. This video was very good. I liked it. It got me interested in the game. I like that I could follow what was happening without knowing how to play the game. But we still have some videos I wanted to watch. We watched like a ton of stuff. But let's watch this Warhammer official cinematic trailer 2021. Because we're going to be playing I'm sorry, did I say Warframe or Warhammer? Guys, it's so over. Warframe official cinematic 2021. I'm playing Warframe later in this week, and I'm still obsessed, so I want to see as many cinematics as I can. Hammer frame hammer. Let's just watch it. 3, 2, 1. We're not watching it like that. YouTube, please default to like the best quality every time. Mom! Mom! Lotus! Help? I've seen this. Haven't I seen this? Wait, this might be Second Dream. Second Dream it was. Mom! I remember you were so cool! Nova! Oh. I like how Nova's like a little gnarly, that rhino. Yo. I feel like that's like the mascot thing. Oh shit. Why is she OP? happened? No! Mom, can you please chill? Damn. Damn. No, you can't turn on her. We're missing information. I can't wait to see. Oh my god. I gotta see this shit. Story expansion and date reveal. So this already happened. I haven't seen what happens here. But guys, can I just say, like, look at the fucking tears, my guy. Look at this is like ultra realism. Like the way these tears do be falling. That's like, that's crazy looking. How do you even replicate? This is a face. This is a recording. So yeah, this is the 4-hour quest you guys were talking about. So we will probably do that this week. Damn, I'm excited. I'm so excited. How often do they expand the main story? I know like they totally do not have to be doing that. They just do it out of like the goodness of their heart. They're like, you know what we should do? Let's expand 2 to 3 times a year. Really? Once or twice. I feel like once or twice probably based on how many main quests there are. Every year or 2. Oh, okay. Every time we get a big patch and a smaller patch. Okay. Big patch, small. Twice a year-ish. So maybe like a main thing. I've hit 35 hours the past 2 weeks on Warframe, excluding time played at work. Oh my god! Are you playing on... Isn't the game like available on mobile as well? Like you can play it like on mobile, or you can do it like... you can do it either. I've heard that there's a mobile version. Geezer, thank you so much for the Prime! I don't know. Maybe I'll take a peek at it on iOS. I like it. I like that they're, you know, there's probably people at work who are bored. They don't have stuff to do. Something to do. $19.99 is the latest update. Ooh. I mean, I still have to do so many quests for the frames themselves. There's like, I would say if you want to do all of like the quests, my current understanding is that there's like probably 100 hours of content. Like if you want to do the listed quests and the warframes and the main quest, that's probably like 100 hours. Because Octavia alone, the warframe quests are long. They're long as fuck. And I think some of the main quests are actually shorter now. Congrats on the play button, thank you! It was so funny comparing them side to side. The old one is like so much higher quality. I'm not even gonna lie, like the new one is kind of like, I mean, it definitely feels like a big piece of cardboard. It really, really does, but I like it. I'm happy to have it. 100k subs isn't what it used to be. I'm happy to have the play button. It's very cool to have both. I always wanted the new design. So, holy crap, guys. I hate that I have to go to work. Guys, how about this? Why don't you guys make it so that one of you has to, okay, as of right now. Oh my god! Or thank you so much for the 20 gifts. Thank you. Oh my god, that's so sweet. You don't have to do, don't say that. Sunny, they know they don't have to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 20. Or you have been so generous already. I appreciate it. If you got gifted a sub, make sure you thank. And so thank you for the 20. You're too sweet. I'm going to spend that money on drugs and hookers. So thank you very much. In reality, I'm going to be spending that money on full body 3D tracking. As you guys know, I have a 3D model in production. It has been very, very fun and rewarding working on this 3D. And I'm going to, in the next week or two, be showing off a very, very mini 3D debut that's going to be pretty scuffed. It's not going to have full body tracking. And if I'm being honest, I'll just tell you my plans already. This model that I will be showing you guys in a couple of weeks is kind of a budget 3D. For me to decide, it was originally for me to decide whether or not I wanted to do 3D at all, because 3D models are usually like at least $2,000 and the tracking is about $1,000. So I didn't want to spend $3,000 on something I wasn't going to use. So at first, my strategy was to get cheap tracking, cheap model. And so we have Scuff by VTuber Scream. I would say it's not even Scuff. It's just that it's limited. I think the model is good. It's just a limited model. So in a couple of weeks, we're going to be showing that off. But I will let you know, I have been using the 3D on my own, and I already came to the conclusion that I wanted to upgrade. And I've already commissioned an updated model is already in the works. So the model I'm about to show you in 2 weeks or so is already not update. It's like going to be in a couple of months, the old model. So I thought I would let you guys know. Before I leave for the night, I wanted to say, guys, I have merch going on, and I hope that you guys take a peek at it. Store in the description below. As you can see, this is the main art for all of my merch. And this is the come on. This is the bundle. There's a voice pack, there's a game mat, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I hope you guys check it out. There's acrylic stand, there's a subtle t-shirt. I wanted to give you a shout. I wanted to just let you know it's there. You guys have really bought a lot. Some things are sold out. Some things are getting really up there. The store is going to be open for about 30 days. As for me now, I don't know what I'm going to be doing the next couple of days, but I think I will be, I think according to my schedule, I'm not streaming, but I might stream anyway. Just, you know, take a peek and make sure you guys are looking at my Discord. Thanks for another day. Thank you guys. Thank you for chilling. I had a great day. I had a great time. Great day. I will see you guys maybe not tomorrow. But I would like to. I will see you guys soon, okay? Thank you. I'll see you. Thank you, Marshmallow, for the 16. I'll see you guys soon. Enjoy, oh, large enemy spider, thank you. What? Thank you for the tier 3 6 months in advance. Oh my god. Thank you so much. What the heck? Thank you. Oh my gosh. Pink congrats on the play button. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Go support Mega. She is a friend of mine, and she is streaming some trucking and fucking. So, damn fish, you swim with that fin. You copy and paste that once. I might have a spontaneous stream in the next 2 days, but I officially don't have streams in the next 2 days. But I might stream anyway. What else do I do anyway? I'll see you guys, okay? I'll see you. I'll probably end up streaming. I'll see you guys. Bye-bye. 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 Good night.